call-in show. Come get involved.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I'm yellow again. What's going on? Yeah, hang on a sec.
Yellow again?
Yeah. Bloody hell, how do I change that?
What do you mean you're yellow?
Have I got a
again?
yellow tinge?
I can't see. Yours looks the same as mine to me.
Yeah. All right. Okay, it'll bug me now. I can, because I've got my wallpaper on the teleprompter with nothing on it, so it's making me. Anyway, I've lost the chat because I turned the. Right. Okay. This is going well. Anyway, so. Oh, you know what we haven't done?
What?
We haven't activated the call in yet.
No, I can do that, but
Yeah, so do that, but you'll have to we'll have to yeah, you're gonna have to bear with us. There's a reason that we're doing it this way.
Yeah. Well, we got this one here anyway, so
yeah. So right, I'll go in and add it to the background now. We'll just edit all this bit out. Right, okie dokie. Because with no code, nobody will be able to. Right, go ahead then, Carl.
Are we putting it straight in?
Yeah,
we are just gonna put it straight in.
Yeah, put it straight in.
Yeah. Where have you put that on banners now? Is it?
Second one down. Click the pet. Hide it. Click the pen, and there should be a space to add.
No. Why didn't we do this before?
I don't know, because we're organised. Yeah, there we are. I've got it here. Just tell me what the code is, Carl.
It is DFE.
You've got to give me the case as well.
Uppercase DFE.
Yeah.
47 uppercase L.
There we are. So that is done. Save. Yay, there it is. DFE 47L. Right, so if I put that in the video description as well, then people can look in the description and hop across and do it that way. Right, okie dokie. Anyway. Boom. Boom. Okay, so that's that taken care of. Now all I need to do is get to the right screens. Oh. Skadoosh. It's done. Right, anyway, let's pretend we've just started. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first... Is inaugural the right...
Yeah.
The right word? Episode of the CGI call-in show. Now, somebody suggested this when we were live. If you know, when we went live last week, when this idea came to us, and we were like, let's go live now and see how people feel about it. Somebody on the comments of that video suggested calling it CGI, but I can't remember who it was.
I was about to ask you if you remember.
But I think they definitely need some...
Because we did have some really good suggestions.
We did, yeah.
Well.
I think they're in the notes, aren't they? On the...
will they still be in?
Yeah, blind faith, blinding assertions, call me crazy, sit up and shut down.
Sit up and shut down?
Sit down and shut up even. I did like that one.
Yeah.
Debunked and discussed. The Creaky, and people were saying about there we are then.
Yeah.
But I wonder, because I'm sure this is just a Welsh thing. How many of you watching this now? And I know there's not many of you yet, because I am fully aware that it's 3 a.m. in the US, but I'll address that in a second. How many of you actually know what it means if I say, oh, there we are then? What am I calling you? Or is it only a Welsh thing? Anyway, David Geordie, good morning.
All right, Dave.
We fixed the sound effects as well. Could you hear that then?
Yes, science.
I'm hoping that we've got everything dialed in this time. Alex Bryant, how are you, pal? Mackerel, 1876. Why have I started?
Someone said it sounded like cold.
Yeah. Mamap's Crafts, good morning. I will say it's early for me. I need coffee. See, now this is... So the reason we've decided to start the show at 8 a.m., one is... The plan is we're just going to stay live all day. We'll talk to some people. We'll just do live stream stuff, and then hopefully the calls will be of sufficient quality that Callum can clip them and then upload them to the second channel. Sort of, I don't want to say a bit like the line do, but the line do. You know, I'm not pretending that this idea wasn't heavily inspired by watching the line. I just thought it would be a fun thing to do, and you know, a live call-in show, what could possibly go wrong? Freaky Boss, good morning, how are you? And good morning to How to Rule an Asteroid, aka Jess, how are you? Good morning. Brian Pop Robson's, because you're sadists. Yeah, no, so the reason we decided for an 8 a.m. start isn't because we say this, it's because I haven't had a chance this morning yet to have my multiple morning dumps. But we thought starting at 8, so the plan is 8 a.m. start, and we're going to go until either we can't go anymore because nobody's calling in, there's nobody participating, or 5:30 rolls around. 5:30 is going to be the hard cut off, because that's the end of my working day. And as much as I enjoy going live, I don't want to, you know, that 12-hour stream probably took us 2 days to recover from it, Carl, didn't it? Because I know you were buggered as well.
It was fine while we were live, and we were like, oh, this has been all right. And then it was like I pressed end the live, and my energy
and somebody flicked the tired switch on the back of your neck, because that's how it felt for me. Bad Dad Dodge, good morning, how are you? The universe is massive, and the fact that we are here is a mishap and fascinating. So is there a chance there's a different dimension where God is a developer in matter? Yes, it is plausible. These are the sorts of things we want to talk about. So I keep distracting myself. 8 a.m. start, because in my mind, that catches British people who are just getting up for work, and maybe they watch GMTV or Sky News, I don't know. But now they've got the option to watch me waffle on about absolutely nothing as well. And I know there's going to be some crazy American people like Jess, where's Jess gone, who will stay up to participate, no matter what time it is. Either that, or she's going to get really tired and fall asleep, and we won't notice her disappear. That's what we thought, is being on for such an extended period of time allows us to catch all the audiences at some point. You know, there's going to be, I'm hoping to see sort of busyness spikes. Do you know what I mean? At various times throughout the day. But
we've also got Canadians here. It's also 3 a.m. for them.
Talking about Canadians, the Mikey Smith video from last night is doing okay, but I'm starting to notice a pattern now, because I've been keeping a close eye on it, and it's people are no longer satisfied if I just make a video about a flat earther. It has to be now something else as well.
What do you mean by something else?
So, you know, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, the only sort of metric I needed to care about for whether I should or shouldn't make the video is, are they a flat earther saying silly things? And if they were, I would make a video about them. But that doesn't seem to be applying anymore. It seems to be more now. People are wanting something else. They want it to be a little bit, they want it to be something other than just another flat earther saying exactly the same things.
Because I think
people have always said. Does that make sense?
Well, I know you've spoken about this, but it's because they're not saying anything new anymore. Like, it's been rinsed and repeated so many times. Exactly. You need an extra bit of wackiness to make it even entertaining.
Because I've even noticed as well with myself, it's like there are some almost standardized responses to the things they say, because they all say the same things, like you say. But it's getting not more difficult, really, but you're having to think a lot more now about how you reply, because otherwise I'm going to end up just saying exactly the same thing as I've always said, because there's only so many different ways you can say that somebody is wrong before it loses its luster, sort of thing. Before, we know they're wrong. You've just told us what we already know. So, yeah, it's a very interesting one. Now, some of the comments from the side chat have already disappeared. Oh, Shisha87, are we? There we are. That's what you're meant to be like. You're meant to have pink hair. I know you are now. And I've completely distracted myself now. Ruined my stream of thought. So I better have a sip of coffee. But can you hear the sound effects better, side chat?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Because I can hear them really. We've sussed out so many things this week. It's like the mixing desk I use. It's got a volume button for the headphones. I didn't know it had one. You can adjust various things going in and out of it. It's absolutely amazing. Imagine how good my live streams would be if I knew how to work half the equipment I've got in here. Oh, dear me. I changed it back just for you, Mr. Blinder. Thank you, Shisha. I thought I was going senile. I knew the name, but I couldn't. I'm a visual person. Like, for example, if I met somebody in 1981 and then bumped into them today, I would probably be, I know you. I've seen that face before. I've got almost a photographic memory for faces. But change anything and I wouldn't have a clue who you are. Like, if I see somebody I know and they got a new car, they wave in. And I'm just like, what?
First thing I do if someone gets a new car is I just try to learn the number plate.
Yeah. But, oh yeah, that's just reminded me. So Vicky Fleming was commenting yesterday.
Welcome to the Blinder Gang, Mush.
And I know she's probably not here, but she became a channel member, as did...
Welcome to the Blinder Gang, Mush.
Tyrant Berry became a YouTube channel member. Thank you very much, indeedly doodly. Right, let me unstart those so I don't get all confused. So, right. It looks different on that screen to what it does on the other. So yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. Just trying to have some interesting conversations, because the reason I referenced the chat from yesterday, and I'm going to reference my Facebook page as well. Somebody said in the comments, yes, that somebody was trying to do a call without me and in the side chat by themselves. But it's all disappeared now. And I know the Purple Snowdrop left a lengthy response to that. What I can only assume was meant to be what he would say on a phone call. So yeah, I know the question that I've asked in the title seems a bit challenging. Seems like I'm saying, well, I don't want you to watch me if you believe in God. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I was curious about, and it is just genuine curiosity on my part, I'm just curious about how people put up with my not believing in God when they do. Why does it not kind of upset them? That's kind of what I wanted to talk about, and I thought it would be an interesting conversation. I could be wrong, and maybe nobody will want to call in at all.
I do think it is a very, not strange, that's the wrong word, but I'm very curious, like you said, how people...
Yeah. So basically, the question I'm asking is, how does it not really rile you up and aggravate you when I say that I don't believe in God when you do? And how do you kind of... So, for example, when the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial was happening, I was almost praying. I used the word praying that Johnny Depp didn't do anything wrong, because I love Johnny Depp. Absolutely love him. But if he had, that would have been it.
Yeah.
I would have never looked at anything again with Johnny Depp in it. So based on the assumption that that's what well, it's not an assumption because I'm telling you, that's what I'm like. I'm surprised there aren't more people, because I've had comments, it'll be things like, and it happens fairly regularly, people who've been commenting for a very long time. Like, for example, when I made a joke about Trump in a video to test the waters.
I'll say this live. Those people need to get a grip.
But you know what I think it is as well? Because some of the comments came from people, I would agree with that 99.9999% of the time.
But I think if you also watch regularly and you said that, you need to get more of a grip than the other people. Yeah. Because you should know.
Yeah. You know, it's not as if I watched an episode of one of the Lions clips yesterday, right? And Matt Dillahunty, they were talking to this guy, and he was basically a Trump supporter. He was a British guy, but he lived in America for a long time. He was basically a Trump supporter. Yeah. And Matt basically just muted him because he just wasn't having a proper conversation.
Yeah.
And Matt said, for clarity, he said, I hate you because you voted that clown in.
Yeah, I mean,
so, so I'm not going to be doing anything like that. I'm not going to be attacking people. And it's not the debate show. It's just I enjoy having conversations with people. And more often than not, you know, you can get some really interesting things being talked about. But, you know, I'm not sort of approaching it in that way. I don't want, you know, I prefer it not to devolve into like an arguing platform. It's just, I just want it to be a conversation platform. I want to know how people reconcile their belief in God with watching a science-based debunking channel. I saw a Neil deGrasse Tyson clip this morning, or was it last night? I can't remember. But he was talking to Piers Morgan, and Piers Morgan said, I'm a big science fan. I love everything. I get it all. But something, you know, before the Big Bang, there was nothing, whatever nothing is, and all that kind of stuff. And Andy T's response was something along the lines of, it's just the God of the gaps argument. You've picked somewhere that science has yet to explain, understand, whatever you want to call it. Therefore, God did it, and that's just the gob of the gaps. It's very early. That's just the God of the gaps argument. So it's no argument at all. Complicated. I don't understand it. Science can't explain it. Oh, that must have been God.
Yeah,
you know, that sort of thing. But then there's, you know, I'm going to have to. It's going to be a bit clunky because I got to find it, and I'm not on my main computer, so let me just see if I can log into my Facebook. Come on, because somebody accused me of something in the comments yesterday, and stupid thing. I'll have to look at it on my phone. So let me see if I can find that comment, because it really confused me. I don't get it. But perhaps somebody watching this now will be able to shed some light on it for me. No, I don't want to go to the stream. I'm already there. I'm doing it. I know it doesn't seem like it. Right, so how can you enjoy my content and believe in God? No, I don't want to go to the video. Knob off. Where's the comments gone? I'm looking at the wrong one this way.
This is riveting content.
I know. But anyway, so he's basically seen my question in the title. How do you, what was it? How can you believe in God and enjoy my content? And said, oh, you didn't strike me as somebody who appeals to fallacies. How is that a fallacy? I'm asking a question. You believe in God, I don't, but you enjoy my content. How?
Yeah, I feel like that's a very reasonable question.
Yeah, I don't see how that's fallacious at all. I really don't, but you know, it is what it is. I thought it was looking weird. I was on the wrong screen. I don't believe in God, but I would like to think that there was some kind of heaven from it was your comment that was in my mind. No, Purple. Not the one I was just talking about. It wasn't you that called me a fallacy person. But I remember seeing that you're saying about your nan and granddad, that they're together. Yeah, I like to think that as well. I like to think that when my parents go, you know, they'll go separately, but They'll be together. What is that? Am I secretly a believer in heaven? No, I the thing is, in my mind, death is after you die is exactly the same as before you're born. You don't know the things I was doing before you were born unless I tell you.
Yeah.
And I want to know the things you do after I die.
Yeah.
Full stop. You can't tell me. So it's.
I think there's a lot of psychology behind it, especially in death.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I obviously I don't want to give out too much information, but my friend whose mother died a couple of years ago. Yeah. Obviously not religious in any capacity, raging homosexual. So now he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously never been a religious person, blah, blah, blah. But when his mother died, he was like, I've never even considered a heaven, but he was like, now I kind of hope.
Yeah.
But that's natural. His mother had just died.
Yeah,
so exactly. Like, I don't want her to be like, I don't want her to just not exist.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think a lot of it is.
Yeah, exactly. And just for people to know what Callum just said, raging homosexual, with the guy's name, we call him.
No, don't.
Gay, whatever his name is. I won't say it out loud, obviously, because I wouldn't, but he's. Callum and this person have been friends, it feels like forever.
Yeah.
I can't remember a time when he wasn't kind of in our...
Yeah. It's been...
in our orbit, so to speak. But, he's... a good example because, it's... You hope.
Yeah, as someone who grew up gay, he's always been... mostly against it. Not only just not a believer, he's been against it.
Mm-hmm.
So for that, and it wasn't a 180. I've never heard him say it since. But it was like the week. It was like the week his mother died.
Yeah, it was.
He was just
part
going
of his
through
grief.
It. Yeah, he was just grieving. I think that's very understandable to try and.
Yeah, and I think that's a natural human reaction because. When that sort of thing happens, everybody looks for comfort. And this is the thing, see, people sometimes seem to be of the opinion that I dislike people who are religious. I don't care if somebody believes in God at all. In fact, I think in some cases it can be a really good, positive thing. Yeah. We all know he isn't real. There is absolutely no evidence, right? But if somebody who is, somebody who's grief-stricken, somebody who's lonely, if they find comfort in going to church and believing in God, that's absolutely fine. My whole family is religious-ish. When my grandmother was still alive, my paternal grandmother, she was practically a nun. She was never not in church. But, I think it's a... there we are. So I don't think it's natural human reaction. It's a learned behavior. Maybe, but it's, I don't know. It seems to be, but I'm sure it comes up, and I'm not sort of blaming, people like Aaron Ra and Matt Dillahunty. I'm not blaming them because they're atheist in a level that I'm nowhere near. And they are actively sort of, how can I explain what I mean now? They are way more atheist than I am, is the only way I can think to describe it at 8:25 in the morning. But I only have, because if you notice, whenever I make a video about religion, it'll always be a young earth creationist, because that is just... It's stupid in so many different... It's exactly the same as being a flat earther to me, and I don't care what anyone says. Nobody is going to change my mind about that. Believing that the earth is only 6,000 years old is just complete insanity. I saw a video yesterday, right? It came up when I was searching for something to do with the Mikey Smith video, and there is a Taiwan.
Yeah.
Taiwan, the history of Taiwan goes back 5,000 years.
Yeah, it doesn't. Well, Egypt goes back further than 6,000 years.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the thing, see? And that's what I don't like about that's the one thing. So conspiracies. You believe the earth is flat. Why? There isn't anything that would even suggest that the earth is flat, let alone you be able to test and you know, misinterpret the data and think, yeah, that means the earth is flat. The Mikey Smith video from yesterday, right? He was talking about his pictures of stars. And I will say this for Mikey, at least he tries. He gets up off his ass and tries. I didn't know that, Jess. Or did I? Because did you mention that the other day? Or am I just filling in the blanks? Yeah, so all the pictures he takes of stars are always, imagine now if you took a photograph of your hand behind a glass of water,
yeah,
you'd still be able to see your hand, but it would be all wavy. And so Mikey takes pictures of stars, right? And Mikey Smith's pictures of stars are better than anything the James Webb Space Telescope can take. Better than the Hubble, better than in Chile, there's observatories in Chile, that cost billions to build, basic giant telescopes. Mikey's method is better because he's got a pair of $200 binoculars and he basically gets his binoculars and shoves his phone camera up to the binoculars.
That's gonna work.
Yeah. And it kind of does, but all he gets is really out of focus, blurry pictures of stars. But he thinks that shows that the earth is flat. How?
How?
Because what he's seeing is caused by atmospheric refraction, which is, so have you ever seen these pictures online where it'll be a photograph going to the horizon and there'll be a boat that looks like it's hovering above the horizon. Yeah. It's a superior mirage. It's all to do with atmospheric refraction. And that's why Mikey's star pictures look the way they do. So and it's weird because he's kind of half right because there's too much moisture in the air. That's why and he's not 100% right, but he's on the right track. But then he just blows it all. And
it's funny that you use in that way of thinking, because that is what I feel about a lot of conspiracy theorists. Not flat earthers. That is just idiotic on every level. But a lot of the time, the belief stems from some level of truth, or they've
it's a misinterpretation of correct information manipulated.
And people are really good at playing on that because as long as there's like nuggets of truth sprinkled in amongst the bullshit. It gives it some weird level of credibility.
The reason I put that on the screen is Brian's correcting me. He's right. It is Fata Morgana.
What'd you call me?
My first girlfriend in school, I was. But yeah, it's that's what that, it's not a superior mirage. It's Fata Morgana. It's when like the ship or any object, it looks like it's magically hovering. And again, see, that's what flat earthers use. And they look at that and they go, aha, see what? How does a ship appearing to hover above the horizon prove to you that the earth is flat? Because all it is, it's a trick of refraction. If you pulled up like a diagram of what refraction is, it's sort of showing one line going over the curve and the other one going straight out. And refraction can sort of alter the height of what you're looking at is the simplest way I can think of explaining it.
So they just optical illusions, essentially.
Essentially. But, then the other approach then is just complete and utter denial, which seems to work just as well for them. People believe it.
Welcome to the Blinder
Thank you,
Gang,
Dave.
Mush.
Oh no, it's not Dave Geordie, is it?
Goddery?
Dave Goddery became a channel member. Thank you very much indeedly doodly. And Purple's been a member for 4 months. Has it been 4 months?
Welcome to the Blinder Gang, Mush.
Thank you very much indeed. So yeah. So, like I say, I don't know when the calls are going to start.
We have had a couple.
Have we?
Trying to come through so far.
There
but
we are.
Sprinkled out over the last half hour.
Yeah, there we are. So if anybody wants to be the first person to try calling in, be my guest. Whenever anybody is ready, we will try taking a call. I spent 3 years educating my neighbour that the moon is not its own light source. Finally, last month, he understood it. Last night, he showed up angry at me because he's now doubting all beliefs.
Oh, so you've
bloody Cohen out.
You opened the bottle.
Yeah,
and now
you've burst it. Yeah, she's burst his bubble. Definitely burst his bubble.
That's another like. I'll use Jiren as the example because he's probably the most public version of this. But that's also Steph Brown, the viewer. So people like that must be hard. You know, when you're, especially if you're deep in it.
To do what Jiren did.
Yeah.
For me, that is the most stand-up, honest thing I have ever seen a flat earther doing.
Yeah.
Because what you've got to remember as well is Jiren's channel is bigger than mine. He's got like nearly 250,000. He may be over 250,000 now. And he was obviously earning an income by being a flat earther.
Oh, someone said sorry, Lindsay said, Jiren closed up shop. He got a real job.
He published a video yesterday.
Yeah, but he might not be making anything now.
Oh, he might not be doing it full time. He seems to be doing this, he does.
Yeah, we were looking at this last week.
Looking at Dave Weiss videos and
all right, Dave.
All that kind of thing. But
is he creeping in the direction of Debunker?
Yeah, I think he'd be a brilliant debunker.
We
I really do, because
how could
he understands both arguments.
Yeah, and he understands the gymnastics their brain is doing.
Exactly.
Whereas we can only kind of interpret or guess what hurdles they're going through in their head.
Yeah, I've put that on the screen for a reason. I'll address that in a second. But yeah, but what Jiren did, like I say, really, really shows his worth as a man.
Oh,
he was earning money. He was
yeah.
presented with evidence, and he was like, "Oh my God, what a tit! I've been wrong all." And he said as much.
Yeah,
I use the clip all the time.
I will say, the fact it took him going to Antarctica to get there.
Exactly.
It's not perfect.
No,
but it's mainly because it was his whole existence, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. Right, Freaky Boss has been trying to call in. So, Freaky Boss, if you want to try again, I'll answer your call. I'm hoping. You have seen it come up.
I will say, Freaky Boss, I have seen, because a couple of people have tried, but because we weren't quite going into it yet.
Yeah. So anyway, Purple Snowdrop, the Catholic Church wouldn't let me be baptized because my parents were not married, and the priest took great pleasure in telling people on Sunday I wasn't welcome. Now, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school, I was an altar boy, the full kit and caboodle. But when I was getting married, because Mrs. Blinder wasn't Catholic, there was this whole thing I had to do, because we were getting married in a Church of England church, basically, to a Christian church, and the hoops I had to jump through. But in the eyes of the Catholic Church, even now, after 34 years or 35 years coming up, Mammy's not watching this, 35 years coming up, in the eyes of the Catholic Church, I'm not legally married.
Yeah, that's mad.
It only counts if you get married in the Catholic Church, which is, again, it's berserk to me, absolutely berserk.
But then in this day and age, you don't even have to get married in church. So
no, exactly.
It was just commonplace back.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody did. All brides wanted their beautiful white dress, and
and some people still get married in a church without being religious in any capacity. Some people just like the aesthetic of it.
Yeah, it's like funerals as well. I know some people, but a lot of people have their funeral in church and they're not religious. Is why?
Yeah, I mean,
what's the point?
Yeah,
just stuff me in a little's bag and bury me in the garden. I don't care. I'll be dead. It makes no difference. I don't want a service or nothing.
I want, when I hope it'll be more affordable in however many decades time, but one of those seed pods.
Yeah.
So you essentially get cremated. I think you get cremated, and they put your ashes in this little seed sack. And then a tree grows out of it.
Yeah.
So then cemeteries would just be like forests. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe I'll get I'll find somebody who's into taxidermy and they can stuff me and put me on the landing like that.
Like the Danny DeVito
Danny DeVito's been retired to the loft now. I've noticed. Do you know, right? I don't know. I'm going to try and do something. I'll see if I can do it, right? Because this creased me yesterday and I want to show it to you. I've already... why am I not logged into anything over here? Oh, there we are. Right, so somebody on X yesterday... where's he gone? Was it him? I think it was this guy. Oh, where is it now? If somebody calls in, just answer the call as well, Carl.
Can I just say as well, I know it does say, if you are calling in, please remember to check echo cancellation.
Yeah, you have to have echo cancellation turned on.
Because what we're going to have to do from here on out is if you do come on and it's feedback galore, I'm just going to cut you off.
Yeah.
Feel free to try again. But make sure you click echo cancellation because otherwise all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, exactly. But make sure you turn on echo cancellation. And for the love of all that is part of the Church of Tideology, make sure you mute the stream as well, because it's because what I'm going to have to do is if somebody calls and it's janky, I'm going to have to cut them off.
Yeah.
Guess what?
Thank you, Mr. Weed Wacky.
I'm still looking for this thing from yesterday. I can't find it now. Damn, why can't I find that? It was really good. But basically, I'm sure it was this guy. I gotta find it now because it's doing my head in. Basically, there's some university, sort of some very smart boffins have used scientific data and known sort of human remains from the correct time period. They've basically reconstructed what they think Adam would have looked like if he'd been real. And unless I can find it, it loses all this bloody... But basically, the rendering, it looks exactly like Danny DeVito. Exactly like Danny DeVito. I swear on my life. I have never seen something so uncanny ever.
Danny, I'm just gonna type it in. What was Adam's last name?
Hang on. I found where he's... there we are. Right, let me see if I can share the screen, Carl.
Go on.
Right, share screen. So, click that one. No, that's to invite people. There we are. It's the one that looks like a screen. Weird, huh? Share screen.
That's our style. That is our style. We love to do all the preparation and all the research before we go live.
Yeah.
And in no capacity do we wing it when we go live.
No. Obviously, we know exactly what we're doing. It's a bit rude. You tell me that doesn't look like Danny DeVito.
That's fake. I mean, obviously, but that's just a reconstruction of Danny DeVito.
Breaking news. Scientists at Princeton University recreated a 3D model showing how Adam, the first human created by God, may have appeared.
Yeah.
You tell me that's not Danny DeVito.
That's amazing.
It's Danny DeVito.
There's no way someone hasn't just put in a rendering of Danny DeVito.
That looks like, you know, when he played the Penguin, they obviously had to take molds and everything of his head to build the prosthetics. Yeah. That's what that looks like to me. Yep. So if anybody asks you, what did Adam look like? Well, he looked like
the trash man.
Yeah, he looked like Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
But anyway, right. How many people are here? Oh, there's over 100 people.
Yeah, we just crossed over 100.
It's a positive kickoff. So yeah. So if anybody wants to try the call-in feature, try away. Because I am starting to get a little bit concerned now that nobody is.
The first half an hour when we were just chatting, one was popping up every now and again. Yeah. And now since you... there we go. We got Freaky Boss. So I will...
There we are.
Go straight into this, is it?
Yeah, go for it. Hello, Freaky Boss.
Hello?
No, she's gone.
Oh, wait, it's still connecting.
Is it? Oh, it's still connecting. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit slow connecting.
Hello?
But I don't know
I
if...
think it's gone off.
I don't know if you know, I've plugged the desk into, it's hardwired into Ethernet as well now. It's not,
Okay.
it's not, yeah, it's not.
It's always sunny in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah. That looked like Danny DeVito, didn't it?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And in case anybody's wondering, this, it's hard to point. That is basically it just takes you to the merch store. So
Freaky Boss, what happened then? Because we did answer.
Yeah.
But there was nothing.
Yeah. Come out to that screen, Carl. Just press the green.
Yeah.
And no, come out of it. Yeah, just leave it like that. You shouldn't have to go into that at all. If it doesn't answer, then it doesn't answer. But anyway, I thought God was supposed to appear as a burning bush, but then my neighbour got tired of having to burn. See, you know, that's something that I mention in a lot of videos, you know, it's when somebody like Kent Hovind or Matt Powell will always say, oh, it's ridiculous to think that, you know, that something came from nothing, which isn't what we believe anyway. But it's, you know, they conveniently forget that the Bible says that there was this bush that was on fire and it was talking to people.
Yeah.
Because that's completely believable. People forget, see, we were in the car the other day and I think it was Jordan that said about God killing people. And in the Bible, I think it's how many people did God kill according to the Bible?
All of them, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's an insane number. 2,559,449.
Wow.
So he's an even bigger serial killer than Jax Teller.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird how nobody noticed that in Sons of Anarchy, that he was basically, we were all rooting for a serial killer?
I mean,
I don't think there was an episode where he didn't murder somebody.
As the seasons go on, yeah, he probably killed someone every episode.
Yeah. And the worse his American accent got, the more people he seemed to kill.
Oh, his accent was so bad as the season.
I know.
I've always said, though, about Charlie Hunnam, maybe controversial, I don't think he's a good actor. I don't.
No.
Although, I love stuff that he's in. I think The Gentleman's brilliant. His character's brilliant.
Gentleman's awesome.
And he tends to play
Raymond
characters
Smith.
well, but at the same time, every time he opens his mouth, I feel like I'm watching it reading off a piece of paper.
Carl, somebody's dialing in.
Gareth Farman.
Right, just click the button and we'll wait until we can hear Gareth in our ear. Oh, I can hear myself. Gareth, you need to
move the stream.
Yeah. Right, just pull the volume down. Oh, there we are. The echo's gone now. So does that mean he's gone? Is it connected?
No, it's still connected.
Is it Gareth? Are you there, Gareth?
Sorry, I'm having real problems. If you want to disconnect me, and I'll try again.
No, I can hear you okay. But there is feedback.
Yep, that's the problem. I'm pressing the button, and it won't allow me to turn the feedback off, the echo off.
I think you have to do it before you come in.
Yeah, you have to do it before you join the call.
But try back in a minute.
Yep. No, that's
perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Somebody just said in the side chat now, Creaky needs a mute button.
Oh,
Creaky's got a mute button and his hands free. Muted. Unmuted. Muted. Unmuted. Now, the only reason I set up a mute button is not because Nathan Oakley's my hero or anything. Answer the call. But because we can't screen the calls, it makes sense. Who do we have on the line?
Still connected.
Oh, I shouldn't say that, should I? It's not
on
the line. Who do we have on the CGI calling show? Come get involved.
It is still connected.
It's still connecting, is it? Yeah, because the connection depends on the person's internet connection speed as well. Who is it? Was it a name there?
It was Gareth Farman. It was the exact same caller as just now.
Right.
But we're trying to reconnect now.
Yeah. I haven't got him muted, have I? Because I was pressed.
No, it's connecting. He hasn't. No, he hasn't come through yet. No, and it's gone now.
Yeah. Are you there, Gareth?
No. There's no one connected now.
Oh, God, why is it doing this? It went so well the other day. I knew this would happen.
Oh, yeah, he's trying again, so we'll try one more time.
Jimmy has ruined anything related to the word line for other creators. Yeah, I know. I know. But they've got them all, the line, the hang up.
Every what's the word? Synonym for like, or any kind of innuendo, anything like that. They've got it all. Yeah, yeah.
Has anybody noticed the surround of Callum and I, the background? With it just seemed very appropriate because the show is called the CGI show. It just seemed appropriate to have a green screen chroma key background. But who do we have on the phone? Am I allowed to say phone, or have the line coined that phrase as well?
Nowhere. It's just stuck on.
Is there anybody there?
No, it's just stuck on connecting. Nothing.
That could be their connection. Yeah. See, that's the thing.
The problem I have, which is what I had last week as well, is
oh
wait, I was gone. I can't even cut them off when it's connected. I can't do anything.
Just click that. Right. Who do we have?
Still connecting
on the internet phone thingy. There we are. That's the line. You're not allowed to call it the internet phone thingy. I'm claiming it. Am I speaking to somebody on the internet phone thingy yet?
No, it's just connecting ...
Yeah, awesome. I can feel myself panicking. I'm like a duck on water at the moment. I may look cool, calm, and collected on the surface, but...
PJ, the average gamer, this is going smashing.
It is. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for noticing. The interphone. Yeah, no, I prefer the internet phone thingy.
Yeah, there's just... nothing.
Yeah,
it's just in connecting. But I can't disconnect it.
Yeah, but it works. I tell you what we'll have to do now is just you answer the calls as they come in, and if a voice starts speaking to me in my ear, that's when I will.
I'll just keep trying.
Yeah, that's when Discord seems workable for this kind of thing. Yeah, I've tried doing it with Discord before, and it was echo-tastic. And the reason I wanted to do it, via a web caller is because
also, sorry,
not everybody's got Discord, and my server, you can't join now and then jump on a call. Yeah. You've got to be.
I also think, obviously, people in the chat will, if you're used to Discord, you'll disagree with this, but I find it so unintuitive, and I cannot for the life of me figure out how Discord works. It just
I hate Discord.
It might as well be the Matrix numbers falling down in front of my eyes. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Do you know what I use Discord for? I use it for one thing and one thing only. Just letting people know when I've published videos, because you can't rely on the YouTube notification system.
Yeah.
But that's the reason we've decided not to use Discord, because with my server, and I know this is specific to my server, but when you join, there's like, I don't know what you call it, like a cooling off period before you can use all the features.
Oh, yeah, a lot of servers and stuff. I know, like, gaming servers do stuff like that. And
Mr. Calerno. Yeah, of course we've got, like, the ultimate. I've got a gig up and down. So we got the internet, but for some reason, just click off that screen again, Carl. And just leave it, because I don't know what's going on. BB Shark, who shit the bed? Well, you must have. We were going for an early start today, and it's not going well so far. But plus the US is connected to what? I don't even know what that is. What's Palantir? Or Palantir. It just jumped into a commercial. Did it? I thought I left that turned off.
Yeah, we usually have that option turned off, don't we?
Yeah. Well, I don't know why.
Let me go and have a look.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. So I'm not alone. Discord tells me my email, etc., is registered. Yeah, that's the thing. See, Discord is, too clunky and too unreliable to do this. Unlike the way I've chosen to do it. Should we try doing what we did the other day? Generate a new code, Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go in Bayano so I can change it. And we'll try doing it with a new code, so just call out what it is. And remember, it's case sensitive.
Yeah. How did bloody...
See at the bottom there now? Turn on hosting.
It's on.
Yeah, turn it off and then turn it back on. So turn it off.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
New code?
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to put it in the side chat, but also...
Yeah, and I'll Good morning, Gillum8897. How are you? P8GH79. P8GH79. Okay, so we've got a new code. Hopefully this one will work because the last one was not cooperating. But if you remember, we had that problem the other day, didn't we? We had to
If you remember, and I know we knew today was going to be clunky, but if you remember when we... What?
No, Shisha just said pin it to the top for us. That's a good shout.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing it now. There we are. The calling code is pinned. But when you open, let me see if I can show people. So what you need to do is go to, can you give me full screen, Cal, for a minute? Go to, it should look like this. It's the Road website. It's Road Call Me. Then in the box that you can't really see very well there, you type in P8GH79. Then you click continue, and then you have to make sure that echo cancellation is turned on and auto mic gain. It needs to look like that. And then if you click join call, I didn't click it, did I? So if you click, there we are, click join call, it'll say connecting. Don't answer it, Cal, because it'll create a feedback loop. Yeah. And there we are, it's on the screen there now. So we know that code is working. So that's what you need to do. Just red exit now. If you want to call in, so hopefully that will have fixed it. Mr. Weedwacky, come on, you can say my name, Bjorn, all right? Road is no different. Yeah, but wouldn't it be Riod then? Did I just see a super chat? Yeah, I did.
Ooh, super chat.
I studied theology in university for 3 years. After that, I became an atheist. Nothing really opened your eyes better than reading the Bible. That's the thing, see? And I saw, what's his name? That young Alex O'Connor. Yeah. He was saying the other day, he was doing a debate against an American Christian apologist. I can't remember his name now. He's an Indian fella, but he's Catholic. But it doesn't matter anyway. And he said something along those lines. He said and I've heard multiple people saying they no longer believe in God because they read the Bible.
That is a very, very common thing. I can't remember who I saw. It was someone.
Carl, your mic's off, mind.
Oops.
Yeah, so you sounded all echoey and then but I thought I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that. Carl.
Carl.
Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but it was someone having a debate, and they were, "Have you ever read the Bible?" And the person was like, "Funny enough, that's the reason I'm an atheist."
Yeah,
a lot of people say it.
Dude, I'm putting this. This is interesting to me, right? Because it's accent based.
Yeah.
She thinks your name is Carl because I call you Carl.
I've had it before, like on holiday and stuff. Someone will say, "What's your name?" And I go Callum, and they'll go Carlum. Yeah, like I've said Carl with an at the end. It's definitely just the accent. Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But I think that, I'm not saying only Welsh people do this, but I think we do it a lot more than other people. I've never heard Americans, shortening names in the way we do.
No, I feel like they do, but they what Wales is very nicknamey. I know everywhere is.
Well, yeah.
But we've spoken about this before. But like, you know, die bins.
Yeah. Die fireworks.
Yeah. You know, John the Butcher. John the Butcher. I feel like that's everywhere. But that's what it.
Wales is very nickname heavy.
Well, you think of someone. Oh no, I can't. It's hard. It's hard to give examples sometimes without trying to narrow down.
Yeah. Could be worse. They could call you Gollum.
Jess, it's fine. Honestly, it happens more often than you'd think.
Yeah.
Especially because I think Callum is a very much. You don't get that over that side of the pond very much. If you do, it's rare.
Yeah. In primary and infant school, we were forced to go to church as it was attached to the school. Yeah, same as us. I went to St. Joseph's, which is like one of the biggest, the biggest Catholic school in Swansea. And every day was about church. Most of the teachers were nuns, you know, so I would say we've all been there and done that, but we haven't all been there and done that. But I feel you, Mr. BB Shark. Yeah, people are. They must be.
That's funny. Sorry, Mr. Weed Wacky. I went to a St. Joseph's too. There's a lot of schools called St. Joseph's.
Yeah. Right. Jess literally has a family member with your name.
Really? Oh, well,
I bet it was spelled differently, though. I've never seen it. Whenever I see other Callums, it's always spelled with one L.
Yeah, and those people are idiots.
Yeah.
That's because their parents were alcoholics and they can't spell.
People could argue then, so are you Callum?
Callum.
Because it's Welsh. Because it's double L, isn't it?
Not it's funny, whenever you meet someone called Callum.
What's going on there? Is that somebody ringing in?
There's multiple people. It's still doing the same thing where it's just,
Do we have somebody on?
We had a ready on the line.
The internet phone thingy.
Yeah, I was trying not to draw attention to it because we are having the same issue. It's just saying connecting ... and then nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I don't know why it's happening. Why?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep trying until someone pops up.
But this is why I wanted to just jump straight on and do it today rather than wait, because otherwise we'd be stuck in the planning phase forever, and then we won't get the chance to work out these.
Carl can't tech. I swear to God, Jess, if you've just done something now and everyone's going to start calling me Carl, then your apology will be necessary.
Creaky, honestly, do you know? That's all right, pal. Not everybody's got a big one. Don't feel bad. It's very brave of you to publicly admit that. Not a firewall issue, is it? What's a firewall? Is it? Could be. I don't know. We'll just keep pressing answer until there's somebody there. Is there anybody there? This is not working the way I hoped it would.
Or at all. It's not working at all.
Yeah.
Never mind the way we hoped it would. Yeah. I mean, we did anticipate clunkiness today, but I don't think we anticipated not being able to
click the green thing, because I can't. I'm not mute. Click the green thing, not the arrow. Just
but now.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Yeah, it's just this. That's what I'm saying. There isn't. Calls are coming through.
Yeah,
but
right. Just press the green one again. What's it saying? Connecting?
Yeah, it's saying connecting.
Yeah, this
I really don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Oh, we've got somebody on the internet phone thingy.
Is this working?
It appears to be. To whom am I conversing?
Call me Tom.
Tom, where are you from, Tom?
I'm in Australia.
Oh, bloody hell.
Ooh.
The place flat earthers think doesn't exist, even though there are some Australian flat earthers.
I'm not too sure if you exist, so.
Well, that's the debate, isn't it? How are you, Tom?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So did the question, which was the title of this video, offend you, or could you kind of see why I was asking it? And were you here earlier when I explained why I was asking it?
No, I'm just calling in to see if I could call in.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that's
believer
absolutely
myself,
fine.
sorry.
That's absolutely fine. Do you sort of read the title in the way I wrote it, though? It's just genuine curiosity. I'm just curious how people reconcile
how it could be taken as a challenge.
Yeah, I can as well, kind of. I'm just trying to play it cool. Who's to let
I can see many ways that people can enjoy your content while still believing in God. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You don't display your atheism on your streams or on your videos or anything like that.
No, exactly. This is the thing, see, and I've had this conversation with other people. Until I was a YouTuber, I had never, and I honestly mean this, I had never once even referred to myself as an atheist. I just was a person who didn't believe in God. Now, I know that that's what an atheist is, but I had never had reason to use that label until I was on YouTube. And then I started noticing, hang on a second, people are using their religious beliefs to try and prove the earth is flat. Something's off there, but it's become a whole thing now. It's, the atheist, and you hate this, and it almost feels
because maybe that religion is a very compelling argument for the belief in the flat Earth model.
Yeah, well, yeah, really, it's the only way they can reconcile it, isn't it? Because there's certainly nothing in actual science that even comes close to backing up anything they say.
Yeah, I mean, other than the religion, maybe Muslim, I'm not too sure what it says about the shape of the earth in the Quran, but
yeah, there is
really the only two reasons.
Yeah, there is. It doesn't approach it in the same way as the sort of Christian Bible or the King James Bible, because that's the one they all seem to cling on to, is the King James Bible, which is arguably the worst Bible that was ever rewritten. Because that's another thing as well. See, they don't seem to realize that the Bible wasn't written by Steve and Brian down the pub on a Friday night. It was written thousands of years ago, and it was written in other languages. And those languages have been translated, and in some cases badly translated. And it's, it's kind of, it is, the message is lost in translation, literally.
It was written by the ancient Hebrews who did believe that the earth was flat and that the sun disappeared each night.
Yeah.
And they actually used the word disc instead of sphere to describe the earth.
Right. But what I find interesting about that is that it's perfectly justified 3,000, 2,000 years ago, because we just didn't know, did we?
No, of course not.
And the problem is,
given inspiration by God that it was a sphere, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, the thing is, people now who are arguing, that the earth is flat, and they've got no excuse anymore. And that's what aggravates me about it, is it's just willful ignorance, nothing more at this point, because there are so many different ways that we can see, just on a daily basis, that the earth is a globe, that if everybody was bound by the laws of physics and, they had to follow science in the way some people feel they have to follow a God, then there wouldn't be any flat earthers, because there's nothing in science that suggests that the earth is flat unless you manipulate the data. Like Nathan Oakley, earth is always measured flat. Yeah, it is over really small distances, but the earth is very, very large.
But also, that also begs the question, why are most of the flat earthers in the USA? I mean, other countries are very religious too.
Yeah.
What is it about the US that sort of platforms these people?
Yeah, exactly. Because, so I don't know sort of how much you know about me, obviously, but I've got a friend who lives in New Jersey in America, and I go and stay with him. And the first time I was out there, now I was in the general New Jersey area. I'm not going to say where he's from, obviously, and expose his location online. But I within the first couple of days of being there, I said to him, "Is there anywhere we can go that there, that we don't pass 15 churches?" And he said, "No." He said, "You can't throw a rock without hitting a church out here." So I think it's because it's such a big country. I think the conspiracy theorists and the young earth creationists and the Baptist Christians, the Kent Hovins and people like that, it just seems like there's more of them because there's more people to pull from. Does that make sense, Tom?
Kind of, I guess.
More people equals more stupid people, I think. Anyway, and I will say the number of American people who have, because I've asked American people a similar question to you, as why are there so many sort of flat earthers and extreme religious types in America? And I think it's just because it's such a big country and it's so I don't know if self-absorbed is the right word to use, but they've got the World Series of baseball, and I know now other countries play baseball as well, but it was the World Series when it's just American teams playing. America isn't the world; it's a country in the world, and I think that contributes to the huge number of conspiracy theorists as well. Self-importance. America's the best country in the world. I love America. I get on with every American person I've ever met. I love going to America. So I'm not anti-American. It just seems they have more than their fair share of really stupid people.
They kind of had that term for themselves. I'm trying to think what it is. It's the reason why no other policy in any other country can work in America, like gun control or anything like that. They're unique in some way.
Well, do you know that it's interesting that you brought up gun control? So when I was in the States, I was in I can't remember if it was
exceptionalism. That's it.
Yeah. I can't remember if I was in Target or Walmart. Right, it was one of those two huge supermarket chains, and we happened to be wandering down the sort of the pills and portions aisle, the Tylenol and the bloody Tums and all that kind of thing. And you can buy Tylenol, which is basically, I think the nearest UK equivalent would be like ibuprofen or paracetamol, that kind of thing. And you could buy containers with like 5,000 of these tablets in it. Now, I don't know what it's like in Australia, but in the UK, you can only buy, the biggest pack you can buy has got 16 tablets in it, because they don't want people, buying cheap medication and then using it to unalive themselves. So I asked my American friend that question, and he said, "Do you honestly think any American people are taking an overdose of Tylenol to see themselves off?" He said, "No, we've got guns for that." So, it's... I just found it very interesting and very telling how easy certain things are to do in America that can potentially be life-ending.
Yes, it kind of reminds me that advertising in America for pharmaceuticals is practically the only place in the world.
Yeah, in the UK you see the occasional Viagra advert, but you certainly don't see anything other than the generic off-the-shelf painkillers like Anodin, ibuprofen, paracetamol, you see those, but you don't see TV. And I noticed that as well. I was in Atlantic City, I was in a hotel, and there was like it was more of an infomercial. It wasn't just a short sort of 30-40 second commercial, and it was all about have you been injured in an accident? I'm Saul Goodman and I can get you loads of money. And it's just such a huge difference between the things we're used to seeing in the UK and the things I was seeing when I was in America. It was quite eye-opening, to be honest, because, you know, the first time I went to America was 3 years ago. I'd never been there before, always wanted to, but never had been. And now that I have, yes, I can see the appeal, but I can also see why so many people are completely freaked out by America and the things they can do that the rest of the world can't, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent a few years in America just long ago as a kid. And yeah, it was a great place. I only had good memories of it. But it feels like it's been changing since then.
Yeah.
And not in a good way.
Yeah, yeah. Because, you know, I fully intended to go back this year, but I'm not comfortable to travel out there this year because I know what it was like going through, you know, the TSA control points or the customs entry points I flew into JFK once, and I flew into the other one. I've forgotten the name of the other bloody airport in Jersey now. But going through customs there, it was a whole different experience to the customs you go through when you fly away to Spain on a week's holiday. Very, very different, very serious. And I certainly felt that, yeah, I better not mess around here. I could get in serious trouble.
Yeah, well, anyone you talk to or have an argument could have a gun.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? That's the thing. And that's why it always baffles me when you see, you know, these road rage videos, and people that get, you know, a car's stopped and they may have cut you off and then they stop at a light and this American guy gets out and challenges. How the hell does he know he's not just going to shoot him in the face?
Yeah, that'd terrify me.
Yeah.
I mean, any sort of confrontation order already terrifies me, going that further.
Yeah, yeah. And it was even things that, you know, when I was driving around out there, you know, when there'd be a police cruiser behind me, I'd be crapping my pants. I was like, because, you know, a traffic stop over there isn't like a traffic stop in the UK, you know. They'll just pull you over here.
Well, yeah, and with an accent like that, you'd get ice pulled on you straight away.
That's the thing. That's the thing, see? And a number of American people have said, yeah, don't come until this is all sorted out because you'll probably end up in one of those camps. And yeah, it's just not going to be a good time. I don't know. Have we lost Tom? Or? Oh no, you are still there.
I'm still here. I'm just sort of feeling a bit bad on bashing American.
Yeah, no, like I say, I'm not bashing America. I just find it really interesting that, you know, and you know, in another way, you could say, you know, so on YouTube they divide your audience up by geography, right? And America has always, since day one, been my biggest demographic, which always confused me anyway. Because when
there's lots of people there, or
say that again, Tom.
Is that just because they've got a lot of people there, or is it like per capita?
I think it's the same thing we were talking about earlier on. It's because it's such a huge country. There's more people to pull from, but you know, even the American people who will see this on watch back, I seriously doubt there'll be any comment, oh, you shouldn't be bashing Americans, Creaky. They're your biggest supporters. Yeah, I know. But they're also the most nuts. But they know they're the most nuts. I've been watching the side chat while I've been speaking to you, and somebody, who was it? Yeah, it's quite far back now. But they're clearly American, and he's basically going, yep, we're nuts. So, you know, and I've said to my mate who lives out there in Jersey, and he said, yeah, he said, Americans are bonkers, absolutely bonkers.
It's interesting.
They enjoy your content. So it's
yeah, well, yeah. That's the plan, at least, anyway. What were we going to say, Callum?
It is interesting. We are kind of seeing the collapse of an empire in our lifetime.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. It's like every morning you get up, it's like, what's America been doing overnight?
I This is probably quite sinister, but one of the first things I do in the morning, I go for a dump and check to see if Donald Trump's dead.
Yeah, I do as well.
It's one of my first things I do in the morning.
Yeah. It's yes, it's a strange one. Right, Tom, I'm going to leave you go. We're going to see if we can get another call to work, and hopefully things will be smooth sailing from here on in. It was nice to talk to you, pal. Call in again, right?
Great talking to you too. Thanks.
Take care, man.
Thank you, mate.
Bye. Right, so so it does work. I think people are, I think it's, I'm not saying it's the caller's fault, but if they are, broadband isn't particularly fast or anything like that, then that's gonna cause calling problems. Do you want to go back to a double screen call?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. So yeah. And I know you missed some of the conversation, but we were mostly talking about America.
I could hear it. It's on in the TV in
there.
It's
on in there, is it?
I was listening out in case I needed to rush back out. We got a call.
Oh, right, okay. I'm assuming this is Tom. Hello?
Hello.
Who am I speaking to?
Freaky Boss.
How are you? I saw your video. Thank you very much indeed. I enjoyed that.
Oh, thank you. It was so bad English.
Well, I tell you what, I only speak English and I struggle, so you're doing a lot better than I would do.
Thanks a lot. I just thought I give it a final try, and now I am there.
There we are. Awesome.
Hello.
So, did the title of this video cause you to think anything, or did you just sort of see where I was coming from?
A little bit, but it's a kind of the wrong question for me because I don't believe in God.
Right there.
If I did, I would be like the most of the Christians, I think, because you don't have to take the Bible literally.
No.
So I could enjoy your content and have a good laugh.
Yeah, I know it may have sounded like I was saying, if you do believe in God, I don't want you to. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just interested in how people kind of reconcile believing in God and listening to me continuously saying that I don't.
Yeah.
So, what do you do on your channel then, Freaky Boss? Tell us all about your channel. Let's see if we can get you some subscribers.
Yes, I mainly do World of Warcraft stuff.
Right. World of Warcraft. That's one of those. I forget what they RPG. That's it. I can never remember and it's only 3 letters. But the only 3 letters I ever remember are CGI. CG. Yeah. So that's not the same as what you've started doing, is it?
What?
The thing you.
Sorry,
Freaky. I'm talking to Callum. I know you can hear me as well, but
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I was just wondering. I didn't start anything.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
anything other.
Yeah, Callum and his brother have just started playing Dungeons and
Dragons. That's fantastic. I love that.
Sounds nerdtastic.
It is nerdtastic, but we were having the time of our lives.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Apparently, it's an MMORPG.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes.
I don't know what I remember. So it's like a role-playing game, isn't it?
That's what RPG stands for.
Does it?
Yes.
See, I don't know. I know nothing about gaming at all. Yeah. I used to love gaming, but I've just lost my patience for it.
I always remember you when I was like a little child, you would stay up later than everyone to play the PlayStation for an hour after everyone went to bed.
Yeah. But not people are giving me too much information now. Mass multiple online players, and I'd play Pathfinder more than D&D. I don't even know what this. People may as well be speaking Chinese to me now. I'm not getting it. Anyway, Freaky Boss, where is your accent from?
Germany.
You've done a very a typical German thing as well, where you've said your English isn't good and it is completely fine.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard that a lot.
Every German
about
I
us
met,
Germans.
yeah, every person from Germany I met on my travels, they would be like, "I apologize for my English. It's better than mine. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. Have you visited Germany before?
I haven't. No, I haven't. The closest I've been is I've been to the Czech Republic. I've been to Prague, but I haven't been to Germany itself. I'd like to. I'd like to visit Germany and the Netherlands. I'm interested in. Yeah, you
Netherlands
are. Yeah,
is nice. It's nice. I have been there 2 times.
Yeah, yeah. When we were speaking to Radical on stream a couple of months back, and he was selling it. I think he works for the Netherlands Tourist Board because he was really selling it to us. But I don't know. It's just, you know, when you see places and you imagine what it might be like. I like to do that and then go to that place and see how close my expectations were to reality.
There's only one way to find out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was in the UK one time, and I like to visit Wales sometime.
Yeah, Wales is a beautiful part of the UK. Where in the UK did you visit?
Just London.
Yeah, everybody visits London. I love London myself. Callum hates London.
I have a love-hate relationship with London.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just for a week, so not much time.
Yeah, yeah.
London, I feel like that's longer than I could last in London. At 2 days, get me in, get me out.
Yeah, London's awesome though. There's so much to do and see. The people, you know. I love Camden.
I like people watching in London. Sitting outside a coffee shop and just watching the world go by in London is amazing.
Yeah, that's the same thing for me when I visit Berlin.
Yeah.
Come to Denmark, Creaky. It's like the Netherlands, but with better pastry. Is that true? Right. If I went to the UK, I would avoid London is one of those. Generally speaking, if you speak to somebody who doesn't live in the UK, like Freaky Boss, and ask them where in the UK they visited, 9 out of every 10 people will say London, because it's
the capital.
It's the capital of the UK. It's where, you know, everybody wants to, you know, people want to go and see Buckingham Palace and, you know, that the London Eye and, you know, all the Houses of Parliament, but. The amount of time I've spent in London, my look on London is very different now, because I've been going there for
22 years.
22 years, because my youngest, when he was born, he was very unwell and he was in Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital for the first month of his life. And we've been going back and forth to London to the hospital ever since. But it's a fantastic place to visit, but it is very, you either love it or you hate it. And I've spoken to an equal number of people who like it and an equal number of people who really dislike it.
I always find with London, I'm excited to enter and always
but more excited to leave.
Yeah, every time.
Yeah. That's the same with a lot of places.
Yeah.
Just like me visiting Berlin, and 2 days Berlin was fine for me, and then I was okay.
yeah. But Berlin's the capital city of Germany, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought
You'd love Berlin, I think.
Yeah.
I've never been, but it's very
exciting. It's very exciting.
Yeah,
is it?
It's very fashion orientated,
Berlin,
isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. But it's multicultural.
Yeah. That's what I like about Camden. And did you go to Camden in London, Freaky?
No.
Oh, you should have gone to Camden. Next time you come to London, go to Camden. You will see all sorts of people, different shapes, sizes, colours, accents. You'll see every possible variety of human being, and they will all be in Camden. I promise you.
Okay, that would be the place for me.
Yeah, it's awesome. It is absolutely awesome until it gets dark. Then they start.
Then it's scary.
Yeah, then it's terrifying. Yeah, I should have led with that.
Yeah.
Visit during daylight hours.
Yeah.
Because it can get a bit dangerous. After that, lots of Welsh in Camden, according to Brian. Is there really?
That's a surprise. We don't get out much.
Yeah, exactly. Right, Freaky, I'm going to jump onto another call. It was lovely to speak to you, and hopefully you'll be able to call in again, and we should be able to get this working as we want it to. So take care, and I'll speak soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Right, we got to...
Yeah, one's
we
lining up now. It should...
Oh, bloody hell. Lots of Welsh in Camden. Are they, Brian? Or are you just winding me up? Oh.
We have Wiggles 43 on the line.
Wiggles?
I wasn't expecting to actually make it through, considering I'm actually in America.
Well, I tell you what, I'm quietly panicking because I wasn't expecting you to get through, or anyone else, to be honest with you, and that seems to have been the common thread. So, Mr. American caller, have I pissed you off yet? Have I talked too much shit about America?
Not.
What, okay.
Having been a religious person myself,
yeah,
I am not offended at all.
Yeah,
because unlike the folks that do believe the world to be flat,
yeah,
I also believe that humans wrote the book, and people rewrite the book in their own way.
Of course they do. It's I know this reference won't mean much to you, and I get it wrong every time I use it anyway, but Callum will correct me. So Sacha Baron Cohen, the Ali G movie, there's a scene in the Ali G. It's a silly movie. What's the start of the message? You know the bit with a line of cars and it ends up pitch.
Bitch on the.
How does it start?
Switch on the engine, pass it on.
Yeah, so that one guy says switch on the engine, pass it on, says it to the next guy, the next guy, and they get to the other end, and the guy at the other end says, bitch on a pension, suck my dong. But it got lost on its way down the line, and that's exactly what the Bible is. It's been rewritten and manipulated so many times and translated so many times, it can't possibly even be close to the same book it was originally.
Not to mention how many different languages have been retranslated.
Exactly. And there's a reason lost in translation is a very well-known phrase. Sorry, everybody. Callum just flopped.
Yeah.
Literally. I don't know if you could see it. No, you're not on screen.
The mic stand needs a blue chin.
Yeah. His microphone stand needs a Viagra tablet.
See, I can relate to that movie you were referencing, though, because we used to play a game in school called Telephone.
Right.
My teacher would test us. One on each end of the classroom would get a different message. And you know that one of the kids in the classroom would change it intentionally.
Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing. See, that's something I've not considered, actually. Has anything in the Bible, during the many translations and the many revisions and rewrites, has anything been added in that wasn't there in the first place?
Homosexuality.
Or taken away.
I can't say personally that I know as a Christian, but I do know that some of the words was taken out just so that certain kings could remarry.
Right.
Yeah, Henry VIII, I think, he made divorce legal basically just for himself.
Yes, exactly the one I'm referencing.
Yes, yeah.
Right. So are you currently a Christian, or?
I consider myself to be an active Christian, though I don't consider myself to follow any specific line.
Right. Yeah, because
I believe in a Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and that's roughly it. Yeah,
because this is what I was interested in discussing, is how, and I know the way I worded it may not have been the best, but how. But I'll say it as simply as my mind will allow me. How is it that you were able to enjoy my content when I'm bashing something that you believe in? Or do you, because to me, if it was me and I was the viewer and you were the creator and you published the odd video that I really disagreed with, I'm not the type to get all butt hurt. I would just not watch that episode and then Oh, there we are. This one's about Flat Earth. I like the Flat Earth videos. They're funny. I'm going to watch this because I get comments occasionally, and it'll be invariably, it'll be from somebody I'm used to seeing in the comment section who's always been giving me sort of really positive feedback, telling me the videos are funny and they enjoy them. And then I say that one thing they don't like, and that's enough to completely change their opinion of me and, you know, make them feel like they need to announce that they're leaving, you know, being a subscriber of my channel. So how do you?
Indubitably, without any chance, there's always, or without any doubt, there's always going to be that person in there that wants to follow that line, that wants to follow everything and claim that they are. And then immediately, whenever something goes against their own belief, which is free will, in my opinion, free will is my belief. So if somebody has their own free will and you don't like it, then you're taking away their free will within your own.
Right.
I, personally speaking, like you said, yeah, I might skip an episode. In fact, I've been out of your channel for a couple of weeks, mostly because of school. But at the same time, I still follow along because everything I've watched has been something quite entertaining, even when it's not part of the Flat Earth discussion.
And you know, I try to be mindful of the fact that some of the people who follow me are Bible believing Christians, and I don't know how long you've been in the stream for, but I said earlier on, just to try and offer a little bit of clarity, it's not, I don't actively dislike people who believe in God. I just don't like, it's the young earth creationists I've got a problem with more than anything else, if I'm being honest. It's, you know,
I share that with you there, because when it comes to young earth creation, the implication is less than what, 6,000 years, if I'm not mistaken.
It does
scientifically
vary.
Speaking, it just doesn't fit. Not to mention, when it comes to a lot of the quotes that the flat earthers try to throw, the four corners and the firmament and all of those things, I believe that to be more of a dimensional aspect. Whereas we live in a third or fourth dimension if you count time. But it can, I mean, it's, again, perspective. Oftentimes they have themselves railed in one direction and they'll refuse to see anything else. Some Christians are the same.
You know, it's sort of, if for argument's sake a Christian was arguing that, I'll say God did it, right, just to make it transparent and simple to follow, but a Christian believes that God created everything that we have now. I completely disagree with that. There's no, but that's a whole thing in and of itself, right? Now, if somebody said, I'm a Bible believing Christian, I believe in God, I believe that when I die I'll go to heaven and everything will be wonderful, and it was, so I'm a Christian and I say God did it. What I mean by that is I think that God caused the Big Bang to happen. So if somebody was taking the science we have now and the things that we know and saying, because it helps them to feel comforted or kind of content in the way they live their life, then that, to me, that would be a much more sensible way of approaching it, as opposed to the likes of Kent Hovind, Ken Ham. We all know the young earth creationists are saying that all of, because they're not just saying that God did it, they're saying that God did it and every scientist in the history of science has been wrong or is a liar.
You know, honestly, I can't understand why I can't have both science and my religion.
You can. That's my point.
Well, that's exactly, and that's what I'm agreeing with you there. I can have my religion, my belief, and still have science. I don't think that God pulled everything out of thin nothing. I can't even say air, because that's still something. I can say, from my point of view, that he did something that was outside of our own understanding. And the reason why we see it in such godly text, especially in some of the earlier books, is because society itself had yet to develop an understanding of scientific level as what we have now.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a question for you. As a Bible-believing Christian, what do you think of flat earthers that are using the Bible to try and prove that the earth is flat?
Two-factor. I think that they are misinterpreting a lot of the words that are written in there.
Yeah.
And secondly, there is a portion in the New Testament where Jesus himself was supposed to have said, forget everything from the past, just believe this.
Yeah.
Which basically omits the Old Testament, in my opinion. It's there simply for reference so we don't repeat our mistakes. But move on with the new stuff. Learn now, you are smarter.
Yeah. Because I said to somebody earlier on, it's young earth creationist, 6,000 years old, that sort of line of thinking. 6,000 years ago, people had an excuse for thinking that the earth was flat. We just didn't know that it wasn't. But we've moved on significantly in the last 6,000 years. You could even say the last
100 years.
Yeah, the last 100
leap.
Yeah, even in my lifetime, my wife and I went down a bit of a rabbit hole the weekend, and we were watching on YouTube short kind of informational videos, which candy was available in the 1970s. What car did your dad drive in the 1970s? Where did your mother go and do the grocery shopping in the 1970s? And it was mind-blowing to see so when I was born in 1972, so seeing the differences from even when I was born in my 53 years, the changes are, if somebody had told me when I was a 5-year-old child that one day people will be speaking to each other across the world, technology will shrink the world and afford us the luxury of being able to have conversations like this, for example, I would have thought they were nuts. But the point I was trying to make in a long, drawn-out way is things change. Technology gets better. Sometimes it gets worse. Yeah, of course it does. But at least 6,000 years ago, when people said the earth was flat, it was to them, because they didn't know it wasn't.
Perspective, because they didn't have the ability. But as you said, technology has grown, science has grown exponentially across the most recent 100 years, like you were saying.
Yeah.
You've seen so many things go through and progress. And as you said, again, some bad things did come of it. You know, we had our wars and such with atomic bombs, but those also developed into things like nuclear power, which fission is a great thing we wouldn't have if it wasn't for science.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad you used the word science there, because I think that's one of the things that aggravates me about people like Kent Hovind and, you know, that crowd, is the fact that they outwardly claim to be men of science, but everything they say goes against established science because they want their version to be reality when it isn't. So how can I ask you two things? One, I've already forgotten your name. What was it? And I hate not addressing people by name.
You can call me Wiggles.
Wiggles, right? Okay. I remembered it started with a W. Callum hasn't put it on the screen, so I couldn't remember. But the question I was going to ask you, and you'll have to excuse me if you have touched on this, how do you think, as a Christian, we got to where we are now? You know, do you accept evolution as, you know, the most evidence-rich explanation about you know, well, why we exist, for example, or as a Christian, have you got a belief that it falls outside of science?
It's a little bit of both, in my opinion. I've actually addressed this with some folks in my own church whom got a little shaky on the idea.
Yeah.
I did imply that when it comes down to everything, atomic structure, quarks, and such similar, you know, when you get down to that point where we can't measure it anymore,
yeah,
that's where my divine powers arise to fill in the blanks.
Right.
When we finally get the ability to look beyond that,
yeah,
there will be another step.
yeah.
As far as your second half,
yeah,
ADD just kicked in and I forgot it.
But yeah, that happens to me all the time. You're in good company, pal. I can lose my train of thought halfway through a sentence. I even interrupted myself on a stream once. But yeah, like I said, I'm not asking you this to catch you out. I'm asking you this because I'm genuinely interested. So
I'm also genuinely interested. Do you remember what the second question was?
No.
I thought not.
Not at all. Not at all. But yeah, it's so would it be fair to say then that you'll fill in the glaps? What's a glap? You'll fill in a gap with God.
At least temporarily.
Yeah.
To an extent. And when science can find something that can fill that gap and I can understand it, then I accept it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that, like I said, I believe in God. I don't think that God took everything and just said, let it be there. I think there had to be something to put there.
Yeah. Right. So I again, I don't know how long you've been on stream for, but I said something earlier on. I watched the clip of Alex O'Connor. Sorry, not Alex O'Connor. I was talking about the Neil deGrasse Tyson and Piers Morgan clip. And Piers Morgan is a Christian, and he believes what I was pointing out earlier, that he believes in the Big Bang, evolution. He accepts all that. But in his opinion, God did it. And Neil deGrasse Tyson responded by saying, so that's a very common thing. And he was explaining that it's called the God of the gaps argument. And basically the way he framed it, which I thought was quite a nice way of framing it, is so where science has yet to make so Piers Morgan asked Neil deGrasse Tyson what existed before the Big Bang, which is a very common question, isn't it? And Piers said God must have existed, and Neil deGrasse Tyson was explaining that that's a very common thing, and it's called the God of the gaps argument. Now, I know certainly on YouTube and in the debating kind of space, that's seen as quite a negative thing to say. But I think the way you just explained it, it's more of a placeholder until that gap in knowledge is filled in. Is that what you're saying?
In my belief, yes.
Right.
Much like a bookmark, and until I can understand it better. Better speaking, not just a bookmark, but a measuring tape.
Right.
I can't quite get to the right measurement until I've found what that measurement is.
Right. Yeah, I follow what you're saying. Somebody's asking in the side chat, they're asking me, but what's my opinion on the Shroud of Turin scientific testing? I don't know. I'm aware of the Shroud of Turin. Obviously, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school. And I am aware that there's been some scientific testing done on it. There we are, Wiggles. What's your opinion on whether or not, I think I know the answer, on whether or not Jesus of Nazareth was, do Christians call him Jesus of Nazareth, or is that a Catholic thing? I don't know.
I believe that's a Catholic thing because I myself have never referenced in such a manner. Just Jesus.
So just Jesus. So do you believe that Jesus was a real historical figure? And if the answer to that is yes, why do you think he's always depicted as a white guy with long hair, blue eyes, and a beard? Do you think that's just what
I actually thought about that.
Right.
I have. Right. And I've actually been curious myself because the locals of the area of the time would not have reflected of such. I think that was something that was brought in a later time to simply match the aspect of people they were trying to lure in. Right.
So the appearance of Jesus could potentially have been a tool that was used to make him more relatable to the general worldwide population?
That is my belief, yes.
Right. Right. It's just really interesting to me, and this is why I wanted to speak to people like you, because number one, I don't want people like you thinking that I dislike you just because you believe in God, because nothing could be further from the truth. I said earlier in the stream, my issue with religion is when it's forced upon me or when it's just blatant misinformation. And again, I'll reference the king of misrepresenting the Bible, Kent Hovind, or the kings, Flatearthers. You know, they all seem to use the Bible as if it's this sort of fountain of all knowledge and there is nowhere else that you should be looking for it. But
so I have told many people that you can look in the Bible and not find it. But if God wants you to find his message, he'll put it wherever you look. So you'll find it on a matchbook, you'll find it on the back of a bus, or you'll find it in the book.
Yeah.
But that, again, that's my belief. And if it's something that somebody else doesn't believe, I don't impose it upon them.
Yeah. Like a friend of mine, a friend of Callum's as well. We both know him. He's the minister, the reverend in the local Pentecostal church, young earth creationist. Religiously speaking, I think he's off his meds. I think he's nuts. How can you only think the earth is 6,000 years old? But when I moved, he was the first person to turn up at my front door, roll up his sleeves and help me carry my furniture out of my house into the van.
When we were doing fundraising back in the day
Yeah.
for the hospital.
Yeah.
The church were the people who set up all the events.
Yeah.
And he helped us.
Yeah. Yeah.
And wanted virtually nothing in return.
Yeah.
He wanted you to come to church on a Sunday.
And I went a couple of times.
I feel like that's
because he was a friend.
Yeah.
But it was all this, and again, I know American Christianity can be quite different from...
Especially
Pentecostal, but there was a lot of this, praise Jesus and hallelujah, you know, when he'd say something and then you'd get like a jump scare from the congregation where somebody would go, praise the Lord. It's, Jesus, calm down.
You're going to catch the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
I have been in similar situations, and I myself have been one of those that have actually gone to help somebody purely out of the kindness of my heart.
Yeah.
I do think that a lot of religion, when it comes to many religions, doesn't matter if it's a Christian religion or a variant completely different, there are very few religions that have a rule other than be nice to everybody, be kind, be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
There's very few religions that I have ever seen that imply, aside from some that I don't want to mention from 20 years ago,
right?
That said, you know, if you're not of us, then we shall kill you and be gone.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I try not to strike on that because that one tends to be shunned by people still to this day.
Yeah, I think I'm Googling it now to see if we're on the same page, and I think we are. Yes, we are. Yeah. I won't say it again because are you talking about the Muslim faith? I'm just going to say it.
Not just.
Yeah.
Not just.
And the fact that the Quran says that infidels shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
And you know what an infidel is. Obviously, you.
I've done a minute amount of study. I can't say I've actually delved into it very much.
Well, it's you, it's me, it's Callum, it's my wife,
anybody
my
that
parents,
chooses not to follow their strict path.
Exactly. Because I do get people asking me why I never make videos about Muslim faith. I've never come across a video of somebody who follows the Muslim faith saying anything that I thought needed responding to.
I also think as well, a lot of the time, with Islam especially, is there's a lot of like connotations to it. And I know people say, oh, that's not fair, you can't, but there tends to be connotations to talking about Muslims.
Yeah.
Because of the way the world is and stuff. People are going to go, well, you're being racist.
Yeah, exactly. From the side chat, Westboro Baptist Church. What's your opinion on Westboro Baptist Church, Wiggle?
I didn't catch it. unfortunately.
Right. So are you aware of the Westboro Baptist Church?
Not specifically. I'm aware of Baptist Church.
Right. So the Westboro Baptist Church is basically, imagine the worst Christian you've ever met in your life. They were just a horrible, hateful person. And then quadruple it. And make it an entire group of people who all believe the same thing.
Who live on one compound together.
They all live on, and it's definitely not a cult. There we are. Shisha just said in the side chat, they preach hate, which they do. And when I used to do the There We Are Then live streams with Conspiracy Cats, we interviewed Shelley, the founder's daughter, and it was such an interesting conversation because they're massively homophobic. And I asked her, Shirley something in there, I can't remember her name. I said to her, so they will go and they will protest. They'll find, say, a pride march, for example.
Or as far as they'll protest veteran funerals.
Yeah.
And children's funerals.
Yeah.
Thank God for dead veterans is a sign they always carry.
Yeah, and God hates what British people, what people call cigarettes. God hates FAGS, all this kind of thing. So I said to her, because they always seem to have children with them as well, Wiggle, right? So I asked Shirley, I said, so let me give you a hypothetical. I said, you're on a protest and one of the kids with you runs out into the road and gets hit by a car. You have to phone an ambulance. The ambulance comes, the crew gets out, the driver is just an average white American guy. The paramedic, the caregiver is black and he's gay. How can you possibly, with good conscience, allow to treat your child when your whole religion is about preaching hate towards homosexuality or black people or anybody that you deem not worthy of believing the same thing as you say? And she couldn't really answer it. And when I pressed her, she said, well, yeah, of course, it's my son. So, or my daughter, whatever it may be. So you're a hypocrite then. And she really couldn't she couldn't justify how she would make her insane beliefs work with a real life scenario that was life-threatening.
In a sense, you shed a light on something she probably hadn't seen.
I thought it was a perfectly valid question, you know. You say all gay people are terrible and they deserve to go to hell. A gay ambulance driver is your only option to save your child's life. What do you do?
I myself say that everybody has free will.
See, the thing is, right, and I know this may sound like a cliched thing to say, but honestly, right, and this is honest as I can be, I do not care if somebody is black, white, Asian, gay, straight, trans, be whatever you want, be whatever makes you happy. There are still only two types of people in the world. There are nice people and there are not nice people. And it still blows my mind that people will be like, I don't like the look of that guy over there. He looks, he looks like he's going to do something he shouldn't be doing. And when you look over there, it's like, I don't know, a young black guy, or do you know what I mean? I don't see why.
I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's somebody looking upon somebody just based on their bodily shape. For example, consider America. We've got a lot of people whom are very overweight because we've got so many fast food restaurants and nobody wants to cook for themselves.
I was going to say, I know exactly why that is. Sorry to interrupt you, Wiggles, but I'll forget otherwise because I'm like, and I'm childish, right? So when I was in America, I really so we landed. My friend picked us up from the airport, took us straight to a restaurant. What's the first thing I wanted to eat in America? A burger. So I had a burger. Next day, then, I want to go to McDonald's. Went to McDonald's, gave my usual order. Big Mac meal, please, large. Jesus Christ, I could have swum in the cup. It was huge. And the fries, there was enough for like 3 people.
I don't know if I'm entirely accurate on this, but I believe our large cups are your small cups or maybe your medium cups.
I think you may be right.
Take a look at our cups over the last, I would say, 3 decades, and you will see that they have grown phenomenally.
Yeah.
What once was a large cup, back in my childhood, is now what is considered the regular first size for an adult.
Sorry, a small cup in McDonald's in the US is 500 ml.
Is it?
Half a litre. You don't even, so your small cups are bigger than our large.
Yeah.
Indeed. Wow. It is roughly the equivalent of a cup in my cupboard.
And I noticed as well, I think this is a New Jersey thing, the Wawa filling stations. I don't know if that's
never been.
Yeah, I think it's a Jersey thing, but they've got these these fizzy, soda machines, and you go in and you can pick your size, you put ice in and you fill it up with like root beer or ginger beer, whatever. Oh my word! These cups. I had to carry it. It was a 2-handed job. They're so huge, but they still somehow fit in the cup holders of. Well, the car I was in, it fitted in the cup holder.
But I can give you a case of my own gluttony based on that one. And this is my own gluttony, so nobody can judge me on this one, but myself and my father. I grabbed a cup from what we call an AMPM, which was a local gas station on the West Coast before I got out of California.
Yeah.
Ugh. And it was 100 fluid ounces.
Wait, so hold on. What is that in milliliters?
Yeah, we work in milliliters.
Unfortunately, with my phone being out of hand, I cannot change that, and I don't know the mathematics. But if somebody in chat could alter that for us,
Kalamazis.
2.8 liters.
So
yes. So now here's the kick. Here's the kick for you.
Sorry, if you go into a shop here and you can find a 3 liter, it's because it's a novelty item.
Yeah.
They don't make them.
Indeed. Now, you want the part that's actually the pearly portion here? Is I didn't fill that up with any kind of soda pop, Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb, whatever you want to call it, Mountain Dew, I believe we have. But no, they had an energy drink on tap.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah,
I filled that thing up and I did not sleep for 72 hours.
I saw a video on YouTube a couple of weeks ago, and there was a guy, and the video was my $1,000 a month fizzy drink habit. And this guy was going to like Walmart and he was spending like $600 on trays of, cans of Dr. Pepper, cans of Pepsi, cans of lemonade, whatever it may be. And he took it out to his car, loaded it up, had to ring his wife to come with her car because he didn't have enough room in his car. And when the person making the video asked him, he said, yeah, this is enough for about 10 days. So this guy is spending like $600 once every 2 weeks on soft drinks.
We got our 100 fluid there by Mr. Weed Wacky.
Yeah, it's just under 3 liters, like Callum said. But over here,
2.95 something. It comes out as.
Yeah.
And to correct my mistake from earlier, a US small cup in McDonald's is 27 milliliters less than a large in the UK.
If I'm not mistaken, 16 ounces. Yeah, gluttony is one of the main for America, and that, and of course, all of our flat earthers that seem to be tainting my life. I never believed it was a real thing until I actually worked with one.
Yeah.
In a facility where I'm supposed to be caring for people,
right,
taking care of people whom cannot take care of themselves.
Yeah.
And I find somebody that has the audacity.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
But then again, I'm not supposed to judge.
Yeah, well, exactly. Exactly. That's the thing, though, isn't it? It's so difficult. I like to say that I try not to judge people on sort of their initial appearance, but I think it's very difficult in some cases to not form at least some sort of opinion of what a person may or may be like just based off what they look like. I know I certainly get it. You know, the tattoos, the bald head, you know, the stretched ears. I know that makes, you know, people form an opinion of me, which is never true.
I think perspective as well, what you grow up around.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm probably in the minority for stuff like this, but because I grew up, obviously, raised by you, and like that sort of look is normal to me. Whenever I see like a bald-headed guy covered in tat, not one part of me is intimidated because I go, he probably gets that a lot, and he's probably just a regular guy.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, if I see someone with a nice, a fully grown man with a nice hairstyle wearing a suit, right or wrong, my assumption is you're probably a knobhead. So it is. Yeah. It's perspective, what you grow up around.
Yeah, there we are. Somebody, Kent Hovind has a go at you for your appearance. Yeah, he does. That's all Kent Hovind does. Calls me creepy blind man, and says about my stretched earlobes and my tattoos. He can't. I think Kent is so useless. He can't think of another way to respond to me outside of picking apart my appearance. But little does he know that that's probably the thing I care the least about.
Yeah.
I dress the way I like to. Today, I know I've got a Dockers cap on and just a plain green t-shirt. Tomorrow, if you see me, I could have cowboy boots and jeans on and, you know, a shirt and a fedora, or, you know, if I was feeling brave, I'd wear my cowboy hat. You know, I don't care what I look like. I look the way I feel I like to look.
Now, to that I say, everybody has their own thing, and I don't know where it came from. My cousin threw it at me at one point, so I've been throwing it for 20 years.
Yeah.
You do you, boo-boo.
Yeah.
However you want to
exactly.
be, you do you. And I'm not going to judge somebody on that.
Yeah, exactly.
And with that, though, I am going to have to cut myself here because
okay, dude.
I do have to take care of my daughter.
Right, you go for it. What time is it there? You California, you said, or
for myself? No, I'm in Arizona. It is 3 a.m.
Oh, damn.
Oh, wow.
Or 0300.
So you either need to go to sleep or
get up.
One of the two.
Well, now for myself, I work a night shift, so generally I'm not home until after 0700.
Right. I got you.
I'm an epileptic, so I can't be up and down and up and down.
You need to watch yourself. Right, take care, pal. It was lovely to speak to you, and hopefully you'll call in again. Take care, Wiggle.
Oh, I do hope so.
Thank you, man. Take care. Bye. There we go. Go back to the double screen card. Yeah. So that to me, that was the most interesting conversation I've had in a long time, because he was a Christian. He wasn't all butt hurt, and he was explaining, and you know, this is, I don't know. I just think there's going to be some really interesting conversations come out of this.
I also think, obviously, I know we didn't want to set this up as like a full-blown debate show, because
I don't want it to be a debate show. I don't like debates. I think they're.
Well, someone actually did say in the chat, like, they don't. Yeah, I know. I know. But someone said earlier on, like, how they kind of feel like debating doesn't really solve.
No,
anything.
It doesn't.
But like you said, him not being butthurt, I think it's interesting to just have like an open discussion like that. Like he probably said stuff you disagreed with.
Yeah.
You said stuff he disagreed with. But it doesn't matter.
No, and we were still able to have a grown-up conversation like two adults.
Yeah.
Wonders will never cease. Look at Creaky fishing for compliments. I don't fish for compliments. I just ask for them directly.
Troy, not good enough.
Yeah, I was just gonna pick on Troy myself. No. Can you pick on him while I go and have a quick wee?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not happy about that, Troy.
Yeah, ridiculous.
We are 2 hours and 4 minutes in. And now I'm being left on my own. It's what we'll do, eh? I hate it when this happens now. Carl's my... wait. Am I plugged in? Can everyone hear me? Or is everyone messing with me? But yeah, how did we find that first call? I was back and forth being the tea lady. I sound like I'm in a cave. Does that sound good now? Did you see it flop? This is what we were talking about earlier. I don't know if anyone's messing with me now. Some people are saying they can hear me. You probably didn't want my... Very cave-like. I mean, my mic stand does keep going all floppy, so I'm wondering if it is that. The mic... Yeah, everyone... I think people are just messing with me. I think so. Yeah, how did we find that then? I agree with Creaky. I think it was a very interesting conversation rather than a debate. Because obviously you might have noticed I'm taking slightly more of a backseat in the call side because it's not really my thing. But I found that very, very interesting. Yeah, everyone can hear me. Wiggles, yeah, I agree. Wiggles was very, very good. It was very interesting. And like we were just saying, there was no sort of tension. And I'm not saying that's not going to happen. 100% there will be tension on some of these calls. Yeah, disagreement shouldn't be hatred. Yeah, this is what I'm liking. This is chill This is chill. I think the conversations are great. Yeah, if any of you were here last week, you'll remember us saying, but we wanted to make it kind of our version of, not the line. We're not copying the line, Jess, not at all. Matt Dillahunty scares me, terrifies me. So that's not what we're doing. But no, we wanted to do just our own version of it. And I think famously, we're not very prepared, very technically savvy. I think it works in good. I think is the toilet at the end of the street, or is it a prostate issue? He's 53. I think that's what it is. Takes a lot more pushing than it used to. Wait until the inevitable politics chat happens. Yeah, I think it's unavoidable within certain topics, but that's not. We're probably never going to do like a tell us why you support Trump type stream. Well, no, I doubt that. I highly doubt that. He might want to do it, but I have not got the restraint for a Trump-centered conversation without saying something extremely bad. Oh no, he is taking the piss a little bit now, isn't he? Where is he? I know he can hear me as well. I know this is on in the TV in the house. Yeah, he fell out of his chair. He's coming back now. Hello. Hi. They were all messing with me just now.
Is, you know, if somebody's watching this on TV, I'll send you a WhatsApp with a picture now. The chat, just you may as well not be on screen.
Oh, is it covering my face?
Yes, but but I don't think it's anything in our settings. I think it's just it's just the way it is on TV. The side chat is there, and I don't know how to turn it off on the TV.
Yeah, because obviously it's not up on our screen. We've turned it off.
Yeah,
it's fine. I don't need to be on screen all that much anyway.
Yeah.
Have you gone through these super chats?
No, but I will right now. I mean, I've just WhatsApped you the picture of what it looks like. Okay. So, where are we? We got them in the...
there's only two, actually, I think.
There we are. We'll do this one first.
Ooh, super chat.
Tyrant Berry, €5 super chat. Thank you, pal. If the Bible is a fountain, then science books together are worth an ocean. I wouldn't disagree with that at all. This one isn't a super chat. This is Mr. Booby.
Welcome to the Blinder Gang, Mush.
Practicing Pastafarian year, I believe in the FSM polytheism is allowed and encouraged.
Oh, douchebag, did you shave your beard off? I'm pretty sure you said that you were shaving your beard off. Did he say that, or am I thinking of someone else?
No, he did, didn't he?
I think it was
him as well.
Yeah.
I think it was him as well.
I'm genuinely curious because I remember the photo and not yet. Don't do it! Don't do it!
Yeah, I'm a bit like that with my beard. And I can have a beard down to my nips, and then I go, I don't want a beard no more.
Jordan's the same. Like, Jordan will like...
Yeah, but Jordan's like a bloody... You know those clay toys?
Yeah.
And you used to and the hair. Jordan's like, to grow a beard, all Jordan's got to do is go...
Yeah, blow his nose.
And then he's got a full beard. It grows so bloody quick with him. Anyway, so if anybody else wants to call in at any point... feel free, because I really enjoyed that conversation.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I want this to be.
Yeah.
I want to show people that you can have conversations with somebody you completely disagree with, and it doesn't have to turn into a shit show and end up looking like pigeons playing chess, where you just run all over the board, knocking the pieces over, and then claim victory. Or as I like to call it, the Kent Hovind method, because if you listen to Kent Hovind, he's never lost a debate in his life. But yes, I've WhatsApped you that picture.
Oh yeah, I did.
Have a look at it.
It
just completely
covers.
covers.
It does block me off. But if anyone's watching on a TV, is it that distracting? Because like I said, I'm not on the screen as much for this show.
Yeah, I
have been today, but I'm more in the background and.
I've never had a beard. I can't stand them on my face or anywhere else for that matter. Where else have you tried growing a beard apart from your face then? Oh, hang on. Shisha, right. Somebody said
accidentally dated a what?
Yeah, accidentally dated what, Shisha? Now we want to know. Now we definitely want to know. It would seem that somebody has scanned the QR code that's above Callum's head and purchased.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no, they've just downloaded the free ringtone. Because that's the only thing I don't send a thank you video for.
Is it the... I don't think so, is it?
Yeah.
How many... Do you have the stats? How many downloads?
It is in the back end of my...
I'd be so curious how many people have that on their phone.
Yeah, actually, you've just made me think about Yeah, so, there we are. Somebody's calling in now, Carl.
American Steve.
Hello, American Steve. Are you there? Is there anybody there?
Did it?
Have I?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh,
did you mute me? Did you mute me?
I did. I'm so sorry, American Steve. I muted you. You hadn't even had the chance to say anything.
Jeez.
I'm so.
You were so much nicer the first time.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting into the swing of it now. You're getting it both barrels. I don't care why you're phoning in. Even if it's to tell me I'm great, I'm still gonna shout. I'm not really.
Did you call in last week, Steve?
Yeah, I did. I help you guys get it.
Yeah, I remember. I recognize the name.
I remember the voice. I do. Yeah. How are you today, American Steve?
Good. Enjoying this awful weather that we've had for like the past 2 months.
Oh, I tell you,
won't stop raining.
You want to count yourself lucky you don't live in Wales. We have quite literally, and it's official. It's been on the news and everything. We haven't had a single day this year without rain. It's rained every second of every day almost. It's a bloody nightmare. I'll be getting webbed feet and growing water wings at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, like I said last time, I'm in Reading, so I'm just down the road.
Oh, yeah. Now I definitely remember you, the American guy who lives in the UK. Yeah. Why Reading, Steve?
So I work in IT. When I first got moved over here, Thames Valley is kind of like the IT of the UK.
Oh, is it?
I moved here 10 years ago. Yeah, like Microsoft's here.
So it's like the Silicon Valley of the UK then.
Yeah, I mean it's still a shithole.
Yeah,
it's funny referring to Reading as Silicon Valley.
When I first moved here, all my American friends were like, "Oh, you're so close to London. Reading's great," and all our British friends were like, "Well, it's not Slough."
Yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say it could be worse. You could be based in Slough.
Could be Reading, Didcot. Slough.
Yeah. Leatherhead.
Yeah.
No, I love the prompt because it's very interesting. I feel like you treat your atheism a lot like mine, which is
yeah.
I don't believe in God, but if you want to, fantastic.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to have the conversation with you.
Yeah. Like I said, I think I said this, the freaky boss, when I was speaking to her earlier, or it may be in the call before, until I was on YouTube, I'd never once described myself as an atheist. I didn't feel I needed to. I didn't need to justify the fact that I do not believe in God. It was just kind of something that was me. And then when I was on YouTube, and initially I didn't go near any sort of religious content of any description, but then obviously the Flatearthers started using religion as, well, specifically using the Bible to kind of, yes, but the Bible says. It doesn't matter what the Bible says, does it? I'm sure the Harry Potter books say lots of things, but none of them are based in reality because they're stories. And even if the Bible is a legitimate historical document, which I don't think it is, but even if it is a legitimate historical document, it's still not accurate because it's been rewritten and retranslated so many times.
Yep. So I for my sins, I married a Catholic. And out of all the Christian religions, I know the Catholics have had their issues, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But they're the only ones that I generally know. And I grew up in Georgia, States, which is my grandmother was very Southern Baptist.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who are the most hateful people I think I've ever met in my entire life. And so I go to mass with my wife sometimes. My best friend who is converting to Catholicism over Easter, and I'm all for it. It makes them happy. It scratches an itch that they can't find answers.
Yeah. And again, that ties into what I said earlier on. If somebody finds comfort in believing in God and it helps them to be a better version of themselves or live what they deem to be a more caring and loving existence, believe in God then. Yeah. But don't try and say that I'm terrible somehow because I don't. Does that make sense, Steve?
Exactly. And don't legislate it.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know I keep referencing Kent Hovind, right? But it's because I hate him. Callum said earlier on, he checks every morning to see if Trump's dead. I secretly wake up hoping that Kent Hovind is. But what I don't like about him is the fact that he says things like, stop teaching your evolution religion in schools. How is it a religion? There's no deity. There's evidence that supports every aspect of it. So how can anybody frame the lack of belief in a God as being anything other than the definition of a word?
Yeah. We kind of had a run-in. My wife and I had first started, we'd probably been dating about a year, and we went up to Cincinnati for a wedding. And up there is where, I don't know if you know, it's another Ken who's a young earth creationist, Ken Ham.
Yeah, Ken Ham, yeah.
So his big museum is up in Cincinnati.
Right.
And so I'd probably been dating my wife a year, and her parents were up there for this wedding and stuff. And I go, well, can we go? And her response was, no, I don't want to have to bail you out of jail today.
Yeah, that's the thing. See, it's so I had somebody, and I know Kent thinks this isn't true, but it is, whether he believes it or not. So I've got somebody who goes to Dinosaur Adventureland, and he goes there fairly regularly. And whenever he goes there, if he sees anything interesting, I know something interesting in the signing in book, or as anything changed on that, he sends me photographs. I've got a whole folder with thousands and thousands of images and photographs of the signing in book and the way Kent, because prior to me getting this information, it just looked like Kent was sitting at a desk presenting in a similar way to me, but he's not. He's doing it in his church in front of a congregation of people. So when he's in one of his videos on Rumble, or he's mysteriously snuck back onto YouTube now, but he's performing. He's got people there egging him on and telling him how great he is and laughing at his little jokes when he calls me creepy blind man instead of Creaky and this kind of thing. But I know Kent doesn't believe it. Excuse me, but it's true. This guy regularly sends me inside information from Dinosaur Adventureland, and I'm hoping that one day he'll provide me with a piece of information so devastating to Kent Hovind that I want to be the guy who brings him down.
Although if children die in there isn't enough.
It doesn't matter, Cal. He offered them a free day out at his free-to-enter theme park.
Sorry,
what more could he have done?
I forgot he's a completely stand-up guy.
Yeah, he couldn't have employed, lifeguards because children go there and there are lakes they can swim in. He couldn't have done anything like that. He just offered them a free day out.
Yeah, I mean, that's also America for you at the same time.
Yeah, I know. It's very different. So how long have you been out of America, Steve?
Oh, God. April will be 11 years.
I was going to say, the oh God was enough to tell me it had been a long time.
Yeah. No, we got our citizenship 2 years ago. So.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Oh, wow. So you're full-on British now?
Yeah, now we're fucking off over to Ireland. So.
Do you miss home at all?
I miss, there's certain, and I'm kind of ashamed to say this. I miss American consumerism.
Yeah.
Like going to Publix and Target and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Being from the South, I miss food.
Yeah.
I miss biscuits, I miss gravy.
Yeah, it's a different experience here shopping, isn't it? We've got Asda, which is it's Walmart.
Yeah.
But it's not Walmart. It's I've been to Walmart. I've been to Target.
It's owned by Walmart.
Yeah,
that's about as far as
yeah. We haven't got a supermarket that would even compare to the average American supermarket that I saw in Jersey and New York.
Jersey's a world on its own.
Yeah. That's the thing. I referenced Wawa earlier on to another American guy I was speaking to, and I did know, but Wawa I think is a New Jersey thing.
Is it
but
just Jersey or is it East Coast?
No, they're down in Florida too. So
they are.
Right.
We go back. We go home every year. My in-laws live in South Florida because the winter months of the UK suck.
Yeah, they do.
So we go to South Florida, and I play golf on Boxing Day, 26-degree weather. It's great.
Nice. I've never been to Florida. We were gonna go last time we were in America, but something happened and we ended up we couldn't make the trip. But I just want to go and see, is Florida what? I know somebody who's in Florida on vacation right now.
Yeah.
Somebody who works where we like to go and eat.
Oh, okay.
She's out there now in Florida doing the Disney thing, does it every year. But I wouldn't want to see that Florida. I would want to see Florida. Is Florida man real? That kind of. Do you know what
absolutely.
I mean? Yeah, that's what I would be interested in.
Yeah.
I may or may not be related to a couple Florida.
Yeah. So as an American, when somebody says Florida man, explain to the people listening what a Florida man is.
So it's based on the headline, right? So you see something in the news that says Florida man found killing 6 people by eating their face. Florida man found humping a gator in the swamp. That's a Florida man. Which you had this. There's a really big GIF when you search American GIFs. It's a guy standing out in a hurricane with no shirt on, holding a giant American flag with looks like James Hetfield from Metallica. That's Florida.
Right. Yeah. So it's basically then the village idiot kind of thing. The guy who always seems to get himself in trouble and do things which are highly inappropriate for the average human being.
Or as we like to call them in the South, rednecks.
Yeah.
Wasn't you said about eating the face? Wasn't that the original where the meme came from? Wasn't it the bath salt story?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, and I think he did rip 6 people's faces off while on bath salts or whatever it was.
Really?
Yeah, and that's,
holy shit.
I believe that's where the Florida man meme originated.
Me just quickly address this from Tal Tracing in the side chat. Are you not afraid of being deported by ICE for being different? Yes.
I mean, and then I thought it was aimed at me.
No, I was mentioning earlier on, we fully intended to visit the States again this year. Yeah. But so many people gave me so many different reasons why that probably wouldn't be a good idea for somebody who looks like me. I decided to give it a miss this year. But, to answer Tal Tracing's question, I'm sure that I would be Because I noticed when I was in New York City, and this was really interesting to me, I thought I would just sort of blend into the background in America because it's America. But I didn't. I felt like I stood out even more over there. And that was before I ever opened my mouth. As soon as I spoke to somebody, they wanted to be my friend and they wanted to know everything about me. One woman in a liquor store thought I was from where all the grape juice in the world came from. I said, no, I'm Welsh. That's Welsh. Is very different. But
I am interested though, Steve. You wouldn't get any issues now, would you? Being like would they hold a grudge? Ex-American?
No, because I still carry American citizenship. Like I have dual. So the only thing that worried me was the social media checks, which fortunately, as a citizen, I don't have to worry about. And also, I may or may not have gotten permabanned off of Reddit a couple months ago.
Right.
So they can't really find anything.
Yeah. Are they actually doing that now?
So my neighbors went over. His sister lives in Miami. They went over a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they had no problems at all. They literally just went to the airport, stamped their, he's very white Irish and she's very white British.
Right.
They didn't even pay attention.
Yeah, same. My best friend and his fiance are in Vegas right now. They flew out yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I assume they got their fine. Either that or they've been detained because I haven't heard a word from him since. But I assume they'll be the same again because they're just too white.
Yeah, but that imagine if one of the questions at sort of passport control was, what do you think of Trump? I know exactly who you mean.
Yeah,
he was here yesterday or the day before.
Oh yeah, I'll say Joe's name.
Yeah, Joe, yeah. I can't imagine Joe being that diplomatic.
They don't. So they were telling me about their going through customs, and they said he went through the required questions, but you could tell he was doing it very apologetically.
Yeah.
As in, I think most people understand what's going on. And so at some point they still have a job to do.
Yeah. Are they just kind of asking because otherwise they're going to get fired?
Right.
But yeah, like you said, they're looking at you in a way like, I also can't believe we're doing this.
And surely they can't be checking every single person on every single flight. The logistics of that just wouldn't work, would they?
I have no idea.
From what I've heard, because obviously I don't have to do an ESTA to go home because I have an American passport. When you fill out for your ESTA, you have to give them your social media information. What I've been told.
Right.
And it does go through some automatic checks, I believe.
Right.
But when they're there, they ask you, why are you here? How long are you staying for? Where are you staying? It's the same questions. I used to get harassed by Border Patrol at Heathrow up until I got my indefinite leave. And I finally learned the trick. If I'd walk up and hand them my passport and go, "You're all right," they would just stamp my passport and go, "Oh yeah, he knows what he's doing."
That's a good trick to be fair.
It is. And it's, again, I'll reference New Jersey. It's the have a good one. Everybody says have a good what?
But
but it's a New Jersey thing apparently. And you're right enough. When I walk out, I'm seeing it in my mind's eye now. I'm flying somewhere. I walk up to passport control, and first thing I do, all right. Yeah, no problem. Passport. Yeah, there we are. Badunk, stamped. Off you go. It's kind of behaving
like a local.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably see you and they go, "Oh, this guy's been here before. He gets it."
Now the interesting one, I'm pretty sure you don't drink, right, Creaky?
Barely, hardly at all.
What's interesting is when we're home and I'll go to the bar and order a drink or something, I'll be like, "Oh, cheers, thanks," because again, I've lived in the UK for over a decade.
Yeah.
And the looks you get of, "But what do you mean cheers? We're not cheersing."
Yeah. But I think that I'd say
it's a very UK.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'd say, "Oh, cheers, pal."
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of just it's
when I got my citizenship, I felt like that should have been on the citizenship test. Is, do you know how to use the word cheers effectively?
Yeah. So are you? I'm just trying to think now. The Americanisms that wouldn't apply over here, like if you went into a shop and asked for a bag of chips, you're going to get something very different to what you get in America. So. Have you gone sort of? Are you now a crisp guy as opposed to a chip guy? And
crisp football. To me, fries and chips are different though. Like fries
they
are
are.
skinnier French fries, chips are chunky chips.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree with that.
And lift.
Fries can be called chips, but chips can't be called fries. So like a fry is a type of chip in my head.
Yeah.
But it's a fry. It's its own
thing. Yeah. It's it's weird because I know that so my uncle has traveled all over the world. He's lived everywhere you can possibly think of, right? And he spent a lot of time as a younger man in America. So my grandparents, they saved for years and years. And when my uncle was just coming up to being 19, they had finally saved enough money for him to go and visit America. And he wanted to go out there for 6 months, see everything, and then come back. So he got there, landed, got off his plane, went through passport control, jumped on a Greyhound bus. I can't remember where in America he landed. Within 5 minutes of leaving the airport, they got pulled over. Turns out it was a fake cop car. 2 men came on the bus with guns and robbed everyone on. So my uncle had all his money stolen. One of the real policemen who turned up later on then kind of liked the way my uncle spoke because he was Welsh. So Officer Murphy, an Irish-American policeman, kind of took my uncle under his wing, helped him find a little job, and he ended up having to work his way around America. But the reason I brought my uncle up, when he came back, I can remember I was a very young child. He's 25 years older than me, whatever it is. When he came back, he had gone really American. Like really American. Yeah. And I think...
He has a very... I don't know if neutral accent, but you can't quite place his accent.
Yeah, but that's because he's lived in Ireland for 40 years, so he's trying to be Irish, but he's Welsh.
And Irish. He lived in the Caribbean.
Yeah, he speaks Arabic, lived in the Caribbean for years.
Does he speak Arabic as well?
Yeah, no, he's not fluent. He speaks enough to get himself out of trouble.
I bet he does.
Yeah.
I bet he does.
But it's interesting to me how people adapt. My brother's another good example. He's lived in England for 25 years, and my brother speaks very differently to the way I do. He's a police officer, so he has to communicate effectively. And a heavy Welsh accent in the part of England he lives just doesn't carry the same authority.
And this is the thing. He was such a Swansea boy as well. Such a Swansea boy. And then... after starting to work, I remember he would come home for like the weekend and he would say something in such an English accent. We'd be like, what was that?
Yeah, were you acting posh?
Yeah.
So do you find, Steve, that your speech has altered in the last 11 years? The way you speak on a day-to-day basis?
I think so. I work very internationally. I work in IT. So like I work with a lot of South Asians. I work with, funnily enough, a lot of Brazilians.
Yeah.
My wife is American as well. We watch a lot of American TV.
Right.
So like I use British words, but I don't, and sometimes phrasing happens. But my biggest, so again, being from Georgia, I used to speak with a very heavy Southern accent.
Yeah.
And when I was in high school was when Mr. Bush was president.
Right.
And everybody thought we were morons. God forbid. I wish we could go back to Bush.
Yeah.
Now. And so I killed my Southern accent, but if you get me home around my family or drinking.
Yeah. I was going to ask you that now because I've said this on stream so many times. I've said it to Callum as well. It's when, for example, let's say I'm on holiday in Spain for 2 weeks with my wife and I'm speaking to people in bars and, getting to know people, that kind of thing. But, if I meet somebody else and that other person is also Welsh, completely changes everything. I become at least 25% more Welsh than I am. And I think that you're in a different country. Oh, no way, somebody who speaks exactly like me. Yeah. I'm going to have to be really Welsh now just to make sure he knows I'm Welsh as well. So I think that's probably what you mean, where if you go home to Georgia for an extended break, you will slip back into your Southern accent.
Yeah, and what's funny is when we'll do that, we'll meet folks out. We're on holidays. Like we'll meet other Americans, and you can always tell that we have found each other because the volume goes up. 30%.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. It is. It's crazy. It's, I don't know. That's got to be part of human nature. You just like being around your own people, sort of thing.
It happens when we because we holiday to Egypt every year. Because God is awesome if you like all inclusive. But what's really funny is they think we're all British.
Yeah,
the Egyptians do, because we're white and we speak English.
Yeah, that really bugs Welsh people as well. That, as you know, if we're on holiday, I've been to Egypt myself, beautiful place. If somebody says to me, "Are you British?" I say no. Oh, where are you from then? Wales. But isn't that in Britain? Yeah, but I'm Welsh. I'm not British.
Well, so I would say you are British. You're not English.
No, I'm not. I'm not British.
Your passport says differently.
I know. But yeah, no, it does. It does. But I'm not British. I'm Welsh. I'm Welsh because there's have you seen that video? It keeps popping up for me. I don't know if it's having a sort of a resurgence now. It's a song from a child's cartoon, the Animaniacs, and they're basically listing off every country in the world.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, but every time I see one of the, what about Wales? And then you go, oh, Wales isn't a country, it's a principality, and I don't care. Wales deserves to be on there just as much as New Zealand or America or, you know, pick a country, Taiwan, China. But yeah, but no, Welsh people don't.
I've heard what's been said.
Yeah, there we are. Callum's back. He's come marching in here. Are we British or Welsh,
We
Cal?
are Welsh. We are Welsh, not British. I can't hear you. Hold on. Now the argument starts. Say that again to my face.
Yeah. It's like,
but in the Venn diagram of things you are both Welsh and British.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true. Yes, we are. But
yeah,
yes, Welsh first, British second.
Yeah.
More like Welsh first, handsome second,
yeah,
well endowed third, British first.
Well, let's not tell lies now.
Yeah, but there we are. Other people are so turtle moves. Welsh first, British second. Yeah.
Yes.
Scots first, never British. And do you know what I think? I think it's Celts.
The Celtic nations.
And the thing is as well, right? And this will upset people now. The only reason people in Britain speak English is because people came in and faffed around with everything.
That's a polite way of putting it.
Yeah, everybody. Welsh wasn't the Welsh we've got now. But Welsh has come from the original language of native British people. And then the Vikings came in and the Romans and balls everything up, the Anglo-Saxons. That's why British people speak English. We're meant to all speak a version of like a Celtic language, like almost a mismatch of Welsh and Gaelic and that kind of thing. But the Vikings ballsed it up for us.
Yeah, a lot.
But it's like I would imagine if somebody said to you, Steve, "Are you American or Canadian?" That would probably, I'm not saying it would be offensive to you, but until you say the word about, I don't know if you're American or Canadian. Sounds the same to me.
That's fair. I mean, to be fair, and your idea on what's going on with it being British and things like that. That's why my wife and I are moving to Ireland.
Oh, you're moving to Ireland?
Yeah, we've been here 11 years.
Southern?
Yeah.
Well, that's where my family live.
So to be fair, we moved to the UK in 2015 to get European passports, and you guys kind of balls that up for us.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, that is a bad time to move.
That was bad timing on your part. Yeah, we did.
So you literally came here for the freedom of movement, and then we swiped it away.
Yeah, exactly. It was the ultimate rug pull.
Yeah.
Jess says she definitely says a boot, and so does Lindsay. Oh, Lindsay doesn't say a boot.
So, but we in the past. Sorry. In the past like 8 months, I've been told I don't belong here and I should go back to my country at least 4 or 5 times.
Really?
Yep.
Why?
Because I'm not British, even though I am British.
Yeah, well, there's this, without going into like politics, I don't know if you're aware of this new Restore Britain part.
Take a screen a minute.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of, the full...
Yeah, press...
see... This is not working very well.
I need to pee again, I do. I'm just...
But now we won't cut away from the bloody... They won't let me go. Anyway... There is a lot of rhetoric at the minute with having a British passport doesn't make you British.
Yeah.
Which to me is nonsense.
I mean, the 70 grand I paid in visa fees should make me British enough.
Yeah. I don't get it. I think if you hold a British passport or you were born and raised in Britain, you're one of us. I literally don't see the issue with that.
So the good thing about a British passport, though, is it allows you to live and work in Southern Ireland visa free.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, because I was going to ask you about that, because obviously you've just spent all this time in the UK, but now technically moving out of it. I thought maybe you would have gone to Northern Ireland, but are you moving out of it by design?
Yeah, because if we go live in Southern Ireland for 5 years, we'll qualify for Irish passports.
Oh, okay.
Which will give us European passports.
Going around collecting passports like Infinity Stones.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, that's kind of the plan. We actually just closed on a house, so.
Oh, amazing! So you'll be off soon.
Yeah, looking in April, but you know.
That's exciting. I haven't been to Ireland in years. Like we got family over there, obviously, and I haven't been over there since I was a really small child. But I just remember it feeling like another world. And every time people come back from there, like from visiting our family, they're like, "You need to get out there." I get invited every year, and I just rudely, I don't know, I haven't been.
I mean, it's good fun. The Irish are, as they would say, good crack.
Yeah. I met 2 random Irish boys outside of Bristol Airport a few years back, and just got chatting. Within 2 minutes of the conversation, I knew their address, and I was invited for a cup of tea.
Yeah,
we weren't even in the same country.
Yeah, yep.
But yeah, they're brilliant people.
I actually have to jump for a work call.
Okay,
but I love what you guys do and keep doing it.
All right, thank you very much for coming on. Creaky's back now. If you
yeah, I'll wait 2.5 seconds.
There we are.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh dear me.
That's timing.
Yeah, I had to wrangle Coco. I did. She was.
I thought I could hear her scratching about.
Yeah, she's come in the garage for a shit. It's her favourite place to go to the toilet. Yeah. So I needed a cool run-ins on the way out. Oh dear me. Yeah, sorry about that. I needed a second old man pee, and we've only been going 2 hours.
I will say,
we've been going 2 hours 40 minutes.
Did we even talk about the topic on that call?
No, Steve just rang in. Steve just rang in, and that's what it's going to be. You know, it's a call-in show. It's not.
Yeah, I still really enjoyed that. Yeah, until he said we were British, then I had to come legging it back into the garage.
Yeah, I know. Oh dear me. So yeah, so the line. No, I can't. Can I say the line is clear? There's nobody on the phone thingy now, so if anybody else would like to use the internet phone thingy to call in, then you can. Ben Speed, how are you, pal? Hope you're doing okay. Been missing your live streams. Don't worry about it, Ben. So have we.
Yeah.
We haven't been doing Sunday night live streams. We've established that there is no possible way we can compete with the line, which is live on Sunday at exactly the same time as me. So, like most sensible people, I thought, well, if you can't beat them, join them. And that's part of the reason why it's such an early start. But we're gonna keep this going until 5:30. So I'm hoping that the CGI show will become its own thing, rather than being it. I've heard it called a lot of things, but never wrangling Coco. No, I haven't been for a dump. No, my dog is called Coco. Well, I say dog.
Yeah, the rat.
My furry rat is called Coco, and she had snuck into the garage. She must have whipped out when you went in just now, because you dashed back. You didn't notice the door had bounced.
Yeah.
She yeah. Anyway, so yeah, there's nobody. No, there's nobody calling.
I'm keeping an eye out.
So I don't know what.
Hold on.
What?
Oh no, that is the same code.
Yeah,
I
press the green thing to get rid of that. I don't know why it keeps defaulting back to that, because you can't see if the microphones or anything are up.
Well, that's on the standard page now.
Look, what's that? Look up the Superman escape and Green Lantern roller coasters at Movie World and Leviathan and Jet Ski Rescue Roller Coaster SeaWorld Gold Course, and tell me how you and Callum would go on them. I probably wouldn't now before even looking them up. I was thinking about this the other day because I was watching a TV program. It was one of those 70s things, and they were showing in Blackpool, there used to be a roller coaster called Pepsi Max.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to go on. I never did, but it was like onboard footage of that. And I looked at it and I was like, yeah, I think roller coasters are just a fond memory for me now. I'm not going to be like Nanny was when we went to Euro Disney in Paris.
She must have been in her 60s.
She was about 65, 66, I think.
And she was coming on all the rides.
Yeah, and she went on that.
Aerosmith,
that's right.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think...
Yeah, there we go. It's called the big one now, isn't it? Not the Pepsi Max.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it was only called the Pepsi Max because basically Britvic soft drinks went, oh yeah, there's like 10 mil. Call it Pepsi Max and we'll help you pay for it.
Was that maybe like alongside the launch of Pepsi Max as a drink?
It could well have been. I love Pepsi Max.
Yeah.
I'm definitely addicted to Pepsi Max. I don't care what anyone says. Definitely. You haven't been online as much, been moving to the new HQ, had a week without broadband, my kidneys. See, when we moved 4 years ago,
didn't you?
I made arrangements and the broadband got installed on the day we were moving in because I didn't want to be without the internet.
It's also just not practical for you to be without the internet. You can't.
No, I can't do anything.
Yeah,
I can't work. So, you've moved to Pensgunner, haven't you? Posh now. Ben's posh now.
We're posh now.
Yeah, he'll have to add Mr. to the start of his his username now. Joe Blow the Heart. See you from Quebec City. Oh, what happened then?
I tried to take Ben's down as
multiple clickage.
Nice.
I'm so glad they fixed the sound effects. Everybody can hear them better now, can't they? Oh, it's Mr. Boob. Creaky and Callum, beard is going as you stream.
Oh no!
Hang on, I got to open Discord now.
Where's my phone? Oh, there. I won't be able to see it anyway.
Oh, see, Mr. Boob is multitasking. He's talking to Peck in the Discord server. Don't tell Peck we live, mind. Whatever you do.
I don't even know if I've... Oh, yeah, Peck has been in the chat.
It's... Oh, he's down to the Simon Whistler. Oh, you can't see, Carl, can you? You'll have to poke your head over here and have a look. This is similar to I got... Bring my clear glasses over from there with you, Carl. I can see why it sounds like Carl when I said it then. That's Mr. Boob. So that's step one.
That's still beardy. I can still deal with it.
Yeah, that's still beardtastic. He's calling it the... Oh, Carl, you've left...
Okay.
Down to the goatee.
Yeah, Walter White.
Yeah.
Let's hope this doesn't end at Nathan Oakley.
Yeah. No, that's all we've got so far.
We're on Walter White so far.
Well. We got the same glasses. Look, I find these ones a bit big for my face. I don't know. Good morning, me. Me official, not me. I wasn't talking to myself. And they are stinking. I can't see anything. Oh, dear me. So, how does everyone think it's going so far? Let's have some real-time feedback. I almost want to call, but I don't know what to talk about. I think we'll agree on things or that about... Ring. Call in, Jess.
Also, you did just pull this down. I don't believe in God, but I do believe in an afterlife / ghosts. And I definitely enjoy your content.
I'd love to speak to you. I would love to speak to you. That's exactly the sort of thing I'm getting at. Yeah. Hang on, I got the wrong screen now. I'll have to get rid of Mr. Booby. So I can put the... Oh, you've taken it off the screen now. I put it on the big screen so I could read it.
Oh, sorry.
Take care. Wiggles 4-3. I don't believe in God, but I do believe in the afterlife. Ghost, I definitely enjoy your content. Does that count? Yes, it does. Ring in. The code is in. Is it callme.road.co.uk, and then enter the code, turn on echo cancellation, and then patiently wait for the internet to catch up. And I know it's not me because I did a speed test this morning. We've got a gig. We've got a gig up, and the thing that the phone thingy is on is connected with a wire. It's not. Yeah. Oh, so who are we speaking to now? PHGH79. Yeah. Interesting username. That's always baffled me with people's usernames when they do them, that it's not even like.
I think sometimes they're auto-generated from like.
Yeah, it could be
their name. Or...
Actually, yeah, I saw Mr. Beast explaining why he's Mr. Beast. Well, he was Mr. Beast 6000 when he. And he said it was a game in like, I don't know, like Discord, and it just added some letters after. You know, it would generate a username for you. Yeah. You know, it's
a lot of people just do that. I think people don't really.
But yeah, that would be a very interesting conversation, because if you're, what did they say? You're not. They don't believe in God, but they believe in an afterlife.
Yeah, not God, but they do believe in an afterlife.
That's really interesting, because surely, he'd have to be required for that, wouldn't he?
That's what I'm.
And do you know what I've started seeing more of recently as well is people saying, you know, that creepy guy who sent me a message who I really hope doesn't call in. It freaked me out. I'm hoping he's asleep. He's somewhere in America, and I hope he stays there. He was basically implying that I should believe in God just in case I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And I wonder how many people who say they're atheist still sort of think, well, he might be there.
I think it's probably...
Do you know what I mean? You say, if I ask you, you say, oh, no, I don't believe in God.
Yeah.
I don't believe in ghosts. Why aren't there any Neanderthal ghosts all over Germany? I have questions. Jess, are you going to ring in, or it's entirely up to you, or the person whose name I've forgotten? Agnostics. I suppose, yeah. Agnostic atheism is just, you know, I'm not sure if there's a God, so for now I'm just going to not believe there is one.
I can't remember the name of the physicist, but it's a quote from him, I think, and it's something like, it's about believing in God, and it's essentially that. It's because he has everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I can't remember the actual quote. It's like, a wise man will believe in God because he has everything to gain or nothing to lose. I've butchered that completely. But I think, especially up until recent years, maybe more people in like science communities. So look at like, you know, Albert Einstein and all them from almost 100 years ago. That was long before it was socially acceptable to say you weren't religious in any capacity.
Yeah. Because it is very convenient that people who are Muslim, for the most part, are born in exactly the right country to be a Muslim.
Yeah.
People who are Christian.
Yeah.
People who are Buddhist.
Yeah.
Well,
do you know the thing? So we were talking about the Welsh/British thing.
Yeah.
Britain wasn't Christian either until it was all pagan.
Yeah.
Religions and stuff. So Christianity only, it was brought over here.
Yeah. It was. You're right. Yeah. I'm an atheist, but I may be agnostic. I'm kind of stuck on the fence. That's basically what agnosticism is, isn't it? Essentially, it's I don't know is what agnostic.
Yeah. But isn't that also just atheism though? Because no one knows.
No, atheism is I'm certain that God doesn't exist because there's no evidence for him. But agnosticism is I don't know. So Ricky Gervais always says it, doesn't he? Technically, every single person on earth is born agnostic.
Yeah.
Because I was Catholic because my grandparents were Catholic, my dad's Catholic, and my mother liked the singing. That's why I'm Catholic.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, I'm trying to do, oh, Jess is on.
Hello.
Hello, Jess.
How are you guys doing?
Very well. How are you?
Oh, that's me.
How terrible. Oh, God, I can't.
I know, hogging the camera. It's just me and you, Carl and Jess.
Yeah.
Hi, Carl.
I literally,
Right, Carl.
There we go. I fixed
there we are. Yeah, right, there we are. How are you, Jess? How terribly is this going so far, in your opinion, as one of the behind the scenes people on that word that shall not be spoken on the line?
You guys aren't the first ones that I've tried to like help set up stuff or like use call in studio. Like I've worked with a lot of smaller content creators as well that have used different methods. So like Discord or various other websites and stuff, and everybody has tech problems. You guys are doing fine.
Good.
Because I think the conversations are great.
Yeah, I was watching Matt yesterday. I forget who he was on with, but he was tearing them to shreds as he does. And I was sitting there watching it thinking, how is this all going so perfectly? But then he said that, he's been doing it for 20 years. And so it's like, yeah, well, that's why it's going so perfectly then, this experience. And he's had ample time to iron out the kinks that all seem to have appeared for me this morning.
Can I ask you a question about Matt Dillahunty, Jess?
I can't promise an answer, but you can certainly ask.
It's a simple one. Does he have a sense of humor? Because he scares the shit out of me, and I just can't imagine him being like, I don't know.
He does. He does gaming streams, and he can joke around, and he is funny. Like we have our line Discord, and he'll tell jokes in there and stuff like that. And I don't know. I love one time when I was screening, somebody called me some really horrible things.
Yeah.
And I put it in the screening notes. Matt didn't like that. So he called him out live on air. Did you call my screener this? Did you call my screener this?
I love that.
And yeah, he's really supportive. And
so he just comes across scary. He's not actually a scary guy.
He's not. Not if you're logically sound and
yeah, because the video I was watching yesterday, the guy was implying that Matt wouldn't be as confident in the things he says if it was in a face-to-face scenario. So for example, if he said, like he said in that same video yesterday, I hate you because you voted for Trump, and the guy was going, oh yeah, but you wouldn't say that to my face, and he was trying to explain that he would, because he believes in the things he says, and he sees no reason that the threat of physical violence should prevent him from saying what he believes is the right thing to say. And I thought that was a really powerful kind of statement to make. I actually believe what I say. I don't, and I'm not saying I'm anywhere close to being the way Matt is. Everybody's different, but I wouldn't say something in one of my videos if I didn't actually believe it. I wouldn't say something I would want to retract after the fact.
Definitely feel you on that for sure.
Yeah, sometimes things they have to be said.
I do, and I think again, he's been doing it for 20 years, and he's heard it all before too. So it's very.
I'm sure. You gotta. I'm sure Matt has been insulted in some of the most imaginative ways possible. And I would imagine also that he hasn't lost a second of sleep over any of it, because I'm sure that, like I Kent Hovind again, but I'm sure he thinks that it bothers me that he calls me creepy blind man. I literally could not care less. Makes no difference to the rest of my day that some wrinkly old turd from Alabama refuses to say my name properly.
Well, I'm not calling him a doctor, so
no, exactly.
I guess I'm not Yeah.
Jess, let me see if I can guess, using my vast experience of Kent Hovind, why you won't call him a doctor. Is it possibly because he's not a doctor?
I don't think Patriot University is a real university.
No, it's where I keep my lawnmower and my rake and chainsaw and all that good stuff. It looks like a garden shed.
I have to wonder if they're still running, because couldn't we all just go to Patriot University and get our doctorate?
No, it's interesting that you say that, because when I was making a video about Kent Hovind the other, I always like to include a picture of Patriot University to show people what it is and not just say what it is. But a private residence came up this time that's never come up before, with no signage or anything, but the website and everything links back to this address. So I don't know whether the diploma mill has decided they no longer need an official university. And they're just working it from a home address. I don't know.
It's been rebranded now to Patriot Bible University.
Patriot Bible University.
Yeah, apparently so.
Right.
Is it Colorado?
Yes, I think.
Okay.
I think it is, actually.
Yeah, it seems. Yeah,
and if you look at it on Google Images or Google Maps, it shows.
Shed. Yeah,
I
know what. Yeah,
it's a garden shed with a big dusty car park, but a private residence came up for me. It was a residential street.
And the first thing that comes up is Patriot Bible University, formerly known as Patriot University, is an unaccredited independent Baptist correspondence school.
Yeah.
So it's
that translates to
independent Baptist.
Yeah, that translates to not a real university. It's a diploma mill.
I agree. It is a diploma mill, and I kind of do want to get a biblical scholarship degree from a non-accredited place. How much money do they charge people
that's a really solid video idea, Jess.
Try and become try and get a doctorate.
Try and get a doctorate in exactly the same way Kent Hovind did, because if he can do it, I definitely can. 100%.
I mean, I've read his dissertation, so I think I can do it. I think that's right.
It's basically the script of one of his videos. It starts off with, "Hi, I'm Kent Hope." What are you doing? I didn't start any of my essays that I had to do as any part of my education with, "Hi, I'm XYZ." It's just complete insanity. And the fact that he keeps referencing videotapes. Somebody needs to tell him that tech hasn't been around for a while.
And he wants $50 for his recorded set, and you can return it later if you don't like it.
Yeah, but the number of people who've come to me in email or comments and said, "Oh, my family had the full kind of video library of Kent Hovind's lectures, and we actually used to sit down and watch them as a family," which to me is completely insane.
I didn't just watch them as a family. I went to a school where when they brought in the VCR and the TV on that little thing, it was Kent Hovind on the TV.
Really?
Oh, yes.
So, sorry to interrupt. Patriot University, if you do want a doctorate, it's going to cost you about $1,500.
Really?
Yeah. $159 to start your enrollment. Beginning next month, you agree to make 18 payments of $79 each. You will receive a course complete with each of the first 9 payments, then proceed to do your thesis work. Yeah, and you can do it as a package deal for $1,500.
So he's had to do something then, even to get it. It's not just, you don't just turn up, stand in a queue, and
so you can do it online. It looks like.
Yeah. I'm surprised he did. No, the point I was making is I'm surprised he was willing to do any work.
Oh, right.
To get anything.
Basically, you can pay for a doctorate from this university.
Something to crowdfund a doctorate now.
Yeah, very, very interesting idea. And I definitely think that would make a good video. Definitely do. Jess, do you mind if I take a call? I tell you what, not that I'm trying to get rid of you, but unless there's something you want to talk about, because I think somebody's dialing in who said he
No, this me is
calling. Oh, it's me. Yeah. Oh, well, am I being rude, Jess? Jump into another call.
No. I can let you go. Definitely.
You sure?
Yes, I'm good. And I will give you guys a call another time.
Thank you. Speak soon, right? Take care, Jess.
Bye.
Bye.
The call's just dropped. Now,
right.
If you want to try again, it just dropped out before I answered.
Yeah, so thank you to Jess. If anybody else wants to jump on, there we are. Somebody's there. Who is it?
That's Meg.
Hello.
It's taking a second to connect, but
it's definitely, it has to be the internet connection that they're using to dial in.
Possibly, yeah, because some people are connecting immediately.
Yeah,
but this one's
some not so much.
Slower. It might come through now,
but everybody that's been on so far has nailed it as far as sound and everything goes. There's been no kind of
other than that first one that went a bit wrong, but this call doesn't seem to be Mia said she has good in as well.
I don't know if you want to try again then, Megan. Lindsay Bow is going to try. It says she's on air.
I
haven't pressed the bloody mute button.
No, it's not muted. I can see, and it's just saying connecting. It doesn't say.
Yeah, it's saying. Well, I don't know. Let's see if.
I mean, we can't hear anything.
Yeah. Lovely.
All right, I'm gonna try again now. No, for some reason.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. For some reason it's saying connected.
It just says connected like it was earlier.
Yeah.
That's annoying. We had a good run of like no issues.
Yeah, I know, but you know what that's making me? It's not that each code is only good for so many. No, shit, it can't be, surely.
No, because how many people?
Oh yeah,
jumped on last week?
It's not.
There was at least like 10 people last week. It was.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to try Lindsay now then, see if, because I can answer that, see if that works.
Okie dokie, oldie folky. Let's go sing some karaoke.
Hello?
Are you there, Lindsay?
Hello there.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Am I coming in okay?
You are coming in perfectly well. I can hear you.
Awesome.
Yeah, I can hear you perfect. How are you, pal? It is Lindsay, isn't it? It was you that got through.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me. I was just wondering, what do you think about Artemis 2? Do you think it'll...
I'm watching it as closely as I can, and I'm really interested. But to be honest with you, Lindsay, I'm more interested to see what flat earthers make of it than moon landing deniers than anything else, because I can.
Well, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll sway any flirts at all? Or,
I don't know.
I mean, with the state of the art cameras and everything.
Yeah, I don't know, Lindsay, because every if I'm sort of doom scrolling on TikTok or going through YouTube and I find any videos about Artemis 2, every single one of them has got comments. Yeah, we haven't been ever. So how are we going now? And it's reminding me a lot of the run-up to the final experiment, where the flat earthers were still confidently laughing and saying that they can't wait to see us be wrong when they get down there when the sun sets. And Artemis 2 is giving me a similar kind of vibe. So to be honest, I'm hoping I'll get a lot of content out of it, if I'm being honest, because they're all going to make videos about it, aren't they?
Oh, for sure they will. I mean, they're all going to be coming up with excuses left and right, and you know it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, isn't it? That interests me when something like this happens. Now, the flat earthers of the world, like you say, they'll need to sort of kind of twist the information and kind of stand on one leg, hopping and hoping that they can somehow make some sense of it that's favorable to them.
They've been doing that since the TFE.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. And yet somebody like you or somebody like me, we just need to look at the information, see it for what it is, which again is an incredible achievement, when it happens, and enjoy it and learn from it. But conspiracy theorists, they just see a very different event being planned and happening when it does.
You got to admit, it's been pretty funny and watching Mikey sue the Canadian Space Agency and claiming he can do things nobody else on Earth has ever done.
I know.
I mean, it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
It's like going to the zoo, but I mean, it's got to come to an end here pretty quick, wouldn't you think? With what's going on, I mean, how can they go deny that still after?
Yeah,
we watched them do it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, because I get people asking me in the comments, and they'll ask things like, "So, do I think that if I was somehow able to escort a flat earther to the moon, stand there with them, point at Earth, and say, 'There we are. I've been saying all along that you're wrong, and now I'm showing you, look at that. That's the planet we live on.'" But I think that some of them, they're so deluded. Like, for example, Whitsit. He went to Antarctica exactly the same as Jiren. Whitsit's still a flat earther. How? Because
I don't think he is. I think he's just trying to stay with the grift.
Yeah, you know, you could well be right, Lindsay, because
wasn't Dave McKeegan saying that he has started fizzling out a bit now? It's as if he just doesn't want to say it.
Yeah, maybe it's yeah, I don't know, but I think if me and CC was stood on the moon right now and I was pointing at Earth, he would still find a way to argue with me that there was something was going on to manipulate things so that he sees a globe that isn't there. And I think
I don't know. I'm still up in the air on CC. I mean, if it's a grift, if it's a show, he's really good at it.
Yeah, I know. I flip flop with CC.
Who puts a video up online with your wife dissing you like that?
Yeah.
Like,
nobody does. Nobody does. Exactly.
And it's his best viewed video.
Yeah, I know.
And he's not monetized. He's not monetized. So
no, he's not.
What's in it for him?
Exactly. I go back and forth with CC. Sometimes I think, yeah, this guy, I feel sorry for him. He doesn't know what's real and what's fake. And then other times he'll say things and I'm like, hang on a second. The flat earthers don't say that. I think you were, just kind of winding people. This is satire and you're just so good at it. We can't see through it. But then in the same video, he'll say something and I'll go back. Nope, you're definitely a flat earther. Nobody is that stupid. But I don't know. I love Chris. He's a really interesting person.
He's got nice hair.
He's got fantastic hair. And I can only dream of emulating it with a cheap wig I bought off Amazon and I have to wear backwards. But yeah, he could just be a really, really dedicated satire channel, and he enjoys the attention. And for some people, maybe the attention they get is enough.
Okay, there's only one thing left I want to ask you.
Okay.
And that's, have you seen the Humblies intro video yet?
The what, sorry?
The Humblies video.
No, I haven't. I don't know what that is, Lindsay, no.
You have to watch it. I don't have a wrench in here, so I can't put the link in.
I will fix that.
Me has it, so she can put it in, and I'm going to get off the line and let her call.
Okie dokie. It was lovely to speak to you. Take care, Lindsay.
You too, thanks.
All the best, man. Bye. I'm going to give Lindsay mod because he's always here. So, bum 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 bum.
Me, it's I don't know what is happening. I've tried to connect you again, and it is just saying connecting ...
You're not using a VPN or anything like that, Megan, are you?
Because she just said she switched to a different browser as well to see if that's making a difference. And
do you want to try it off your phone, maybe?
For some reason, some people are just having issues getting on, and I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it's just staying on connecting, but then Lindsay connected immediately.
Yeah. Lindsay, I've just given you a spanner. It's not a wrench. Come on now, Jess. You're Canadian, not American. It's a spanner. It's obviously a wrench in Canada land.
The
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, buddy.
Now, is that offensive, Jess and Lindsay? I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, thanks for the wench.
Yeah, I know it's that.
Oh dear me. On my screen, it's a shield, not a wrench spanner anymore. Is it?
Oh wait, yeah. Why has Ben got a shield?
I'm not on YouTube. I'm on.
So if you go on, yeah, if
Oh,
you look on
yeah.
StreamYard, it's a spanner. But if
Oh,
you
they
go on-
must have.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a shield.
I
now,
wonder if they've
apparently.
done that to differentiate between standard moderators and managing moderators. There's Brian Pop Robson. He's the only managing moderator here. Well, he's in and out, isn't he? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm enjoying this. I'm happy with the way it's going.
Yeah, I think this is good. All right, I'm gonna try and connect Megan again now.
Okay. Haven't upset anyone yet, or do. At my shed says, "Hey, Creaky, a religious Jew in the US trying to join with you."
Is your name on there Dilbert, or is that someone else? Because that
No, that's Dilbert. Is the guy who said he believes in the afterlife,
okay. Yeah, because
not in God.
It's not connecting to anyone now.
You know?
No. Oh, no.
Hello.
No.
Is there anybody there? Oh, it's been a spud now, is it?
Yeah, it's gone back to not connecting anyone for a second. Yeah, no, right. There's no one on the line now, so feel free to try again.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, see, Megan keeps saying that she's on the phone, and I think it keeps telling her that she is connected.
Do you want to try and generate a new code then?
Yeah, shall I try?
Yeah, generate a new code. Bear with us a second,
See
everybody.
if
We'll
that-
generate a new code now to see
Alright.
if that fixes the connectivity issue. It won't take us a second now. Just talk amongst yourselves while we fix this technical issue.
On there, innit? No.
And then another. Do.
Why isn't this working now then? What's
Me come round.
Austin? I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
You got to turn it off and back on, you have, which I know is.
Yeah. Right, I'll put it in the chat now. I don't know if you want to add it to the banner while once it comes up.
Yes. Dilbertson, we're trying to sort that out now, so you'll be able to call in. We're generating a new code. There we are, 6AP3SL. Let me just change that in, yeah.
Yeah. Try that one now, and we'll see if that.
6AP3SL. That was it, Colin.
Yeah.
Boom. Boom. There we are. The new code is in the.
We got
the new code. Somebody's connected, but they haven't turned on echo cancellation.
Or you need to make the stream.
Or you need to mute the stream, yeah.
Oh, that was me. Hey, it's Duran, the Jew from the.
Oh, hi,
US.
pal. How are you?
Good. Yourself?
Not too bad, mate. Not too bad. So, have you seen any of the streams so far? Have you kind of seen, what I've been talking to people about? And
unfortunately, I just woke up and got my daughter up for school, so I haven't had a chance to see it.
Right, because all I was going to say, the title seems to have given some people the impression that it almost came, and I can see it almost comes across as me saying, I don't want you watching me if you believe in God, but that's not what I'm getting at. What I wanted to kind of discuss is, how people not justify it. That's a terrible word to you, but how do you, I'll say it simple. How do you put up with me being so vocal about my not believing in God when you do? How do you make the two work together?
Yeah, so personally, I mean, I saw your video the other day where you posted this comment or question out to all of us and told us to call in.
Yeah.
I've watched you for years. I mean, I love your shit. I mean, you're really good. But how do I do it? To be honest, most of your stuff is right up my alley.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a dumbass that believes flat Earth. Hell, I'm living in New Jersey, right outside New York. I see these billboards going up sometimes talking about this crap.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that CC idiot is around me too.
Yeah. Well, I know you weren't here earlier, but I visited New Jersey a few times. I love New Jersey. Absolutely love it. The people were awesome. I got shouted at by people because I was terrible driving there. New Jersey drivers are nuts. You're all insane behind the wheel.
Oh, amen to that.
100%, 100%. But
how do I justify it? Is you got your opinions, I got my opinions. Yeah, nobody knows what's right or wrong.
Exactly.
And my own kid asks me, how do I believe in God? Why do I believe in God? Yeah, how do I know He's real? And the truth is, I don't know 100%. I cannot 100% tell you that I know He's real.
Yeah.
Because it's a personal opinion. It's a faith.
Yeah.
But on the end of the day, on that last moment when I have my last breath, honestly, I'm either right or wrong. If I'm right, cool. If I'm wrong, I won't give a shit at that point, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those, like I say, the reason I'm interested in it is because I just, I'd like to get a better understanding, I guess, of what, not necessarily what the appeal is in debunking videos if you believe in God, because science and God, it's two very different things. But, I said something earlier on in the stream, and it was something along the lines of, it's, if somebody believes in God and they get comfort from that, then I'm all for it. I think it's fantastic. But what I don't like is people like Kent Hovind who they are literally trying to ram what they believe. It would be like, you said you were Jewish, yeah?
Right.
So it would be, I don't know, like maybe somebody who was Muslim or somebody who was a Baptist trying to kind of convince you that, oh, no, you shouldn't be Jewish. That's a terrible religion. You should be Christian. That would be, no, you were Jewish, but because you are. You're not kind of, you're not going to let somebody else's beliefs influence your own, because the way you believe in God now is, I'm guessing that you were born into a Jewish family and you were raised in the Jewish faith.
Actually, I was born in it, but I never believed in it until 2016.
Oh, right. That's very interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting, because that's generally the reverse. That's certainly the reverse of me. I was baptized into the Catholic Church. I was confirmed. I took my first Holy Communion, and I grew out of it. And the more interested I became in science, the less of what was in the Bible I believed.
Yeah, well, I still believe everything I was raised in as far as science goes. But to your point, I don't know how much you know about Judaism, and I have no offense against Christians, Muslims, or anyone else, but we don't go out and preach our stuff. We're not supposed to. Actually, we're by our own laws are not allowed to talk to other people about our faith and convince you to become a Jew. In fact, to be honest, I tell people this all the time, and I hope my rabbi's not watching this. I'm pretty sure he's not. But if I wasn't born a Jew, I wouldn't try to be one. It's so damn hard.
Yeah.
You have to go through tests and years of this and that and others.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of BS to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I don't like when people come up to me and say, these Jehovah's Witnesses, oh, you're going to hell. Okay, congratulations. I don't even believe in hell.
Yeah. And that's what I'm, Kent Hovind said it in a video I reacted to last week. He said, that I'm going to be sorry when Judgment Day comes. Am I?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. They're threatening. They
look at the source.
Yeah, they're using what they believe to threaten me. That would be like saying that you were gonna come and beat me up using an old wet fish, I probably wouldn't be afraid, because an old wet fish isn't gonna hurt me much.
Yeah, you got to come on equal grounds. I mean, if you don't believe in the Bible, you're not going to give a shit what it says.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But that's why I want this, like this show idea now, the call-in show. I love speaking to people, and I love hearing just different opinions. For me, this is about conversation. I'm never going to come on and say, well, there we are. Let me say it like this. I think you're wrong. There is no God. But that's one point where we disagree. You think I'm wrong because you believe there is. And that's completely fine until you start trying to persuade me that you were right and not persuade me to believe in God. Persuade me that you were right and I'm wrong because I'm just this filthy, godless heathen that, is going to hell. Which again makes me laugh. Because atheists don't believe in hell. Yeah, it's still a really silly threat to make, and I don't understand why people even want to make that threat.
It's an insane thing. I mean, that's the way they're, I hate to say it, but indoctrinated.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe, my faith, could be conceived the exact same way. But at the end of the day, excuse me, at the end of the day, you don't believe in God. I do. You drink a lot, I'm sure, from what I've heard. I don't drink. Yeah,
I don't
which
either.
is weird.
I don't either.
Oh, you know?
Admit, I don't drink at all.
Damn. All right. Well, we'll grab a coffee together one day, have a chat. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'll chit chat with anyone.
Yeah.
I chat with Muslims, Jews, Christians. Yeah. You?
So I've got a short story. A few years back, I was quite friendly with a guy. He was I can't remember if he was Pakistani, but we'll say he was Pakistani and he was Muslim. And I said, tell me what does it mean to be a Muslim then? What do you believe? What do you not believe? And I was just sort of cross-referencing it in my brain versus, what Christians believe or Catholics believe, God, Jesus. The Jewish faith is peculiar with Jesus, if I remember correctly.
Well, it depends on the group. Most of us don't believe he existed. Some of us that do believe he was think of him as Darth Vader. He went to the dark side.
Right.
Right.
I haven't heard it put quite that way. But going back to the conversation I was having with this friend of mine, and he was explaining it, and that's just any religion in the world with a different name. They believe in God, they believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just find it really, really interesting.
Well, I will say that as someone that believes in the Old Testament, or the full Old Testament, which is not part of the Bible, or not the full Bible.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that Earth being flat. I know the universe is a hell of a lot more than 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, it's billions of years. I'm sure you know the exact number. I actually forgot it by now. What, 13 billion, I think?
13.8 billion, 4.33 billion for the Earth.
God bless you. I know that, man.
Do you know what it is? It's just muscle memory at this point.
I figured by now. I mean, you said it so many damn times.
Yeah, exactly. I must be starting to sound like a stuck record at this point, but the point remains valid. So as long as it remains valid, I'll keep saying it. So
the only thing I wish science would fix is stop calling it the Big Bang and call it the Big Expansion.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, it's only called the Big Bang because of a Catholic person.
I know.
It's bizarre, it is. Because you're right, though. It was just a rapid. It shouldn't be the big anything, in my opinion. It should just be the rapid expansion that began everything. Because so as somebody who's Jewish, do you think God did it? Do you think God kind of was behind the Big Bang, or do you not believe that at all? Because it seems to be varying.
Oh, I mean, I can't speak as a Jew. I can just speak as myself.
Yeah.
I believe in the expansion, whatever we want to call it. Do I believe God did it? I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I believe the texts tell us he started everything, but it's also was made for humans thousands of years ago. You know, it was written in their mindset. They are trying to understand what is this thing we see in the sky, and how does the world work. So I can't 100% say that. I believe he was part of something, but what it was, what he did, how he influenced, I honestly don't know. But at least I'm willing to admit I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah, and that's interesting on its own as a statement, because I referenced an interview earlier between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Piers Morgan, the British journalist, and Piers is a God-believing Christian. No, he's Catholic, actually. He's Catholic. And he believes, so he asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, so what was there before the Big Bang? And Neil deGrasse Tyson said, well, we don't really know, but nothing really. And then it was this whole conversation then about how can something come from nothing, and Piers Morgan was using the God of the Gap argument. But I like the way Neil deGrasse Tyson addressed it, because he didn't just say, yeah, but that's just the God of the Gap argument. He explained that when somebody like Piers Morgan finds something that science is yet to explain, he will just fill that gap with, well, obviously God did that then, because there's no scientific. And to me, again, I think, you know, scientifically speaking, it's an excuse. But you know, if that's your belief system and it remains your belief system, then that's perfectly fine. There's no, you know, that's why I don't know if you've noticed this, if you've watched me a long time, but I no longer make videos just bashing religion, and I haven't for a few years now. Because
you did, but I mean, honestly, it never bothered me. I mean, again, I'm the kind of person that just doesn't care. You know, you believe what you want to believe. I believe what I want to believe. Exactly. You know, who cares?
But can I ask you though, would it bother you if one of those videos had specifically attacked Judaism?
No. I mean, Piers Morgan, a lot of us, a lot of Jews in my community at least, believe he attacks us quite a bit. I don't give a shit. I still like his stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think I quite like Piers Morgan as well. Because what I find, there's certain things he says I disagree with. Obviously, I'm not an idiot, but there are many examples of him saying things that we were all thinking, but we wouldn't, we just wouldn't say them. So he kind of says them for us. And I met Piers Morgan once, but it was like 30 seconds. But he shook my hand. He gave my wife a kiss on the. He was a proper gentleman.
I've heard that. Whatever you think you know about Piers Morgan in private, apparently is very pleasant.
But I just.
I mean, one thing I will say is, I mean, if you're asking that kind of question, would I personally be offended? No, and I mean, I backed that up by saying. There's a guy in Florida I met many years ago. He's his family's Nazis.
Right.
I still had dinner with him. I still hung out with him for a little bit. Him and I did some construction together. It was actually nice because I got to know the guy and what his opinions were. I know what I believe Nazis are and what they believe, but he actually fixed a lot of what I thought. Now, do I agree with him? Hell no. Does he want me to die? No. He doesn't.
Yeah, but that's why it's because you were interested in having the conversation. You and I disagree fundamentally, but we're still having I'm enjoying this conversation. I don't feel like I've said anything that would be offensive to you. There was a question I wanted to ask, and I still haven't worked out how to kind of phrase it without sounding like an idiot. But
listen, I've been married twice and I've heard stupid things.
I was wondering what kind of Jew are you? Are you
sure?
Are you Hasidic? I'm guessing not, because Hasidic Jews have got very strict beliefs, haven't they, around the internet, and they're not using it.
No, Hasidics actually can. You're talking about mostly the Sabbath, which is when we power off. So I am Chabad. So think of Chabad as non-denominational. They welcome every Jew back.
I'm familiar with the term, yeah.
Okay. So, which are Hasidics. I mean, they are Hasidic Jews. They're Orthodox.
Right.
So I'm in a, I guess, process is the best way to say it, to becoming more observant.
Yeah.
I'm never going to be one of the black shirt guys and black hats because personally I have style.
Right.
But you know, I do want to do kosher. I do want to like go to the temple and all that. I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But the truth is, you know, it's just because I'm comfortable. I like it.
Yeah.
It's no different than you wanting to go maybe to the YMCA or whatever they've got over there.
Yeah.
Across the pond.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I have a
Makes
question.
you happy.
I have a question. You know,
Sure.
like you saying all this now is, especially with the Jewish faith, do you find there's a lot of there's Jewish culture? So like a lot of people are culturally Jewish. So do you feel that like you kind of embrace it more because of that, the cultural aspect as well, like as an identity? Does that make sense?
So yeah, it's actually been a hard thing for me growing up as a born Jew, but not really in the Jewish faith and the culture. I always knew like, okay, there's God, yeah, or we don't eat pork. I never understood why. I just said, okay, we don't eat pork.
Yeah.
But now I'm actually in a Jewish community, first Jewish community I've ever lived in. I've been here 2 years now. And it's not what I expected.
Right.
The culture itself is really cool in some ways and really messed up in others.
Yeah.
And I won't go into details about it, but I do love to identify as a Jew and as someone of faith. But at the same time, it kind of freaks me out because people put you into those little categories.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you saw when I said I'm a religious Jew, yeah, you probably assumed something right away.
I did. Straight away, I thought black hat, beard, no mustache, curls. You know,
I'm a 5 o'clock shadow guy myself.
Right. So, again, this is a question from ignorance, but those are the best types of questions, in my opinion, because that's how we learn. So when I visit New Jersey, I made the fatal error of going to Costco on a Saturday, right? And it was my wife and I must have been the only people there who weren't in the Jewish faith, right? It was very funny, but every Jew, when I refer to a Jewish person now, I'm talking about the curls. I've forgotten what they're called. I remember the reason for them, but I've forgotten what they're called. And you know, the hat and the stereotype, the Jews from the beginning of the Snatch movie, the Jewish Jew, one of those Jews. None of them even wanted to say hello, right?
Yeah, that's normal.
And then all of a sudden, we were leaving a Walmart one day, and there was a very Jewish Jew, fully Jewed up, walking towards me. And he just went, "Hi, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day." And he just carried on walking and got in his car. He had two little kids with him. They'd been shopping or whatever. And so would he have been a different denomination?
Yes, 100%.
Right, okay. Because he had the curls and the
sideburns.
Yeah, the big curly sideburns and the yarmulke, you know, and he had prayer you know, but he didn't have the big beard and the hat and all that. He was, you know, so that's what that could have been then. So just a different denomination that doesn't, because would it be fair to say that certain Jewish denominations do kind of isolate themselves from outsiders?
Right. So we don't call them denominations; they're sects, but essentially the same idea.
Right.
So yeah, like if you go to Jersey, there's a town called Lakewood. I don't even like going there. I mean, they're the blackouts and all. They look at me and they look at me like I'm a weird fuck. Yeah. You would be.
Yeah.
I don't know what they'd be thinking of you, but yeah, you're probably dealing with you were dealing with an Orthodox individual, but yeah, probably a modern Orthodox, most likely. But yeah, you don't shake the hand of a woman. I mean, that's a normal thing.
Yeah.
For Jews, but the ones that are like kind of like get away from me kind of people.
Yeah.
I deal with them even in this town, and I walk around in my yarmulke and I have my garb and all.
Right.
Because I'm not Jew enough for them.
That I was going to say, so they wouldn't want to socialize with me because I'm not Jewish at all, and you just aren't quite Jewish enough.
You got it.
Yeah. It's really, really interesting. Yeah. It's really interesting. And this, not just this conversation, but this entire show isn't going the way I thought it was going to go. I'm learning a lot, and I'm very interested to learn, because I know some people may think that my purpose on YouTube is just to offend and upset people, but it's not. It really isn't. It's, I've been in social media for years. I understand your stuff exactly. Yeah. I worked for TikTok for a long time. Yeah. So I understand it. You're doing a great job. Even my daughter, she's 11. She loves you. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Can I ask where in Jersey you're from, or wouldn't you be comfortable? I'm just curious. Is it somewhere I would know you from?
Fine. So I'm from the city. My family's all from Brooklyn and Queens.
Right.
Luckily, my parents are both gone, because otherwise they would hate the fact I moved out to Jersey, but I had to get away from the crime. So I'm in Highland Park, which is right by Rutgers University.
Yeah, I know exactly where Highland Park is. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly where it is. Yeah.
If you ever come out again,
most definitely.
I'll give you a coffee.
Most definitely.
A real bagel.
Yeah, definitely. I'm 100% up for that. 100%.
That's awesome.
There we are.
Hey,
awesome.
Take care of yourself, man.
It was lovely to speak to you, and I've learned a lot. Thank you, pal. I'll speak to you again soon.
Absolutely.
Take care, man. Bye.
Should I pull some straight up?
Yeah, go on then. I'm getting really hot now. Is the heating still on? Hey, Google, turn off the studio heater. Oh. Is there somebody on the line?
I believe so.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Oh, I heard breath then, and I didn't breathe.
It's connected.
Hello?
Hello.
There we go.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't realise you were talking to me.
That's quite all right. It's a really weird system, and I'm hoping it'll work for the purposes I need, but I'm just going to have to figure it out.
By my grandson.
To whom am I speaking?
I'm Mithril, from Lancaster in Lancashire.
Oh.
So, I just want to offer up a little of my background before I do anything.
Okay.
My father was a lecturer at the university in biochemistry.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of his, towards his 50s, he decided to become. There was various political stuff going on at the uni as well, which they tried to engineer his early retirement. So he took it, and he went off and became a Church of England vicar.
Right.
Which a lot of, I know there are certain people in the atheist community have a problem with, because you can't be a scientist and a clergyman at the same time. You know,
that's kind of what the title was trying to say, because clearly you can, because lots of people do.
Yeah, and he and I call myself a pagan. It's the best way of describing what I feel about the world.
Yeah.
He and I had lots, and he was also a lifelong communist. So he and I had lots and lots of interesting discussions before he sadly died.
Yeah.
And but what we did find out was, because he was the liberal end, I guess, the wet liberal end of the Church of England.
Right.
He was a lot more. We agreed with a lot of what each other said.
Yeah.
And what each other thought.
Yeah.
Than, and yet just down the road from where we lived, there is a place who were involved in the Church of England, sort of, they were running what they called a healing ministry place, and it was not good. It was fire and brimstone. It was mental illnesses caused by demonic possession.
Right. Yeah.
There was a woman there who claimed that her son had broken his leg because they'd read the owl service at school, and talking owls must be demonic. It was this sort of mentality.
Yeah.
Very, very weird.
Yeah.
And she was actually a nurse. And she asked my dad if when he'd looked at blood samples of various animals, he'd ever seen the little golden cherubim floating around in the blood.
Right.
He had to disappoint her. He really did.
Yeah.
You know, this sort of thing going on. But it's really, I just find it very some atheists are cool. You obviously come across it really nicely, but a lot of I found certain aspects of the community I spoke about it once in another community, and the person leading the chat in your position, I suppose, just went, well, it's clearly cognitive dissonance. What an idiot to believe that sort of stuff. And I just went, you're talking about me dad here. I kind of object to this.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, maybe you don't believe it, maybe you disagree. How about a little bit of subtlety about it?
This is the thing, see, and I said this to, I've already forgotten the last caller's name, but the guy who's from New Jersey and he was Jewish. And it's just, my position on it is so I'm guessing that you believe in God then, Mithril, yeah?
I believe in a variety of gods because I'm a pagan, you know.
Right, yeah. So was it you that said in the side chat earlier on that you believe in gods of some description? No, it can't have been you then, because somebody said they didn't believe in God, but they did believe in the afterlife, and I'm very interested to have that conversation.
I'm very similar to that.
Right.
I'm also what you would. I mean, I don't know how many people would know it, but I call myself a Fortean.
Right.
So, you know, after Charles Fort, we accept the possibility that paranormal things do happen.
Okay.
However, we don't accept it per se. We just go, okay, maybe there are things happening, but can we look at evidence? Can we use what we've got, what we know, to try and understand what's going on here? You know, and we can't, obviously, we're not at a sufficient stage. I mean, there was a fascinating thing a couple of years ago where somebody in the magazine 14 Times said they'd done some research and submitted it to the Society for Psychical Research, I believe it's called, and said, look, we know these machines that ghost hunters use are picking up something. What we don't know is what they're picking up.
Yeah.
We don't think it's neither proves or disproves the potential for an afterlife or for ghosts or for spirits or the rest of it. But what it does prove is that we are getting something.
Yeah. So, but, you know, but isn't that then just this, it's just the God of the Gaps argument with a different name, because so the equipment picks something up. That's it. It's picked something up. We don't know what it is. Sorry, Mithril. So are you saying then it picked something up? That something must be some sort of supernatural entity?
Not necessarily. No. The problem is what this fellow was saying in the paper he submitted was we don't know what it is. We have no. It could be just purely radio interference.
Yeah.
It could be fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field, all the rest of it. It could be anything else. It could, quite often it could be fraud. Quite frequently, you know. There is a long and glorious history of that.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't mean that we're not picking it up. All he said was we're getting something. We don't know what it is.
But that's really interesting, and in my opinion, then that's an honest approach, because you're not making any outrageous claims. You're just saying we've picked up this thing, and based on what we believe, we think it could possibly be A, B, or C. You're not going, we've just proved ghosts are real, and you know, it's not like that then. So it's a more honest approach to supernatural, because I feel exactly the same about the supernatural as I do about the existence of gods. I think it's all it's just all not real.
And that's fair, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just saying, I mean, people who read the magazine, people who accept these things would tend to, I mean, on people who accept it honestly anyway, would say there's something going on. We don't understand it. We can't necessarily measure it. And we can't state with any degree of certainty what it actually is.
Yeah.
But there's an awful lot of folk out there just leap to one conclusion or the other.
Yeah.
You know, and just as those on the spiritual side of the argument leap to the argument that it's absolutely definitely is spiritual or of some description or whatever, there are also those on the other end who, you know, I would put James Randi among them, and I know a lot of people love Randi, but I always think he's a bit of a who do the automatic opposite.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, but
I was a stage magician for 30 odd years.
Yeah, he was.
Therefore, everything that they do is trickery.
Yeah,
it's not a logical. That's not a logical follow through.
But it is, scientifically speaking, isn't it? Because something with no evidence to support it gets dismissed as something with no evidence to support it. And it can't be a coincidence that every time you come across, for example, a ghost hunter. I'm not saying you're a ghost hunter. That was just the first thing that popped into my mind. And they'll have this video. It'll be an amazing thumbnail and somebody screaming in the thumbnail, and the title will be something you just can't resist.
Oh, yeah.
And then you watch a 45-minute video and you hear
nothing.
You hear a knock and they're like, oh my God, we've just proved good. No, you haven't.
No, you
haven't. So your mate just kicked the leg of the chair.
Yeah.
And now you're telling people that ghosts exist. I don't know. You don't think that that's maybe just you, because of what you believe, you want that equipment to be picking something up, and then your brain is kind of assembling it to suit what you believe?
I don't know if I want it or not, to be quite honest, in lots of ways.
Yeah.
I think the dead would have rather a lot to say to
I'm
us
sure,
right now,
I'm sure they
and
would.
none of it would be very pleasant.
No, you're not wrong. Let me ask you this then, right? Because this is something that this just happened now. Right, so it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You've woken up. You can't sleep. You think, I'm going to nip downstairs and make myself a glass of juice. And you're stood there in the kitchen. It's the middle of the night, so you haven't turned the light on. And you get that prickling on the back of your neck that you usually only get. And then when you turn around, your wife has crept into the room and she stood behind you and she startles you. Is that a ghost, or is that some sort of reaction my body is having to the situation I'm in at that moment?
Yeah, it would be a ghost because I don't have a wife.
Well, there we are. If that's not a better reason than me,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? What I'm getting at?
No, I know what you mean.
I'm not trying to catch you out, and I really, I want to have interesting conversations, but to me, that's like, ooh, I don't like that. That's a weird feeling that my body's just caused me to have. But would you think I didn't like that? There was a ghost behind me when I was drinking my glass of juice.
I think I've seen it called the Pan effect before, based on Pan from The Great God Pan, the Arthur Machen novel, where you feel something watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've all experienced that, regardless of what we believe. Yes.
And I don't necessarily believe it is something spectral. I have the paranormal ability of a house brick, to be quite honest.
Yeah, but again, that's another thing. See, in my opinion, so does everybody else. There's no such thing as paranormal ability, in my opinion.
I know. Well, yeah.
Well, and I'm sure you wouldn't have expected me to say anything different,
No, of course not. Yeah. But I mean, we'll have an archaic sense, won't we, of danger, I guess, and maybe there is something in the situation that's triggering that archaic sense. Now.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be anything particularly threatening. It can literally be the dog's come in behind me and I've not known. You know?
Yeah.
It could literally be something as stupid as that.
Yeah.
And since she's a Pomeranian, she's not very threatening either. You know. But
we'll have to introduce her to Coco.
I bet she.
I've got a Chihuahua Dachshund cross, and she's an
Lord.
absolute psychopath.
Oh God, yeah.
She's nuts. She is. She's
cross-eyed goblin.
Oh, dear me.
I call ours the cat in drag.
Coco is just the furry rat.
Yeah,
because she's barely any bigger.
Would you say that? Where's the rat?
Yeah, where's the rat? Yeah, but that's kind of what I was getting at, Mithril, is, you know, is what impact on reality do the things we believe have? So like I said, 3 o'clock in the morning, to me, that was just a weird thing my body did. You would think it's possibly a ghost.
No, I'm normally up at that time anyway, so
right.
I'm quite used to being up. But I completely understand what you mean, and in some ways I can be even a little more extreme. Is I used to go night fishing a great deal,
right?
And it was in some very quiet places quite frequently.
Yeah.
And I've had, I mean, good Lord, I managed to sleep through a hedgehog sitting in my maggot tray and eating them all. So, well, I doze off, you know. But you would think that would have triggered some sort of archaic sense, you know, possibly.
Can you explain to me, Mithril, when you say archaic sense, what does that mean? In the way you use it?
Yeah, okay. I mean, a sense that would have been valuable to our predecessors, not immediate, you know, to more going back to early man.
So like a human being's fight or flight. Sort of that sort of that's what you mean when you say it could be a leftover evolutionary trait that we really don't need anymore because we've evolved away from that, in the same way as why have we got a tailbone and no tail, but it's still kind of lurking around inside us and creating these feelings of impending doom or that somebody's watching you, that kind of thing.
An example of that would be, I know obviously there's more risks in some countries, but what you might not have even noticed it, but if you're walking through like a woodland area, any kind of forest, you naturally will feel the need to look up from time to time. And that is a built-in mechanism for us to look out for predators.
Yep, I'm quite with that, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've done it, you know, and I've been there. And I've walked through woodlands that have gone completely quiet, you know.
Yeah.
Other people have talked about this one, you know, and you can walk there and listen to the birds chirping and all the rest of it and enjoy watching them and all the rest. And then suddenly it goes completely silent. And I mean, there is probably a predator of some sort, you know, a fox or a badger, or if you're lucky, a pine marten or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
But a lot of people will react to it and say, oh, it must be something supernatural. But I'm not. I think sometimes, possibly, maybe. Depends on the area, depends on so many different things. I think 90% of the time, 95% of the time, it is natural occurrence, you know, because small birds don't want to attract predators to them, you know. It's very simple.
Yeah, exactly. So how much, so can I ask you something on a similar vein, but it's not directly, do you believe that, and this ties back into James Randi, that people have the ability to communicate with deceased loved ones?
I think if it was really possible, my dad would have come and had a word with me by now, to be quite honest.
So you don't think it's a real thing then? You don't think people are, you know what I mean, don't you? You'd see this Sally Morgan on the TV. Oh, your nan just came through. She said the gold necklace is under the third tile in the, you know, that kind of thing. You don't believe that?
Okay, there's a lot of cold reading, isn't there, goes on?
Oh, yes.
So-called mediums, you know.
Exactly.
And it's, I distrust mediums, commercial mediums, particularly,
right,
because of that.
Right, mistrust is one thing, but do you believe that they can do what they say? Is really what I was asking.
Yeah.
And it can be yes or no.
I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I've got to qualify.
Right. Okay.
Because I know there are a couple of.
Yeah, and again, I apologize if you feel attacked or if you feel that I'm trying to catch you out.
No.
How can
this is a discussion?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm enjoying. How can you think that psychic mediums don't possess the ability to speak to ghosts, but you believe ghosts are real? What are they doing here then? If because I've heard some mediums say that spirits are here because they've got unfinished business. In simple terms,
I don't think they are spirits.
No.
I think the stone tape theory has a certain amount of credence to it. You know, the sort of idea that these things recreate what they did because of an environmental sort of repetition of their movements.
Yeah.
If you know, everybody knows the stone tape theory. I'm mangling it badly. But, you know, I don't believe that, I don't think that poltergeists come under that ladder. I think they're an external manipulation by people who have changes going on in their life.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
So an unexplained phenomenon then?
Yeah.
Can't it can't it be just that though? Do we have to explain it?
Do we have to explain it to satisfy the majority of atheists in this world? Yes.
Right.
Yeah. To satisfy people like me, maybe not quite so much.
Right.
But you know, it's like the take a semi-solid one is sightings of Bigfoot. Hundreds and hundreds of people claim to have seen the Bigfoot. And I always get the anecdotal evidence isn't evidence thing, but it must at some point reach a certain point where the sheer quantity of anecdotal evidence starts to make people think, okay, maybe something's happened. Maybe there is something going on. You know, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the rampage.
No,
they're rampaging around Mount Rainier.
No.
Hijacking. Oh dear. Grandson tears.
Oh dear. Do you need to go and attend to that or?
No, he's all right. He's just giving me a hug.
All right. Yeah, but it's you know, anecdotal evidence is, you know, I get what you're saying. If there's enough of it, at what point does it become plausible?
Yeah.
But I've always found it interesting that even today in 2026, where we've all, with very few exceptions, got a 4K camera / video camera with us 24 hours a day, why has nobody been able to capture footage of Bigfoot that is so compelling? You'd be stupid to not take it serious and explore it as a possibility. We still now only get those great. It's the same with they don't call them UFOs anymore. There's a posh
unexplained aerial UAPs.
UAPs. Yeah. They're never sort of 4K. It's always, you know, I've always cynically imagined that there must be a camera shop deep somewhere in America that only sells photographic equipment that's really terrible.
Yeah.
And that's where conspiracy theorists and, you know, people who believe Bigfoot is real, that's where they all go to buy their cameras.
I love that.
I just find it strange that, you know, an idiot like me can create 4K videos with very little thought or plan.
Absolutely.
And yet we still don't have high quality images of these claimed sightings of Bigfoot.
Okay.
The Loch Ness Monster would be another more local one. I know it's not exactly local, but at least it's in Britain.
Yeah. Okay. The UAP thing, I'm very iffy about. I'm very dubious about it anyway.
Yeah.
It's something that I have tremendous difficulty with because of the sheer distances. Anything like that would have to travel to come to us.
It sounds like you're on the same team as me when it comes to other life. And I think it has to be out there. The universe is just, it's too big for us to be the only ones here.
Yeah.
Have they been here? No, Men in Black wasn't a documentary. But even Callum thinks that aliens have been to Earth.
I do have a lot of cognitive dissonance with this because
I know it sounds like I threw you under the bus then, but just to give
no. But it's weird for me because I feel like I agree. Obviously, distances it just shouldn't be possible. But and again, it's like you said about anecdotal evidence. I've viewed so many stories. I'm just like, so what was it then, if not that?
There we are. Here's a hot take for you then that ties in with what Callum thinks and what I think. So when I say, and you said the same, didn't you, that, you know, the distances, you think they're just too great. We are basing those assumptions on the physics that kind of, that we are familiar with.
That's always my next go-to thing.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the distances, I go, but if I'm being a little bit hippy-dippy about it, we can only have an understanding based off our knowledge of the laws of physics.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
And like, I know not a lot has changed in terms of physics over a lot, you know, discovery-wise in the last 100 or so years, but I'm just, surely we don't understand everything. Surely we haven't even scratched the surface. And I always like the comparison with apes. So there's 1% or less than 1%.
It's
DNA
1% difference in DNA
between us and apes. So what does that extra 1% look like?
Yeah. Well, that's another Neil deGrasse Tyson video. He was talking about the close relationship between us and chimpanzees, bonobos, you know, those primates, and the tiny percentile difference. I'm sure it's not 1. I think it may be 2%. So we'll say, for the purposes of this explanation, chimpanzees are 98% genetically identical to us. But that 2% means, I think he said, we can paint masterpieces, compose symphonies, we can leave the planet we live on, you know, we can travel into space. So imagine if there's a race of extraterrestrial beings, other humans somewhere out there in the universe living on their planet. They may know we're here, they may not. But they are 2% more advanced in intelligence than we are.
It's unfathomable more than what
you can't even comprehend what, I don't know, what technology they may have, what scientific advancements they've made. So my not believing anyone from another planet has visited Earth is based on my understanding of the physics that we accept rules the universe and everything in it.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, there's the old Arthur C. Clarke quote, isn't there, about any science sufficiently advanced seems like magic to people who don't know about it. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, the thing with the Bigfoot, with the photographs of Bigfoot, you know, I largely agree. You know, there are some photographs out there that make certainly interesting evidence. But my one thing about that is most of these things are photographed at a sort of distance of, you know, and often with trees and stuff in between, and an autofocus camera, which is what most phone cameras are.
It's what
would focus on something closer. Would focus on a tree branch, you know. So, you know, it's not a great, and I'm because they called it for a long time they called it shy camera syndrome amongst cryptids.
Right.
That they couldn't be photographed because every time they made an appearance, a camera would malfunction.
Yeah.
And it became a thing. But maybe now it's becoming less and less easy to explain away. The photos are just blurry, and maybe it's becoming easier to say, maybe we're not seeing what we should be seeing here. Maybe we think it's a Bigfoot when it isn't. Maybe it's
again, that's a possibility. It could just be some species that's specific to that part of the world, and it just isn't there. Because am I right in remembering that Bigfoot sightings are always, without exception, an American thing?
Yes and no. There are equivalents.
Right.
There's a thing in the Caucasus called the Alamaty.
Yeah.
There's the Australian version, which is the Yowie.
Right.
And in the Himalayas, there is the Yeti, obviously.
Yeah. See, now, if I wanted to be cynical, I could respond to that by saying, isn't it lucky that each country has their own version of an unproven phenomenon?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I know that sounds cynical, and perhaps it is, but another thing as well, and we'll keep it in America. They'll shoot anything out there. Why is nobody hunted and brought down a Bigfoot? They know where they are. They get all their grainy photos from there. Did none of these hunters ever think of taking a gun with them and dragging one out of the forest and saying, there we are? Now who's the stupid idiot?
Yeah, and I agree. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm always amazed that not what has been. Although there was I don't know if you know about it, there was a thing called the Minnesota Iceman in the
I've heard
60s.
of it. Yeah, I'm aware it's a thing.
Sorry. Yeah, and agreed. But I agree with you that the fossils and stuff would be found, but we have to remember the North Pacific forests are huge. They are absolutely colossal, and although we've walked around them a lot hasn't been explored properly.
Yeah, there's so much of Earth that hasn't been explored. I'm sure there's a statistic that we've explored more space than we have the ocean.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah. I mean,
which is insane.
I did oceanography and geology for a year, so I know a little bit about the ocean and stuff. But there was some research done a few years ago that suggested there are at least 25 undiscovered large top of the pyramid predators that we have yet to discover in the oceans.
There have to be probably thousands of species we haven't discovered yet.
I can't remember. I want to say it was a David Attenborough documentary, and I remember they went into like some cave and there was loads of fish there, and that was the discovery of that species.
Yeah,
just no one had ever been in there before, and it turned out it had a whole ecosystem that we just didn't know existed.
Very, very interesting.
And the ecosystem, and that's. I mean, I veer away from there's a lot of people, cryptid fans who go for the, it's a trans-dimensional being, and I'm like, oh, come on, give it. If you're going to say that sort of stuff, you really need some solid proof, not just wannabe proof. You know?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Along the same lines of that, and this has been said in the chat, is the closest thing, and I think even you will agree with this, alien-wise, octopus. They could be otherworldly, and I don't think intelligently came here, but maybe on some debris off an asteroid, there might have been something on there that eventually evolved in our waters.
but also water isn't native to Earth.
Yeah.
You know, according to some scientific disciplines, even the water we drink and swim in and use to bathe isn't meant to be here.
Well, that's what that's why they look. I can't remember the name of the planet that they're currently trying to probe on, but they think it's more than likely that it has the same kind of water systems as we do, and that's why they're narrowing their search down to life there, because odds are the same as on this planet. Even if life is only now beginning to evolve, it's probably in the water.
There we are. Lindsay, who was on the call earlier, there are about 18,000 new species discovered every year. I'm amazed at that. I knew it would be in the thousands, but
I didn't.
Very surprised it's that high.
And unfortunately, we probably wipe out several that we don't know anything about.
Yeah, exactly. That seems to be one thing that human beings are really good at, regardless of what they believe, is ruining the planet that we've got to live on.
Imagine the discoveries we've missed out on. Purely just because of deforestation.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah,
absolutely crazy.
Right, I am going to leave you because I've got to go and look after my grandson.
You feel free to hop off whenever you're ready.
I've got to change the PC settings so he can watch Bluey or something.
There we are. You go and do granddad stuff. It was lovely to speak to you, pal. Speak again soon,
you
right?
too, guys.
Take care. All the best. Bye.
Still back and try and get into it. Oh, do you need a PC?
I need it. You can bring him on.
Yeah, no, we'll wait then. Everyone give it a minute before you call in now. I think
I gotta go.
Is there a pee break?
Yeah.
Another pee break.
Yeah. Close to
Dilbert, we will try and get you on as the first person when he comes back now. See, it's not as noticeable when I go for a pee. I can just sneak out in the background. But everything comes to a stop when he goes. Oh, douchebag, how's the beard now? Is it all gone? That was a very interesting conversation though, wasn't it? Again, I don't know how much we actually talked about the topic at hand. But I think as well, and I'll say this when he comes back as well, I've been putting in the notes, I think there definitely needs to be oh, thank you, douchebag. I think there definitely needs to be an episode, like a supernatural episode, because I think a lot of people do have experiences. Ooh, I doubt he's still in the chat, but if Beardo was here, that would be cool to have him on maybe as like a co-host or something, because that's his wheelhouse. But I think that would be definitely a good episode. People should ring in and talk about their paranormal experiences, if they have any. You guys are known for going on tangents live, Olga. Very true. Very true. I try and stay on topic. I try. The problem is when I'm the one trying to hold things together in a room, you know you're in trouble. But yeah, I think, what was I saying now? Paranormal, and I think, what else did I write? Oh, aliens, yeah. Aliens. Because I think a lot of people have like a, maybe not exactly like me, but I think a lot of people aren't very black and white with that. Because I know technically it goes against everything I should feel when it comes to aliens, but I can't quite say with that much confidence that I'm not convinced. Aliens. I was just saying now, just to kill the time a bit, I've been doing some notes.
Yeah.
We definitely need a supernatural episode.
Yeah.
And I think we should do an alien one.
Yeah.
I also wrote psychic mediums exploit grief as an episode idea.
Yeah.
But also for the ghost/paranormal one, we should ask Beardo to come on and co-host for that because he is super knowledgeable.
That's why I put his comment up on the screen. I was hoping he was still here, and I was going to ask him, do you want to jump on this call? But that was another very interesting conversation.
I thought so.
Sir Sick is in the house with a genus poke.
Oh.
Otherwise known as a penis joke. How are you doing, pal? Right, anyway. If there's no other life out there, that's what I think as well, Shisha. I reckon there probably is other life out there, it just hasn't been here.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But that's based on our understanding of how things work, isn't it?
Yeah, like that statement, I 100% agree with. Whereas I just go, I'm not 100% sure they haven't, and it's purely for the reason you gave, and because it's the reason I always give is I can't shake that thought of, but we are basing that off our understanding of physics.
It is an interesting thought.
But then is that a version of God of the Gaps? Do I want it to be aliens? Therefore, I go, I can't explain it.
I know what you mean.
Like it could be a similar thing. Maybe I'm doing the exact same thing. I don't know. But I know in my heart, I want Men in Black to be a documentary.
Yeah.
But then I should also clarify, I don't think Area 51 is actually this facility for aliens, etc.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dilbert, we're going to try and get Dilbert on the line.
I hope we can.
Hello.
Are you there, sir?
Dilbert, you are connected, but we're not getting any audio from you.
Yeah, he did say in the side chat he's having problems.
Hello? I can hear something.
Yeah, he can as well. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Who we got? We got IC Spin?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. This is so bizarre. You connected instantly, but Dilbert just is stuck in a connecting loop. It's
Megan
strange.
and Dilbert, I don't know what is going on, but we can't seem to get you connected.
Yeah, it's very strange. How are you?
Getting a little frog coming through or anything like the other guy?
No. That was weird. That was. I got used to it in the end. It's like he had his pet toad on his shoulder or something. I don't know what was going on.
Cool. Well, yeah, it's the first time that I've gotten to talk to you. I probably found you like, I don't know, it's been a while now, but I've been kind of following MC Tune and FTFE and those guys. So naturally the algorithm just says, here's all of Creaky Blinders videos you'd like to watch.
Yeah. It's a weird one because I always imagine. So when I first started doing this, I couldn't really see my place in this sort of space, if that, do you know what I mean? I couldn't see how I could fit myself in. I figured it out, obviously, but you know, the Simon Dan, Craig, Fight Flat Earth, MC Toon, it's all a very different experience to one of my videos, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, so the way that I actually came to it was interesting, and I remember searching somehow or another. So I have a younger brother by 4 or 5 years, and he was telling me about the flat earth, and I was like, man, that's silly, you know. And like, this was a while ago, this was 5 or 6 years ago, and I was like, man, I wonder, just one day I had this thought, and I'm like, I wonder if people actually debate the topic. And so I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna look and see if there's anything going on YouTube. I search it, and I get all the you know, you type it in, the algorithm's not primed for that, for me at least. So
no,
it's serving me all the like, oh yeah, like, you know, 5 scientists and 5 lay people meet in a room and discuss it, or whatever. It's all the classic, you know, normal stuff. And I realized, I'm sorry.
All the videos you're referencing, though, I know exactly which ones they are, and they've been there more or less since I started doing this on YouTube. They were always the top. There's a video there from I've forgotten his name now, Michael something, glasses. What's his name?
I know who he is.
Yeah, he's doing a podcast now with that redhead British science nerd. What's that channel called? Somebody fix my brain for me.
Is it like Jubilee or something? Or no?
Jubilee is one of the ones I'm thinking of. The other one, if you type Flat Earth into YouTube, it just comes up. Michael something his name is. Flat Earth.
Literally just Flat Earth.
Yeah, I think so. I gotta do it now. It's no, that's Simon Dan. That's not who we want. Jubilee is there. We definitely don't want Eric to be. See, they do come up when you search Flat Earth.
No, but
Vsauce.
Yeah.
Oh, Vsauce.
Oh, Vsauce. Yeah, I like that guy.
But interestingly, it's not there now. It just popped into my brain. But yeah, it was always Jubilee, Vsauce. They were kind of the primary results when you typed Flat Earth into YouTube. Because I have wondered, you know, in the way you said you had a conversation out in the real world, out in the wild sort of thing. Morning, Doc.
Yeah.
And then you sort of thought, I'm going to jump on YouTube and see if anybody's talking about this, and they were. Why is it that's really interesting to me, right? Because you could have, and I'm saying this knowing absolutely nothing about you. For all I know, you hold 7 PhDs and you're a rocket. I don't know.
No.
Or you could be a garbage man. I don't know. But you could have quite easily found the wrong video and ended up believing the earth is flat. What do you think? Was it just your own sort of,
well,
not level of intelligence, but were you sufficiently smart to already know it was a load of shit, but you were interested enough to have a look anyway?
I think so, and I appreciate that. But I approached it from so my brother is even to this day is a flat earther, and we don't talk about it. He's actually a contributing member of society, which is a rarity, I think. But regardless, I thought it would be funny, right? Like I approached it from the standpoint of like, I wonder if people actually they debate this seriously. And I come to find out, like I searched for it, took like a few weeks off because that's, you know, you scroll through and you're like, this all looks kind of like whatever. I'm sure it's like talked about, but like I was looking for a debate, right? And somehow or another, I remember I was headed to Jacksonville Airport to fly and visit. I have a brother that lives in Michigan. It's a different brother. Yeah. But I was on my way there and I was trying to figure out something I wanted to watch. I live in Tallahassee, which is North Florida, but it's about 2.5, 3 hour drive east to Jacksonville, which is on the east coast, northeast coast of Florida. Yeah. And I saw something and it said something about flirt, blah, 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 debate, right? And I'm just like, what the hell's a flirt? And so I click on it and come to find out, I'm like, oh my God. Like it was literally like one of those epiphany moments. And I'm like, people actually, and I'm like, listen to it. It's an MC Toon debate. Yeah. And I can't remember exactly who was debating, but I was just like, I was over the moon. I couldn't believe this is a real thing. And I'm like, this is going to be the next, like, however many, like, I'm like, how many? Okay, let me start looking. I started looking at this guy's channel and I'm like, dude, this guy's got 100 debates. And I'm like, oh my God, it's the best day of my life. Right?
Yeah, that like, sounds very, I don't know, like if you're familiar with, I don't know, my origins, so how I ended up on YouTube. But when I found Flat Earth content on YouTube, I had exactly that reaction. It was like, holy shit, people actually believe this.
Yes.
I could not believe what I was seeing. And the only reason I even came across it is because I had already like bought my camera and my mic, and I wanted to be a YouTuber. I've done it a few times before, never found any success. I thought I'm gonna have a crack at this again. You know, how hard can it be? So I was joining like Facebook groups, how to be a YouTuber, all that nonsense. And there was a lady in one of these groups called Pam Duthie. And she was she was talking about this guy on YouTube who's really blowing up, and all he does is explain to you why flat earthers are wrong. And I thought, flat earth? Oh, I'll have a look at that now, you know. I had a look and it was Simon Dan's channel, but the video I clicked on had Conspiracy Cats in it with him, so I didn't know which one was which. And anyway, I watched that video and I thought, I don't know enough about that. I'm not smart enough to do this. And I thought for a second, and I think I've said this on stream before, I thought I could easily pretend I thought the earth was flat. Oh, it looks like people get lots of views for that. But anyway, I didn't, obviously. So I thought of even being a fake flat earther because I thought it would be funny and I thought it would be a laugh because I didn't expect anything to come of it anyway, see? I just wanted to have a bit of fun and like an extra hobby. So anyway, a couple of weeks went by and I was still like, searching how to be a YouTuber, watching all the videos, and I knew I wanted it to be commentary, but I didn't know what that looked like. And in the end, I thought I watched a few more of Dan's videos, and I thought I can look this stuff up to find out whether it's real or fake. And I just found a video. I didn't know anything about it, didn't know who the guy was, made the video. literally forgot I'd uploaded it. And then the next morning I thought, I wonder how that video was done. And it had like 11,000 views and I had like 7 subscribers. And I was like, oh, right then, here we go. And I just thought, I'll try another one of these. And I tried another one, it worked. And then Conspiracy Cats reached out to me on email and said that he'd seen my video and he thought it was really good and well done and well researched, and would I like to do something with him? And I don't know what happened, but that never happened. But then Fight the Flat Earth reached out to me. I did a collaboration with Craig. Then Simon Dan put me on his channel as a guest host on Tinfoil Tuesday, and
the first guest host.
Yeah, the first guest host. Yeah. And nice. I've just ended up doing this, and it's funny because, and I've noticed this more recently, like the CC video from Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday. I didn't even have to look anything up. It's just everything he says has become so repetitive, so ridiculous, and so easy to explain away. I've gotten to the point now where I don't need to even, if Nathan Oakley...
Make a script or anything.
Yeah, I don't need to. I script certain parts, if I want to sound extra sciencey, I do type it out and put it on my teleprompter, because one thing I was always afraid of is, and somebody said this to me once, is I have to be very careful not to make any serious mistakes if my whole channel is telling people they're wrong.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I'm still not supremely confident in my knowledge, but I'm confident enough to know that if I met any flat earther in the real world, I would tie them up in knots in 10 seconds flat.
And for sure.
It's kind of that sort of thing. But I'm not sure how we went down this path, to be honest with you. But I feel like I've railroaded the conversation. Let me just very quickly, before you carry on.
Welcome to the
Thank you
Blinder
very
Gang,
much,
Mush.
Christopher Shapley, DVM, CVA, CVH, CVFT, everyone's favourite American veterinarian, and the man who is foolish enough to let me stay in his house when I visit America, for gifting 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Dr. Chris. You're a legend. Thank you, pal. But sorry, but I did railroad the conversation. How
no, not at all. Yeah,
I
got a gifted membership from him, so appreciate that, Chris Shickley,
awesome.
DVMC, DACB. Damn, I don't know how you did that, but you took
DVM, CVA, CVA, CVFT. They're all his vet letters.
Killed it.
Yeah,
absolutely killed it.
Yeah, he's gonna have trouble filling in forms if he carries on.
But that's neither here nor there. I know the topic was different. It's funny. The brother that I was visiting in Michigan is a pastor. He's a senior pastor for a fairly large church. He used to live in Florida. With his family. He has 4 kids,
right,
and a wife, and they're happily together and everything. They moved up to Michigan, and it's been a thing. I grew up in a household where it was. I come to realize after being in adulthood, I was never super, I did a mission trip a couple of times, and we've done some other stuff like that when I was young. And it was more a chance just to get to know people, I felt like, and maybe have a trip girlfriend or something, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And, but as I grew up, I was like, I wonder if I don't really even know, I have my whole family virtually believes. I have like I said, I have 2 brothers. I have my mom and dad, and they're all believers, and that's fine. It's neither here nor there. But I grew up in a household where it was young Earth creation.
Right.
I was at a soccer game for one of my nephews, and I was telling my mom. This was a year ago.
Yeah.
I was telling her that how orbits work, right? How you're essentially. They're essentially falling at the perfect rate, in the perfect distance away.
Yeah.
And I remember she looked at me and she's like, well, that's great, and she was just like, but how do you really think that the earth is as old as they say it is? It was kind of one of those things.
Do you know why I'm smiling at that and why I find it so funny? Because I explained that exact thing to my wife about 2 weeks ago, and she sort of went, what? Really? Yeah, because it does sound, because you're right. All an orbit is, you're essentially falling and gravity is doing its thing, isn't it? You know,
yeah,
falling with style. Yeah. It is that, but that is one of those things that's difficult for the average person to understand or to comprehend. If they're not familiar, you know, if they don't kind of do what I do, or if they don't study science. But then that piece of information, which is hard to understand, can lead some people to thinking, well, the earth must be flat then. And I can't seem to ever find that leap.
Do you mean like if they can't quite grasp what an orbit is, like they might just dismiss it altogether? And... Okay.
You know, because that is a very common thing with what I don't understand, therefore Earth flat.
For sure, I agree with that.
It's fit, you know. So you know, a piece of information like the explanation of an orbit could have potentially caused somebody to be a flat earther. They didn't understand how that works. So if I don't understand that, then what's this gravity thing they're on? That might be made up as well. So if there's no gravity, then probably the earth is, and do you know what I mean? It kind of steers them in a bizarre direction.
And I had, it's funny because I had a subsequent conversation where we were somewhere and I had a coffee table. I think we were on vacation. And I had gone with my parents and nephews, nieces, etc. It was kind of an all getaway, but somehow it came up or something when we were in the living room, and I'm like, yeah, it's simple. Like, there's a coffee table. I'm like, this is kind of how the moon goes around the Earth. I'm like, it not only does it rotate, but it revolves. And I'm like, so you kind of do this. Imagine a coffee table, and you sort of are always facing the coffee table, and you literally do a lap around it. And I remember my dad being like, no, you're going around it, but you're not rotating. And I'm like, no, I'm also rotating, but it just so happens that I'm rotating at the same speed that I'm revolving around it. And so I kind of had to break it down. I remember stopping, and I'm like, all right, would you agree that I'm rotating as I'm standing in place? And, you know, you just do a circle in place. And I'm like, if I were revolving around the Earth, it would look like this. And you would keep your body oriented like to the same side of the room. And you would just sort of do this blind walk around the coffee table. And it finally like clicked for him. And he's like, okay, I think I get it. And I'm like, yeah, see, so that's what, like, it's sort of in lockstep, and a lot of, I forget what they call it, where it's like you're tidally locked or whatever to your planet. And I guess there's more than 50%, but
because one of the ways I've thought about it before, and I have actually explained it to somebody like this, but I can't remember who it was. So imagine two people, let's say you and your wife, you're going to have a dance, and you're just holding each other's hands, and you're facing each other, and you're turning in a steady circle. But while you're turning, you're also sidestepping. So you're traveling around in a bigger circle that's kind of Earth and the moon. That's a sort of an illustration of how, you know,
that's a good point.
Why we always see the face of the moon. Well, it's the same, it's the face that you know what I mean, don't you? Why we always got the same view. But it's the same as dancing with a girl. You're face to face. You can spin on the spot, or you can spin and, you know, take a left, right, and do like a bigger circle. But you're always going to be staring into your wife's eyes.
Yep, exactly.
Same thing. And it's hard to understand. It is, but that doesn't mean it's fake. It just means it's difficult to understand.
Right. And that's the funny thing is, like, when you're talking about people that just will sort of dismiss it because they don't understand, it's like really starting with something as basic as that. And I felt like I sort of accomplished something with my dad that day. And it's like, you can't really go from that point necessarily right away, or you can, I guess, but like, all right, well, this is how it works when we're going around the sun, and like why the seasons take place, right?
And
then it's like, and kind of zoom out further, right? And then you just kind of go from there. There's a really good series on, let me see real quick. It's a 2-part series. I have it organized. Terrence Tao. Are you familiar with that guy?
What was the name again?
Terrence Tao. He is an astrophysicist.
No, that's not the name I'm familiar with.
There's a YouTube channel. Maybe I know Megan's she's a mod in your chat. Maybe I'll shoot her the video and she might.
There we are.
But it's called the Cosmic Ladder. Basically, how they came to realize you know, starting from something as insignificant as, you know, learning about how different planets orbit and stuff like that. And then you kind of zoom out from there. It's a really, really interesting 2-part series, and it might be helpful for maybe some of your audience. But, but yeah, I guess back to the topic a little bit while I send this over to her. My brother and I have had discussions, the one that lives in Michigan, and he's a pastor, and it's sort of you know, he knows my position now that I would call myself an atheist. And the problem that I really had, there's a guy by the name of Owen Morgan. Are you familiar with him? He's kind of, I can say it with confidence that he's more or less the person that I think I sort of fell out of the belief with watching a lot of his content. And what it was I don't even know if it was him that introduced me to the problem of evil. But I kind of fell into a lot of some of these philosophical type discussions too by way of him. And I think the problem of evil really gave me a hard time. I really couldn't get past that. I guess there's 2 versions of it, but whichever one it was, just kind of struck me in a way. And I brought it up to my brother, and he's like, you know, there are ways around it and that sort of thing. And you know, we start and I just remember thinking like, I know, but I really don't think there is. I don't know if there was a moment like that for you, or if you were. I think I heard you say something that you might have been a believer at some point.
I was baptized as a Catholic. I went to Catholic school. You know, the full kit and caboodle. And I guess the only way I could explain it is I sort of grew out of it, and then there was an event that happened in my life that sort of was the straw that broke the camel's back, and I sort of got to a point where I no longer cared whether or not God existed. I just didn't like him either way. And then sort of over time, then, you know, I started thinking about things I'd read in the Bible, like the burning talking bush. And I said, well, I know I was a child when I was in Catholic school, and maybe that's why I believed it, but really, a talking burning bush. An old age pensioner opening up an entire ocean just to take a shortcut. And it was looking at those stories through adult eyes that eventually I was like, this was wrong all along. And I went along with it for, 30 years. So I suppose I grew out of it would be my explanation.
Yeah, I think also in conjunction with it, going back to Owen, he did a lot of coverage on like the satanic panic in the 90s and a lot of the ways that you can, and he covers a lot of people like, I know he's covered Hovind quite a bit, as well as I know you have, and some of the prosperity preachers. What's the guy's name in Texas? Kenneth Copeland, and one of my favorites is Greg Locke, who actually, believe it or not, right? He's kind of like a man. He did a good job. He put Dean Odell in his place, like for the flat Earth, but at the same time, he's like kind of a hate preacher.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would have said Greg Locke is more of a hate preacher than anything else. He's
than a prosperity,
than a prosperity preacher, because there's Benny Hinn as well.
Benny Hinn,
he's another.
And then the guy that sells his End of the World.
Yeah,
he sells the End of the World pails of soup or whatever. That guy.
But the thing with that though, they're in the first instance they're preying on the vulnerable, people who are already at their lowest ebb, and that's one way I look at it. But also then, especially with these, this would be more directed at these healing preachers. I don't know if they've got like an official thing they like to be called, but the type. Kenneth Copeland lays his hands on you and commands the cancer to leave, that kind of nonsense. But then I think, the people are complicit because they don't have to go along with it just because Kenneth Copeland is saying he just blasted cancer out with the blow and a few words. Remember the famous video of him blowing COVID-19 away? It's like, mate, get a grip. I'm
he
sure
put his slimy
he
hands on the television screen.
That's the sort of thing that really troubles me is creationism, because it's the most anti-science thing ever, apart from flat Earth. Well, it's probably on an even par with flat Earth. Prosperity preachers, and then these healers. But then there's things like, you know, psychic mediums. I think they are low lifes as well. They just prey on the vulnerable. No, you can't speak to the dead, because I think that once I die, once it's good night Irene for old Creaky boy, that's it. There's nothing after. I'm not going to experience anything. I'm not going to feel anything. Somebody will, you know, my off switch has been activated at that point, and everything that is me ceases to exist. And I know,
and you know what?
This consciousness argument, you know, where does your consciousness go? I don't know, but if I hope for anything, is that maybe that goes somewhere cool. I don't know.
I think that thought that you're having is probably got to be one of the single. I mean, it's scary, right? Like it's funny because I was watching Toon at the time, and Toon's a believer. Yeah. And he actually has, I guess, tentatively accepted things like evolution. And I know that he's an old world creationist, and he's, I remember thinking when I made up my mind when I was watching when I was thinking about something I was watching on one of Owen's shows. Yeah. And I was like, you know what? I just can't, I have to. And I thought back about it, and I'm like, Toon says that evolution is compatible with creationism. And I'm like, and I sort of didn't really take it much further than that. And I was like, well, you know what? I think that I can comfortably say that I don't think that there's anything past this. Yeah. And I just remember having that moment where I'm like, damn, do I really think there's nothing like beyond this? And that's kind of a scary thought. And I wonder if that's literally, for the most people, the chance that they won't see their loved ones again, or they just won't exist beyond this realm or something. It's got to be a hard thing for people to swallow.
Because there was somebody in the side chat earlier on, but we haven't been able to get him on, have we?
Oh, is it
Dill? I've forgotten his name now, but he said in the side chat that he doesn't believe in God. He's an atheist, but he believes in an afterlife. And I would have been really interested to have that conversation again, to see how he sort of reconciles the two things, because they don't go together, do they? You know, generally speaking, and I know it varies culturally and geographically, but generally speaking, you know, Christians, people who believe in God in general, whether that's Muslim, Jewish, Christian, doesn't matter, Catholic, they all also believe that they're going somewhere absolutely amazing once we go, and they'll sit there, and then, you know, a few years later, their wife will show up and join them, and they spend eternity, you know. Right. And that's a very appealing scenario. But we have to accept at some point that probably isn't what's going to happen, because if there was an afterlife, wouldn't it also be feasible to say that but using that same logic, that there should be a period of almost pre-life? Because for the afterlife to be valid,
and we have no recollection of that, right?
Yeah, I don't remember being in my mother's belly. I've got memories from when I was very young, I think, and this is according to my parents, but I've got this memory. And I was in the back garden of my house, and my dad had a wooden garden shed, and he used to keep his ladders lined up at the side of them, but there'd be about 3 foot of the ladder sticking out. And I used to go out there and climb on them, and there's a photograph of me, and I'm holding a giant Bugs Bunny stuffed animal, and I'm looking over my right shoulder at my dad who took the photograph. And my parents are 99% certain that I was I was on the approach to my 3rd birthday when that photograph was taken. But, you know, and I say, I can remember, because my dad went, "Oi, what are you doing?" And that's what made me turn. And I've got a vivid memory of that. Or have I? This is the other. Or has my mind created that memory, based on the many times it's been talked about when I've said to my, how old do you think I was in that, you know, has my mind now created something which I perceive as being a memory, when in reality it's not. It's just an explanation that's been given to me at various points throughout my 53 years on Earth.
Yeah, and I've had the thought too. I'm like, I've wondered, like, why do we have memories? Like, why are we, if we're just a blip on the radar, right? And we are just here for a moment. Like, why are we having thought? Like, why are we even aware of our own existence to begin with? Like, what happens? Like, is it just like, it's hard to explain, but like, if we didn't have a memory before we got here, and if our memories go away when we leave, then it seems like those memories were never significant or something. I wonder if there's ever been an argument like that. It's like, why do we even live life in a way and kind of have memories?
I'm sure that it can't just be me, and you know, it may sound like a negative, but somebody who's sitting there and you're thinking, what's all this for? What, you know, why am I here? What am I meant to be doing? What's this all about? You know, have I got a purpose? Have I, you know, am I just here to do what I'm doing, and everything I do is done because it's meant to be? Do you know what I mean? It's kind of the meaning of life, which is like the biggest question in the world, I know, but I think sometimes that contributes to people believing in God, because if they believe in a God, they find that gives them the purpose that. And I know people are probably screaming, oh, Creaky, don't say that, because that's one of the arguments that we think we haven't got a purpose. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, why are we here, any of us?
Yeah. I honestly, I think too, is what I normally conclude, and you might be the same, is like, well, if our purpose is like really, if it's unknowable, or if we're just going through life, then why not just try to live life? We know that it's here. We know that it's like the rarest thing that could possibly happen, seemingly, that we're aware of, and enjoy yourself and try to be good to others and help them enjoy themselves, regardless of what they believe, right?
Yeah, that's just, you've essentially just describe me. You're here for a good time, not a long time, so make every day count as best you can. You know, do I have shit days? You can bet your life I do. There's days I don't want to get out of bed and come down and sit here and react to flat earthers or young earth creationists, but I've told people that I will give them a video every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, and they get one whether I feel like doing it or not. Maybe that's my purpose. I'm here to, you know, make people, you know, forget a problem they may be experiencing in their real life for just, you know, 15 to 18 minutes, however long my videos tend to be, you know. And I'm sure some of the people, I can see P-Brain is in the chat now. I've made a couple of videos about P-Brain recently. He's a flat earther. He sounds like a really nice guy. You know, do we disagree? Absolutely, 100%. But it's kind of, I don't do what I do to hate on people. I do it because I enjoy it. And I've been like this since I was very, very young. I just cannot resist the temptation to point out when somebody is wrong. And I know that's probably a massive flaw in my character. Some people say, oh, you've always got to be right. So, I know. You've got.
I think that you've got and not to butter you up too much, but I have watched some of your videos, and I'm like, you've got a charisma, and it's like it's almost like the content is great, but I think that people just kind of gravitate towards the way you tell your stories, and obviously the accent and stuff like that. But I think you understand that and you own it.
Yeah, that was a weird thing that was right at the beginning, and it brought about the whole I haven't got an accent shtick. You know, it's all nonsense. Of course I got an accent. I'm bloody Welsh, and I'm the Welshest Welsh. Sorry, bear with me a second. Oh, I'll have a Pepsi. Yeah, please. But yeah, you know, I worried about the way I speak. When I started on I was like, nobody's going to understand anything I say. So I just kind of, I reduce the Welshness and try to, you know, we've got a habit of, like, if I was speaking, I wouldn't say we have a habit, is we got a habit. You know, it probably doesn't sound like a sentence to somebody in America, But it's, you know, I was worried that the way I spoke would kind of mean I couldn't do well on YouTube, but it's had the exact opposite effect.
Yeah,
it's really weird, and you know, I can say certain things like I rarely swear in my videos. I've never felt the need to, but I used the F word in a video last week, but it was done in such an offhanded way, and I didn't reference it. It has more impact then. But if in my videos, and I'm not throwing shade at people who swear in their videos, I'm thinking of Craig Fight the Flat Earth. That's his presentation style. It's not mine. But I feel that if you're constantly swearing, how does somebody know when you really mean that F word, or when you really, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think there's, so I would challenge anyone to find more than 4 videos on my channel where I say a swear word apart from shit, or you know, like an actual F word or a C word.
It's kind of like dogs can kind of realize when you're serious or something, right? Like if you, it's weird. It's like how you say it, right? And it's like if they don't know what you're saying. At least I don't think they do. Maybe
no,
but they'll look at you with this like trepidation, like did I do something wrong? Or if they're really excited, if you say, "Hey, let's go," and then they get excited, start jumping on the door, right? Like they know,
exactly. Dogs definitely understand, but even if it's just the tone that we say, because there's a meme I use in my videos of my dog Coco, and she's laying flat on her back on the floor, and the next thing she just goes, "What?" And she definitely, I can't
tone, because one of my favorite things to do with Coco is to say it in like a really lovely, I go, "Oh, I hate you so much. Oh, you're such a little prick." Like, I love saying horrible things, and she's there like bouncing, her tail wagging.
Our next door neighbours must think we named our dog Retard, because the number of times I lose myself, get in, you retard. Listen, and they've got a sweet little dog, and her name's Retard. But P Brain, a resident flat earther, says Creaky says here funny. I'm trying to be as posh as I can, P Brain, so American peeps can understand me. But I hate to admit it, but you're right. Welsh people say here, and exactly the same way. Is why you are, why you are, why you are. Year and year. But but no, it's go on.
Yeah, one last thing is I thought about it while you were telling. I forgot I did this with my brother. We went before he got a family. He lived in Gainesville, and it's not far from Tallahassee, but there's a place called Lakeland. It's in Middle Florida, and he wanted me to go to a healing. I don't know how you call it. It was like it wasn't a concert, but it was like held in a civic center, and I went with him, and I did it just to appease him, because he's kind of lived in extremes throughout his life. He was sort of a bad kid, and he'd actually been he'd been to jail a time or two for just menial things, but he sort of switched his life around, and we went to this healing thing, and I just remember thinking, like, I cannot believe like that this is a real thing. When I was in there, people would kind of stand up that came in handicap chairs when it was like the apex of the service, when the guy that was there was like, stand up in your place, doing the whole thing. And I'm like, this is crazy to me. And that's, I guess I could save that whole thing for another day, but my brother has sort of adopted that mindset to some degree. And I've made the comment before. I'm like, well, if this is truly a gift from above, right? Like, you should be in cancer wards, like healing people, right? Like you should at least get a clean bill of health from someone that had a diagnosis. And I'm like, they're never going to tell you, and I won't say my brother's name, but I said, hey brother, they don't want to be the black sheep of the church. They might tell you that they were bad before they went, but the second that you sort of challenge them to like bring them something, or they tell you in good faith that they were sick and this and that, like, they don't want to be the reason that like they cause like a rift in a church or something. So they're just going to tell you what you want to hear, I guess. So that's kind of where we left it.
I know what you mean. Let me just quickly address a couple of things in the side chat, pal. Somebody is the real bozo DJ Trump. Why don't you just put the phone number on the screen? There is no phone number, pal.
And also, it is on the screen. The code is on the screen.
Yeah, all the information is there if anybody wants to call in. And
I know that my friend Amazon, stop. I know that my friend Megan wanted to come up here at some point if y'all don't have other people in mind. She had a really interesting couple of ghost stories and stuff about spirits.
Yeah, absolutely. P-Brain says I sound like I come from the islands like Jamaica. That's not the first time I've heard. Do you know, believe it or not, when I was in America, somebody asked me, was I from the Caribbean? I was like, don't I look a bit pasty?
I know, I said,
right?
I've heard recently that to do a Trinidad accent, it's like a mix between Jamaica and Welsh.
Yeah, I've seen the same thing. Yeah, I've seen the same thing. Well, thank you, pal. This has been another very interesting conversation.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it, and I appreciate what you do. And
thank you, pal.
Oh, you know what? I realized the other day where your intro, shut up and sit down, you big bald fuck. I had no idea. And we watched Snatch.
Oh,
yes, we watched it this past week with I'm in a Discord where we've been doing like Sunday nights. We'll just kick back and watch a movie with a bunch of there's a bunch of us that are kind of in the quote unquote like debunking community, and so I was like, that's where you got it from. Like it's like in my head, I'm like, that's Creaky's intro.
Yeah,
like,
quite a few of them are from Snatch. There's Bricktop saying, are you taking the piss? That's another one I use regularly.
Yep.
And I do like the Charlie Hunnam clip, but that's from The Gentleman, not from Snatch, but it's still I love Guy Ritchie. He's he's one of the directors. I just seem to like everything he puts out.
You fucking twats.
Yeah, that's
also from Snatch.
Yeah, that's from Snatch as well. Mate, it's been awesome. I'll speak to you again.
It's been a pleasure. I appreciate it. Have a good one, you guys.
All the best.
All right, bye.
Oh dear me. Well. Okay. Yeah, so it's not the first time somebody has mislocated me. Or misgeographized me.
I think we might successfully have Megan on.
Right, go for it.
I believe so.
Oh, there she is.
Can you guys hear me?
Perfectly. We're not too loud, too quiet. You're okay, good.
Yeah. No, you guys are perfect. I just muted the stream. Awesome.
That was the Welshest thing I've said since we started. I asked her a question and answered it for her. Are you okay? Yeah, good. Right, let's move on then. How are you, Megan?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Trying to get through this without breaking anything at this point, to be honest with you. It's working okay, but it's not ideal. It's not ideal. Who's trying to call in now, Carl?
Dilbert still trying to call in.
Still Dilbert, right? Yeah, because every time somebody's on the line, he seems to be trying to call in. So
I think he's just doing it like periodically.
Is it to see if he can get right? Okay, sorry. Anyway, sorry, Megan. What did you want to talk about?
I'll try and keep this from getting off the rails. But I wanted to get to the subject of ghosts and atheists.
Yeah.
And because, like, I don't believe in spirits.
Yeah.
But I've had experiences to where I just can't really explain.
Yeah.
You know? And so, like, it's an internal struggle or conflict that I have.
Yeah.
And because I don't believe in God or the afterlife. I think that after I die, it's going to be like before I was born.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. Yeah, it's kind of just nothing.
Yeah.
And I know some people think that's a grim outlook, but if it's reality, it is what it is, isn't it? What can we can't control, anything beyond what we can do to ourselves or for ourselves, can we? It's once you're gone, you're gone. Yeah. It's not optional.
And it makes this life that much more precious. And every day should be lived fully. Especially since time goes a lot faster the older you get.
Yeah, it definitely does. It definitely does. The thoughts I have now at 53 are very different from the thoughts I have. The things I worry about are very different from the things I was worrying about when I was like 25, 30.
Oh, yeah, and a week goes by. I mean, remember in elementary school, summer break, I don't know how you guys did it over there, but we had like 3 to 4 months off.
Yeah.
And that 3 to 4 months seemed to last an eternity.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, snap, winter's already done.
Yeah, exactly.
Where'd the winter go?
Exactly. It's like, Christmas was yesterday, and today now it's suddenly February the 19th. The time where has that time gone? You know, and like you say, when you were a child, you'd have been, oh no, back to school, and oh, this it's going to be so long until we get another week off, but do that as an adult, and it's like, yeah, that 6 weeks you're in school will go by so quickly, you'll barely remember any of it.
Yeah, and you want to grow up so fast.
Until you do, then you want to ungrow.
Yeah.
So so going back to what you're saying, that's what interests me about it as well. It's the way you framed it is probably the way I would frame it. Have things ever happened which I've got absolutely no explanation for? Yeah, of course they have. Everybody's had experiences they can't explain. Does that mean that ghosts are real? I really don't think it does, because if they were, and again, you know, it's a similar point to the one I made with the Bigfoot guy. It's if you can, with the technology that's available to us now, really, if ghosts were really a thing, we would have found a way by now, I think, to prove that, you know, in a scientific and the big thing for me, and if I ever end up in a discussion with people about the afterlife and the paranormal, I always, without fail, bring up the Randy Foundation's $1 million prize and the fact that nobody ever claimed it. A couple of people tried.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, but nobody ever claimed it. And, you know, at the end of the...
still out there?
I do not.
I think it exists in some capacity.
It does,
because I know Chris Angel hopped on as well, and he was going to put up $1 million of his own money, like, so just from him. So I know the pot got bigger. So I know if Chris Angel is still participating, I know there's at least $1 million up for grabs as of right now.
Just very quickly, can either Creaky or the caller please give an example of a moment they can't explain so we get an idea of their experience? I'll go first because I'll shut up then and leave you talk. For example, the same thing I said to the guy earlier. You know, you've come downstairs 3 a.m. and you get that feeling that somebody's watching you, and you know there's nobody there because you know everyone else in your house is tucked up safely in bed and they're fast asleep. But you've got this kind of feeling somebody's watching you. That's what I mean. I can't explain what causes it. I'm hoping I'm right and it's some sort of weird chemical, sort of normal, you know, fleshy human body reaction to something. Or the other one is it's a ghost and I've been wrong all along and Casper's been watching me the whole time. That's what I meant. What did you mean, Megan?
So one of the experiences I had was, it wasn't just me, it was multiple people that were living there. I was a resident at a federal detention facility at one point in my life. And there was, before I even knew about this, you know, quote unquote ghost, there's, you know, at night when you're sleeping, either your hair gets pulled or your toes get pulled, whichever's towards the bars. Yeah. And I was talking about it to one of my cellmates, and she said same thing happened to her. Come to find out, it's a common occurrence there in that block of cells. And it happened a few nights to me. And so it's not like I heard it from someone else. No. It was fabricated. But I also was half asleep or mostly asleep. And, you know, so that's how I can explain it away. But how can I explain other people?
That sounds very similar to, so my dad, up until he retired, he worked for the Ford Motor Company. And he worked in the huge factory that they used to have in my hometown. And there's a legend in that Ford factory of a woman called Jersey Lil. And apparently her house used to be on the site where the Ford plant was built, and she got murdered by some of the construction workers that were building the Ford factory, and they buried her in the foundations of the Ford factory. That's the legend of Jersey Lil. And the number of men that worked in that plant who were completely terrified, my dad included, who would not go in the bathrooms where Jersey Lil was seen, is mind-blowing.
There's one story, sorry to cut you up, and you might know it better than I do, of someone coming out of that building, running for their lives.
Yeah, I know the story you're talking about.
I don't want to butcher it, but Grandpa's told me it before.
Yeah, I know, he's told me as well, but I can't off the top of my head
and I think he said that guy never came back to work.
Yeah, but it's like none of them ever saw anything, but there was always like a weirdness or oh shit, was that just the end of an old sort of Victorian skirt? I just, and then your mind starts building this scenario that didn't really happen, but it's already too late because now you're scared and panicking and don't want to go in that bathroom anymore.
Yeah, I remember him saying that he'd never seen anything, but he felt the presence.
Yeah. But it's all really interesting stuff. Do I think ghosts are real? No. And the only reason I say no is because I've never seen anything that convinced me that they are. Do I think people have had experiences? Well, yeah, you have, and so have I. But does that necessarily prove the existence of supernatural? I'm not so sure.
No. Plus, that federal detention facility was a loony bin at one time for the criminally insane.
I was going to ask you, was there any like the legend of Jersey Lil being murdered, buried, and all that by the workers? I was wondering if there was any sort of history behind that building that contributed to it.
Yeah, I never looked into it. I didn't know anything about it until I got there. But I can see it being an insane asylum.
Yeah.
It's pretty old and creepy.
Yeah, because it's so. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in the afterlife. Nothing like that, right? But would I lock myself in an abandoned? I'm thinking there's a. It's closed now, but it was basically a mental hospital. It was an insane asylum when it was opened in the late 1800s. Kevin Coyd.
Yeah.
Right? And I wouldn't spend the night in Kevin Coyd on my own. Oh, no, just in case. That's the one thing I will say just in case for. Because just because I haven't seen any evidence that proves the existence of God, I'm not sure enough to sleep in an abandoned insane asylum for the night by myself.
But
do you know, like these ghost hunter channels do.
Would you go and sit in a cemetery overnight?
Yeah.
Would you? Because I think that would freak me out.
I would, because you can see you're surrounded by people who've passed away. You can see the headstones. They're in the ground.
Yeah, but that's where you want them to stay.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm putting Creaky's nighttime dark thing is a primordial throw. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's probably some sort of inbuilt reaction.
Yeah.
With somebody shines a light in your eyes, your pupils react. We can't control whether our pupils react.
And you see spots for a while.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so it probably is a primordial evolutionary trait that's just kind of there, and it doesn't really need to be anymore.
Yeah. And I mean, we can't always explain everything, and we don't have to insert God or the supernatural in its place.
But doesn't that make life more interesting and make conversations more interesting? And do you know what I mean? Because if
100%.
If everybody agreed all the time, none of this would even be possible. It would just be, everybody's life would be mundane and the same every single day.
Yeah, and that would make life go by not as interesting. This is the only life I believe we have.
Yeah, exactly. And as far as I'm concerned, we should just be grateful we are in the first place and make the best of it. Everybody thinks they're having a terrible time, and a lot of people are for varying reasons. But you just got to do your best and crack on. And it's a very British thing to say, the old stiff upper lip. And I know some people disagree with it. You should talk about your feeling, all this kind of stuff. But I just try to be grateful that I'm here at all.
we have the whole bootstraps thing where we say everything.
Yeah, it's the same as the old stiff upper lip. You know, it's exactly the same saying, isn't it? Just geographically different, but
it's just a roundabout way of saying crack on.
Yeah, just suck it up and get on with it. Yeah.
I did have one more question for you.
Yeah.
What is your view of the states right now of America and Americans?
So
But you don't have to go too far into it.
I was going to make a video about Trump, right? But I was going to frame it. So forget about politics, right? Before anybody gets all upset and on their high horse. And this time it isn't directed at you, Carla, right? I'm just saying, right? I was going to make a video about Trump. I thought it would be a funny video because he says so many goofy things. It just blows my mind that he's even in power over there, right? And then I thought, I'll try a couple of test jokes, and they did upset people and people I knew who'd been watching me a long time. But I realized something. I think it's not necessarily that they were pro-Trump and they thought I was now terrible because I had made fun of Trump. I think they dislike him just as much as I do, but they're embarrassed to be American.
I mean, that is true, but there is a good amount of people that are diehards and sacrifice themselves in order for that guy not to be wrong. You know,
the
weirdest thing.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously, I know the way elections work, but I can't believe he even got into power in the first place. We thought we had a terrible time with Boris Johnson. He's basically Donald Trump with a British accent, but he was nowhere near this bad. Nowhere near. It's you know, I'm not a political guy, but I actually have a certain amount of sympathy. It's not even empathy anymore, but it must be horrible to live in a country that so many people are so clearly proud to call their homeland, and have somebody making a mockery of everything that the United States stands for or stood for, as the case may be.
Oh yeah, I mean, all my parents were Republican. You know, 4 of them. Not anymore though, and they're better activists than I am, and they're quite patriotic. So I've never been the biggest patriot, but you know, I've always been proud to be American. But now, and my mom's a world traveler, and she has to explain herself everywhere she goes.
Yeah,
I mean one of the staff at the Anne Frank house in Germany, like, took my mom's hands and was like, "We're praying for you," you know, and it's like, my mom just about broke down and cried right there. She's like, "Well, we need it."
But is it like over the Trump thing and? Is it, so she offered a prayer to your mum based on sympathy that Trump was in power?
Yeah, based on like it's seemingly a lot like the beginnings of like Germany in 1932.
Yeah,
you know?
bloody hell. See that I think, and that sort of strengthens my thought. I think that we all can't sort of can't hold anything other than I just feel really sorry for anybody who's stuck in America.
Yeah.
And people who've lived there for generations and are perfectly happy. It's I don't know. I can't even imagine something that terrible happening for me.
I basically already said this today as well, but you just know, I think no one, Trump or not, no one saw it coming from a powerhouse like America.
Yeah.
The US.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, we never thought it would happen to us.
Yeah, like I know empires collapse, right? We're from the British Isles. We know about empires collapsing, but I never thought. I just didn't consider this, like the most influential country on the planet being hijacked by a lunatic.
Yeah, it's maybe not so much now, but I bet if you surveyed people from every country in the world and said, if you could live anywhere else in the world, where would it be? I bet a huge percentage would have said America.
100%.
The land of opportunity, you know.
The American dream.
Yeah, you know, people chase that all the time. But, you know, after a few times of being out in Jersey, I thought I could see myself living. I love it here. It's absolutely awesome. But then I think, Yeah, but all the
yeah, you just went to Jersey.
Yeah,
there's so much. There's so much more.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But then I instantly thought, yeah, but my prescription. So I said, so Chris, if I'm on this pill, and how much a month am I looking at? Probably a couple of thousand. Yeah, I'll stay in Wales then.
Yeah.
Depends on how close you are to Canada or Mexico.
Yeah, it's the
how easy it is across the border.
Yeah, it's the lack of free health care that really baffles me.
Oh, people get whiny when you say free. Universal.
Okay, universal health care then. Yeah. I know we pay for it with taxes. I understand that, but I can't. Somebody I saw it in a comment. I think somebody said, I'm sure it was Dobbs, the lady who takes pictures of the moon, that she needed an ambulance drive, an ambulance last year, I think, and it was like $3,100 just to take you to hospital. That's insane.
Yeah,
that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, they. I forgot what channel did a good deep dive on this. I mean, John Oliver always does good deep dives. But another one is, what was that really annoying guy?
Me, innit?
No.
Or the other annoying guy.
Yeah, but he does deep dives and all this. And it's just since they can charge most people's insurance, they charge $25 for a bandage, and it's the same with our military complex. So a wrench for the military is like $100. So they just raise these prices to extraordinary amounts that people, when they're underinsured or not insured, they're screwed.
I saw something, I think it was last week I saw this, and the guy basically worked for an insurance company in America. So if I'm understanding it correctly, you get taken to hospital and you're having an asthma attack, and you've never had asthma before, and they prescribe you an inhaler, a puffer, as we would call it in Wales. And your insurance company, the hospital ring your insurance company, and then your insurance company then go, either, yeah, that's no problem. If Megan needs an inhaler, we will cover an inhaler. But they can just as easily say, I'm not paying $300 for an inhaler. And the reason this guy made a video, and I'll try and find it and share it on my community post if I can. And basically, he was ringing the insurance company back to thank them for killing one of his patients for the sake of, I think it was $298. Because as soon as that lady was discharged from hospital, she had a catastrophic asthma attack and died. Because her insurance company didn't want to spend $300 because her coverage wasn't. Am I right in understanding, Megan, there's varying levels of cover you can pay for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. And again, so a doctor decides that you're sufficiently sick to need medical intervention, but ultimately it's not up to him whether you get it or not. That's a suit.
Yeah.
With a call, with headphones and a microphone on the head going, no, you were a bit rude to me when I answered the phone. No, you're not having your inhaler.
Someone who's pressured to say no, to denying claims.
Yeah.
Otherwise they lose their job. So it's a terrible system.
I know.
And what's really annoying is that a lot of our tax dollars go to fund the R&D for these big pharma companies.
Yeah.
And yet we pay the highest price. I mean, you go to other countries and the same drug in their country costs a fraction of the price.
Yeah.
It's like our tax dollars paid for a lot of the research and development into this. How come we're paying? It makes no sense.
Yeah, the asthma inhaler is called Ventolin. I use it myself. I was on holiday in Spain last year. I forgot to take a pump with me. It's rare. I don't need them that often anymore, but every so often if I've had like a cold or something, it always falls to my chest, and I needed an inhaler. It didn't happen. Went to the pharmacy out there. It was €10. So like, I don't know, about £8 or $15.
Yeah.
Why is it like $300 in America? It's the same inhaler. It's
crazy.
It costs like $5 to make. I know.
And then
I know even pharmaceutical companies are businesses and they want to be profitable, but at what cost? Because if that cost is human life, then it's not justified.
Oh, it's tons of human life, and it's insane when you hear some of the stories. Michael Moore, the channel I was thinking of was Adam Ruins Everything.
Right.
Michael Moore does a good documentary as well.
Yeah.
On it, and it's crazy how many people die just because an insurance claims person just denies you because they're pressured to.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, I mean, I almost got a job working in the insurance company, and I was thinking, I was justifying it to myself. Well, maybe I could do more good, working on the inside. I can at least help people navigate it. And I'm just like, no, no way. I'm not doing that.
I know. I had a similar. Well, it wasn't really well, it kind of was. I had a job interview years ago to be a funeral director, and I was excited about it. And I thought this would be a good career. I can start doing this now, and I could probably do this until I retire. People die. It's a safe job, and I know that may sound careless, but and I got the job, and when I got called back for the second interview, it went into more depth, and they said things like, "You do realize that not everybody dies comfortable and warm in their bed at home. Sometimes people go out into the woods and swing from a tree. People will jump in front of a train." He said sometimes you'll be called out as the Undertaker, and it'll be, you'll pick the body up, and then there's a leg over there, right? I'll just go and grab that. But what made me change my mind and say, no, this isn't going to be a career for me, is they give us another scenario, and it actually upset me. I actually cried in the interview, because they said, you turn up, you get a call, you turn up, and there's a young mother standing there, distraught, crying, and you are trying to prise a 3-week-old baby out of her arms so that you can take it away and bury it in the ground. And no, couldn't do it. Could not do it. That one thing was enough. Yeah, I'm not the right character to be a funeral director. As good a career as it would have been, because I'm sure nobody can disagree with me that everyone dies. So funeral directors, they seem to be immune to recession.
Well,
and
they say it's a recession.
Yeah.
What's it called? Recession-proof career.
But it's clearly not the career for everybody.
Well, you never know. AI might be able to take over that job too.
You never know. It seems to be stealing everything else. But,
but I'll let you go. I'll
cool.
Say Delbertation. Now's your time to call in.
Yeah. If you're still here and you still want to call in, give it a try now.
All right, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Megan.
Megan.
Guys have a lovely rest of your stream. And
we will try.
I'll see you in the chat.
Take care. Bye, Megan.
Thanks. Bye.
Oh dear me.
Oh, I'll jump back on the screen.
I'm starting to get really hungry. I am now.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Excuse me. What should we have to eat, everyone? Bearing in mind that we've got a message Mrs. Blinder to make it.
Yeah.
I hope she's still watching.
I think it is on in the house, but I think she's here, there, and everywhere.
Some sort of pizza. Ooh, British households don't keep pizza in. Well, we do actually. We've just already eaten them. Oh dear me. Eating a cheese plate as we watch. Oh, what cheese is it, Padge? We've got a nice bit of sharp cheddar, really mature cheddar. If you've got bread and a jar of Marmite, you haven't lived until you've had a cheese and Marmite sandwich, pal. You have not lived.
So the name Andrew Mountbatten's just come up. I don't know if you've seen.
He's just been arrested. Yeah. He's just been arrested.
Oh, so exciting.
Yeah,
on his birthday
should be as well. I wonder what went on behind the scenes. Because obviously Charlie could have gone, no, I don't care if he's a pedo. I'm the king. I say you can't do nothing.
My thing is, they at the moment, they can't go anywhere. They're getting heckled. It was in the news the other day. Bloody Charles and Camilla were out and about doing one of their royal whatevers.
Yeah.
And everyone from the crowd is just shouting about Epstein and Andrew.
I think he's at the cave to public pressure.
And I think it was the BBC. They were scheduled to do an interview with William and Kate.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know how TV interviews work. They have a
like a briefing. Don't ask them this. Don't ask them that. Yeah.
They sent it back with the name Epstein circled with "We will not talk about this under any circumstances." So the BBC went, "Do you know what? Then just leave it." They didn't even interview them. They were like, "Well, if you're not going to talk about the fact one of your family members is a paedophile,
yeah, exactly,
like then
exactly."
So so sorry. What I think has happened, I know better late than never. I think they've just gone, "Oh, we can't deal with this. This is affecting us now."
Yeah.
So they've thrown him under the bus.
Yeah, yeah,
Good,
exactly.
Good. He should be in jail.
Yeah, exactly. And to derail the conversation, I had to put that. I know I just recommended Padjo tries a cheese and Marmite sandwich, which is life. But corned beef, I'm all about the corned beef, but either with onion, white onion, or HP sauce. I have never put cheese with corned beef. I don't think I ever would. I think the consistencies. But if they're in America, corned beef isn't the same out there. Corned beef looks like brisket. It's just cooked a different way.
Is it?
Yeah. So maybe cheese with that and a pickled egg. Have you ever tried a pickled egg?
No,
it wasn't for me. It's the weirdest thing.
And I love pickled onions and stuff.
Yes, it was me, but pickled egg,
I can't.
Ben Speed says, I reckon Andrew's going to be the UK's Epstein sacrificial lamb.
Yeah,
you're probably right.
I've just seen Shisha saying apparently the charges are around sharing state secrets, nothing to do with the fact he's a nonce.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which is
stupid,
ridiculous. But I suppose I do think he is the sacrificial lamb, though, Ben. I agree.
Right, everyone's making me extra hungry now. That would be perfect, but I don't know. Is there corned beef?
I don't know if there's corned beef in the fridge.
Right, Mrs. Blinder, are you watching? I'm starving,
ma'am. If it's on in the house, she'll hear that.
Yeah. Hello. We are hungry. Help! She's probably turned all the TVs off now.
No, last time I went in, it was on, but...
Oh, yeah, that's a good shout as well. Branston pickle, but it's got to be the sandwich pickle. I don't like the big lumpy one. I make my own pickled eggs. Yeah, maybe I've just never had a good pickled egg. I have only ever had one once, and I bit into it and I said, vinegar!
Yeah.
The clue was in the name, really. It's a pickled egg. Can you pickle things in... Shumai from Wee. Well, Shumai to you as well. Shumai is hello, isn't it?
Yeah. Dilbert is trying to call in now.
Let's give him a bash.
Should we try and get him on?
Let's give him a bash.
All right. It's connecting. Let's... Fingers crossed.
It's
not looking good.
It's not, is it? Dilbert, are you there? Oh no! What's going on?
How long does this go on for?
30 seconds. Jesus. I was reading the comments. I forgot.
Yeah,
Dilbert.
I don't know why.
I don't know what it is, but there's something preventing you from getting through. I am sorry, pal.
Doesn't like you for whatever reason.
I would have loved to speak to you. And that guy with Trump at the end of his name, I think he's given up and gone now. Or maybe
he's in the streams a lot, and I can't tell.
Yeah,
I can't.
It's like keeps saying, "Why don't you put the phone number?" There isn't a phone number,
and the code is on the screen.
Yeah, this isn't the line. This is the cheapskate. This is like Happy Shopper line, which will mean nothing to anybody who's not Welsh. I know, but
UK.
Oh, is it a UK thing? I thought it was a UK
European
thing.
I don't know.
Yeah, but very interesting. Right.
Yeah, but I'm not sure why we're having such trouble getting him on.
Yeah, I know. It's bananas.
Well, I try. Yeah, see, it's saying. Yeah, so it was saying on air for him, and the mic level moving, but he couldn't hear us. And then on my end, it doesn't say you're connected. It says connect in.
The only thing I can think of, Dilbertson, are you already a member of my Discord server? Because if you are, we might be able to make it work there. But if you're not, it's no good because you'll try to join and then it won't let you do it. It's the stop spam accounts, it is. And it won't let you do anything until you've interacted with people and, all that good stuff.
Although I think, am I right in saying that Dilbert's comment was the one about don't believe in God.
Don't believe in God, but believes in an afterlife. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why it would have been really cool to speak to him.
I think we're probably going to end up doing an episode around something like that anyway. And we saw, you will get another chance, and hopefully it works, because we are very curious to hear.
Yeah, exactly. Take care, Chris. Go and save people and look handsome. P-Brain, what are you saying? By the way, Creaky, in both my videos that you watched, I did say atmosphere water would also move to the equator. Yeah, but that's wrong.
You've been making videos.
Yeah. He seems like a tidy enough guy to be honest. Yeah, but that's wrong as well. I'm not getting into a whole flat Earth argument. I can't be asked. Right, I think we could potentially take a 15-minute break, Cal.
Yeah, do you want to take a bit of a break and
yeah,
we'll come back?
Yeah, we'll take what time is it now?
Just gone half one.
Yeah, just gone half one. Yeah, so we'll be back by we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I need another old man pee and all that good stuff, and we can make a sandwich. So we'll take a break and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't leave. See you in a minute.
I'm not stupid.
Humidity. The air is just too moist. Optics aren't the issue either, because Mikey knows how to use his brain and he's figured it all out. Oh yeah, and some stars are shaped like a hockey puck. You ready for this?
Shut up and sit down, you big bald
Please subscribe.
All right, guys, we got a lot of... I'm going to answer a few questions.
And I'm looking forward to hearing you get the answers wrong, because you aren't exactly mastermind material, are you? Oh, and don't worry, I brought receipts for the new viewers. Mikey thinks the moon is 50 miles above us, and he took the sun's temperature. There's no punchline. He actually went outside and pointed a thermometer at the sun.
All right, guys, we got the infrared temperature gun dealy thing here. So a lot of people are trying to measure the moon's temperature, but I'm going to go the opposite way, because that's what I do.
Yeah, we know, Mike.
It's amazing. People are still going back to the P1000.
Damn, I hate it when I have to agree, but he's right. Most flat earthers seem to think the P1000 holds the secret to the true shape of the earth. But it's just a camera, people, and not a very good one at that, especially the video. Now, Mikey, from memory, don't you own a P1000 and use it to take all your pictures?
They're so concerned on my optics. What's he using? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, He doesn't know how to use a camera.
Well, I'm not sure I would go that far, but you definitely don't understand why the images you take look like they do. There's a really good reason why your star images are always blurry, Mike. But I think it'll be more fun to let you explain why you think they're always blurry.
I, again, know how to use my brain. I went from the crappy P1000, at least this is a theory of mine, because I have a P1000. Again, it doesn't matter if you have a P1000, P900, or even my binoculars, or a $14 trillion telescope. I don't care. You have to realize there is moisture in the air.
Whoa, what a breakthrough to realize that air has got water in it. If only scientists had known, they might have stopped building those stupid $10 billion space telescopes and just bought some $200 binoculars and a dehumidifier.
You have to remove that moisture in order to record a clear star. I am the only one who knows how to do that. Not knows how to do it, but who has figured it out.
It's impressive that you've single-handedly figured out what meteorologists and astronomers have known since the 1600s. But it must be so lonely being the only person on Earth who knows that water exists in the sky.
You're not listening. People like to talk too much. And yes, that could be you.
Yeah, I've usually got something to say, but I don't think I talk too much. Or do you just mean that people keep telling you you're wrong and refuse to listen to your side of the argument, which in your pea-sized flat earth brain translates to, we won't listen because we know you're right, which I can tell you right now with 100% certainty is not the case.
You need to shut up and listen to me. I'm sorry, but that's the only way you're going to learn.
Then what, though? That flat earthers are wrong? We already know. Or is it that you don't have a Scooby-Doo what you're talking about 99% of the time? Because we know that as well. Or are you going to school us on the ins and outs of astrophysics and prove all those actual astrophysicists wrong?
For an entire week, okay, before I recorded the Star Sirius, I was recording the Star Sirius a week before for 5-6 separate nights.
I'm glad you suggested we listen, Mike. I did, and I still haven't got a clue what you're on about. When were you recording Sirius, and how could you record it before you record it? What? You might want to ease up on the devil's lettuce, pal. It's scrambling your brain.
I was not recording the star like that, as it clearly was on the April of whatever night it was.
What does "as it clearly was on the April of whatever night it was" mean? Was it even English? All the words were there, but they were in the wrong order.
As you can see, the frequency.
Ah, right, of course, the frequency. You should have said that in the first place, Mike.
You can't go out every single clear night with no clouds and assume you're recording a liquid crystal star.
It's a relief to hear you don't think every night is a liquid crystal night. That would just be crazy, because it's much more scientific to think that stars are distant disco balls made of vibrating juice that only reveal their true form when humidity hits 0%.
You can go outside any given night with a P1000 or my binoculars, because like I said, 4 or 5 continuous nights I was recording a blob of light with my binoculars. And then the next night, it was 100% clear for me. That is how I recorded the actual star. And not all stars are alike.
Now, when you say you recorded the star with your binoculars, you did remember to use some sort of camera as well, didn't you? I'll assume you did for now. And it's great that you have a tripod, but a steady tripod will only give you a very still video of an out of focus light. Didn't your dad teach you about using the right tool for the right job?
If you want to know what stars are or look like, you need to talk to me. Don't go to a second observation or a second suggestion or a third party. You talk to me.
What are you then, the Star Master? Wouldn't it make more sense to speak to an actual astrophysicist about stars? actually probably not for flat earthers, because the astrophysicist is just going to tell you the truth and not what you want to hear.
There's at least 4 or 5 different kinds of stars, at least so far, that I can kind of come up with. Maybe there's 6, I don't know. But there are multiple different stars. They are not all alike.
And that's awesome, Mikey. You've noticed all stars aren't the same. Astronomers actually agree with you. They've identified thousands of different kinds of stars, though they usually use a prism instead of a pair of binoculars to see the difference. But since you've already come up with, 6 different types, you're actually very close to the official OBAFGKM system that scientists have been using for over 100 years.
The bigger, brighter stars, Sirius, Capella, Vega, yes, those are alike. But then there are other stars that look like this in the sky, just like flat hockey pucks.
Yeah, but do they look like that because you're using the wrong equipment? That's the question you should be asking, Mike, but you're actually on to something. Probably by accident. Now, stars are definitely not flat like a pancake, but some are definitely not perfect spheres either. When a star rotates incredibly fast, centrifugal force pushes the material at its equator outward, which turns the star into an oblate spheroid, essentially a squashed sphere that's much wider at the middle than it is at its poles. If only there was a more well-known oblate spheroid I could use as an example.
I don't know why people have this problem with factual information. If you want distorted pictures of stars, then go watch your crappy P1000 videos then, and leave me alone. I'm presenting you with the facts, and you have problems with the facts.
Who, me? I don't think I do. The only problem I have is that people like you are sharing information that's false. Mike, you're a clown like every other flat earther on YouTube. You're sitting there answering questions from your audience, which, based on your comment section, is about 70% normal people like me. What? I'm normal-ish? Now, I know he hasn't said it yet, but we all know how Mikey films stars. We've all seen his videos. He puts his phone camera to the eyepiece of his binoculars and then gets confused and frustrated as to why his star images are always blurry and blown out. It's not humidity, Mike. No.
I will present my information, my tripod setup. I have like a almost $500 tripod. $450 plus the extra amount, blah, blah, blah. I have a $230 gear head with multiple functions on it. I don't have cheap equipment. I know how to think. Okay, the question is, do you know how to think?
And we're all really happy for you and your tripod, but it doesn't change the fact that you're an idiot. You could have paid $50,000 for the tripod, but it still wouldn't make a difference. You'd still be wrong. Your star pictures are always blurry because you don't have the right equipment to take them. Now, this is how you take a picture of a star. Strange that this one isn't distorted and blown out, isn't it? It's almost as if whoever took this picture used something a little better than a phone camera and binoculars for zoom. Get a grip, you buffoon. Buffoon.
And I'm not making fun of you or me questions. Don't go do a third party, because they're going to exaggerate like everything else they talk about, okay?
Right, so only ask you questions. Then what? Are we just meant to trust that you're right because you say you are and you think you can back it up with a few blurry photographs? Yeah, I can't see that happening, Mike.
You couldn't back up a phone, you cunt.
Or should I talk with a monotone, like I don't give a flying fuck? I'll just sit here and my stars are this and blah, 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 and the earth's flat and blah, blah, blah. I'm showing emotion. Okay, is that a problem for you folks?
No, not at all. But I will say this for you. What you lack in knowledge, you certainly make up for in enthusiasm, which is refreshing from a flat earther.
I don't know what to say to you guys. But I need to go live again on Ironworks. We need to go through the whole system here. We need to explain it. I don't care if we're talking about stars for the next 25,000 streams. People are not getting it.
What? You mean people don't understand the duff information you share in your videos? Well, I never.
And the people need to ask me the questions, okay? If we're on a live stream with Ironworks, wonderful. But you need to ask me the questions, okay? And I will give you at least a half decent, honest answer in relation to what I know or have been doing. Remember, I'm the only one who has figured this out.
Bullshit with a capital bull shit.
Now, I know some of you worry that stupidity is contagious, but don't worry, just look at me. But if you want to put that theory to the test, I would recommend watching this video next. Lots of stupid in there. Don't forget to like the smash button and subscribe if you're new, and I will see you in the next video. Love you. Bye. Thing to oh, what's happened there? Heck. Hey, there you are. Oh, bloody hell. Callum wouldn't be a memento. It all went horribly wrong. I'm still eating it, Mega. Yeah, I'm missing Callum. Shit is over. I just got you. See ya. Bye, sour pounder. What's in that sandwich? Chicken and mayo. I took Mrs. Blinder out to dinner last night and I had some leftover chicken, so chicken mayo. Yeah, no, we've been live since 8 a.m. this morning, so we are just approaching hour 6. So we were just taking a brief comfort break. That's what my American friends would call that, is it? A comfort break? Which roughly translates to I was busting for a pee and I needed to make a sandwich. So yeah, so Callum won't be long. But I got to have another bite. You'll have to bear with me. Comfort break. Is that a British thing then? Maybe it's a leftover memory from from when I used to work in the corporate world. Get it down, you mush. Abso-friggin-lutely Benjamin. Might be an East Coast thing. I don't know. Comfort break. You know, if you're traveling, and you're in a car full of people and you don't want to say, I tell you what, I'm busting for a poo. You would say, would you mind stopping so we could take a comfort break? Audio's breaking up big time. What, when I'm speaking? Really? Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, hang on a second. Right, how about that? Is that any better? Because I just, what? Yeah, there we are. Broken Legends as your Yanks say comfort break. Yeah, is this still okay? Because I've just reduced the overall level, so I'm hoping it's not gone too quiet now. Let me. All
right, Dave.
Yeah, I can still hear my sound effects.
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Awesome. That's what it is. It's office speak comfort break. Smokers are starting to grind their teeth, and everyone's been holding farts in. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just had a massive technical issue and you weren't even here to help me.
What happened?
I don't know.
I got jam sandwiches.
Oh! Well, we brought one for everyone, have you?
Well, no, they're only jam, so it's only small, so I had 2 of them.
Can I have a jam sandwich, Miss Patterson? Excuse me? It was massive, though. What was?
Yeah, what was the technical issue? Was the mics go down?
No, I put the mics back up, but somebody said it was all breaking up and sounding sketchy. Oh. So I made a, a slight adjustment to the overall output. So it wasn't me at all then. Thanks for that. Hello, Creaky. Looks like my Chromecast has audio issues. Phone is okay. Sorry about that. Well, I don't know then if you want to, the second headphone button that I said never to touch. Turn it to the right a quarter of a turn. So it's back to where it was. Well, that should be all right. I can hear it getting a bit louder in my ears now. Don't have it up. Ben wants the jam sandwich. Offer them around, please. Callum, it's the polite thing to do. Mr. 68 Devil says, work or Creaky? I guess I'm going to be slow at work today. Oh, dear me.
That's hilarious.
Do all you mates just come round and ask you for a jam sandwich just for the shits and giggles? Because I know I would. Right. So anyway, so what's everyone thinking so far?
I'm thinking this is a lovely jam sandwich.
I'm thinking that bite was a bit mayonnaise heavy and could have been disastrous if it had squirted in the outward, not inward direction. I'm thinking, what a lovely stream. Oh, thank you, Megan. I'm thinking, I can't believe there's people watching this.
There's 150 people, 115 people watching us eat sandwiches. I feel like Trisha Paytas. We're doing a mukbang.
Oh, there we are. Now you're going to share. Strawberry.
It is strawberry. It's actually posh. It's strawberry conserve, which is, I think, they're not allowed to call it jam because it's probably not
enough fruit in it to make it actual jam.
So they make it try to sound all fancy. It's a strawberry conserve.
Have you seen the thing now with Subway in the UK? They're not allowed to say the sandwiches anymore.
Ireland.
Is that?
I think it was Ireland. No. So they're not allowed to say the sandwiches. They're not allowed to say it's bread.
Do you know one thing that really confused me when I was in America, and still does if I'm being honest, why Americans don't butter their bread when they make a sandwich? What is wrong with you?
It's weird. I found out they consider, like, there's butter in that, obviously.
I got so much butter on my sandwich, there's a real danger I could slip off my chair.
Yeah. Jam is like a necessity. But people go, no, but then you have mayonnaise. It's like, no, the mayonnaise goes on top of the butter.
I got butter, then I cut up some chicken, and then I squirted mayonnaise all over the top of it.
Yeah, butter is the bare minimum.
Yeah. Bob Nodell's gyroscope is thinking WTAF, 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got at least another 3 hours left. Oh no, shisha. No. Do you mean butter?
No, I think she's saying not having butter is diabolical. Or
oh yeah.
I hope.
Is bread really dry here? No. Not at all.
No. It's just nicer with butter.
But it is actual bread in the UK, not like it is in America, where there's so much sugar in it. It's not really bread at all. You should see the bread aisle in Target. You could spend a night there.
I will say
you could go on a day out to the bread aisle and still not know which one to choose.
That was the only thing in Thailand was, I will say, bread outside of Europe is not as good.
No.
I don't care what you say, it's not. I'm like Thailand. I consistently ate the best meals I've ever eaten in my life, but I had no interest in, unless it was like a specific type of sandwich where they had like buns. But on an average basis, the bread is so sugary.
Yeah.
That I was like, I don't want a ham cake.
Yeah, no, I want a ham sandwich.
This doesn't even taste like bread.
Yeah, Shisha's redeemed herself. Butter is a requirement on sandwiches, and she's absolutely right. It's not a sandwich without butter on it, at least not the British people anyway.
Bread. Yeah, it is. It's ridiculously sweet. And I'm not saying you can't get good bread outside of Europe. You can. I did have good bread in Thailand. And I would imagine there's also good bread in the States. But on an average basis, rancid.
And you know the UK consumes a lot of bread when Warburtons are using, what's his name now? Morgan Freeman in their newest advertising campaign.
Yeah.
Because he ain't cheap, is he? He hasn't said, oh yeah, I'll do it for $500. No sweat. It's only, got to read a couple of lines.
Definitely a couple of million to get him on an advert.
Mm-hmm. Meatball subs have butter on them in Europe. No. This is where it gets controversial and complicated. If you go to Subway and buy a sandwich, no butter. Weirdos. So no, there is no butter on a meatball sub unless you make it in the house.
I was going to say, when I've made a meatball sub at home, you bet your ass there's butter in it.
Because then you put the butter on. See, and when Callum and I are talking about butter, we are talking about real butter. We're not talking about Flora.
Proper Welsh butter.
Yeah, or I can't believe it's not butter. We are talking about clog up your arteries and make you shit your pants butter. And trust me, it does both.
It's nice, though.
I got the experience.
It's nice.
But I agree with Shisha. Butter is a requirement on sandwiches. Or is that just what Big Butter want us to believe?
Yeah, it's all applied by big.
By Big Butter.
Big lactose.
Butter before toasting or barbecuing keeps the mayo from soaking the... What? You don't want to soak the... You don't want to spunk sandwich. No, if you're making a meatball sub in Wales at home, you cut the sub roll open, you put loads of butter on both sides, then you put the hot meatballs on it, do whatever else you want to do. If you're a weirdo, put salad on it, close the sandwich up, and then all that butter soaks into the bread, and when you bite it, it all dribbles down your chin and gives you a shiny beard, and it's the best.
Do you remember Daryl that I used to work with?
Yeah.
I think this is weird, but I see the vision. He said, I don't put sauce on my bacon sandwich. He was like, just give me loads of butter.
Yeah.
He was like, that's... Because he was like, it melts, and he was like, I want it dripping down my face.
That's why if I have a chip butty, if we have a chippy tea, I never have sauce or anything. It's because I want that butter melting down my face. Yeah. Get in my face hole, butter. Is there anything savoury that you wouldn't put mayonnaise on?
No, we're white.
The only thing I put mayonnaise on is chicken.
Yeah, I'm not a big... I say I didn't like... I would never have chosen mayonnaise for the first probably 25 years of my life.
But I tell you what,
in the last couple of years, I've started putting it on stuff.
I tell you what I used to like with mayonnaise. You know, usually British people have only got them at Christmas time. They look like pretzels. Those little crunchy pretzel. Those dipped in mayonnaise are lovely. Really? Yeah. Somebody I follow on, staying on the topic of mayonnaise because it's so on topic. There's a YouTube. There's a TikTok guy I watch. He's a Mexican guy and he's a hot dog vendor. And he puts sauce, ketchup, and mustard, peppers and onions, and hot Cheetos.
I love that guy's account.
It's awesome.
You wouldn't believe the amount of times I've spent like 2 hours through, like in the middle of the night. Or he goes live, and I'll just sit there just watching him.
It's awesome, isn't it?
Oh,
and it looks so good.
And because it
must be dry. All those hot Cheetos, you must be getting lots of this. You lip this stuck up like on your Cheetos.
Yeah. But because what he does, they're bacon wrapped sausages.
Yeah.
So it's like a pig in a blanket.
I don't know what I thought you were going to call it. Oh dear me. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The joys of TikTok.
That guy's hot dogs look unreal.
They do.
But I will say the cross contamination is wild.
Yeah. There's another one I watched. And this guy does jumbo dogs. He's inside like a trailer, like a van.
I also know this.
Yeah. I just love watching him making hot dogs.
Is he always flipping it?
Yeah.
I know exactly.
And you're gonna have raw onions, onions or cooked onions. You can have a chili cheese dog.
And he has his sauces. Some of them are on like this stick thing.
Yeah, on a stick. And
is that cheese or is that? I can't
it's both.
tell. Yeah.
The yellow one on a stick is runny cheese.
Yeah.
Americans love runny cheese.
Yeah,
they just love it. But yeah. Oh, I could eat one of them hot dogs now. And I like it when he makes the jumbo ones. One is you be carrying it out like that, as if you're carrying a surfboard. But it's just 2 rolls on a gigantic wiener.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, where were we? What were we talking about?
Passionate you've gotten all morning. Talking about hot dogs.
Yeah, I do like a hot dog.
Boys.
There we are then. Isn't that blooming obvious? Right, now I made that comment at least 5.5 hours ago. Yeah. So does that mean Colon 66 has started watching from the beginning, or isn't mayo, tomato, and mustard just burger sauce? Well,
it's one of the combinations.
Yeah.
So I make a burger sauce out of tomato. So yeah, tomato sauce, mayo, mustard, American mustard. And then I do like pickle juice, salt and pepper. Oh,
Callum does make a really good smash burger, to be fair. We haven't made them for ages.
No,
and by we I mean you.
yeah. I haven't done smash burgers in a long time. I remember one time me and Jordan did smash burgers and milkshakes, proper like fat American meal.
Nice but dim. I would love for you to call in and we can talk. Because I'm genuinely, I know you haven't been here, so you haven't seen the other conversations, but it's been brilliant so far. I'd love you to call in if you'd like to, and we'll flap our gums for 5 minutes about it.
Code is still the same for everyone.
Yeah, code is still the same. It's the pinned comment as well is that what it's called in the side chat?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's still there, still pinned. There we go. Whoa, why is the side chat going so fast?
I think it glitched out just now.
Oh,
it
did
the
it?
Same on mine, because it was like nothing, and then 10 popped up at once. So I think it was just being a bit slow.
Yeah. But yeah, if Nice But Dim wants to come on and talk about that, I would love to, because that's exactly the kind of thing I was hoping would happen. Because I want to know how you forgotten the word, reconcile you believing God is real and watching my videos where I'm constantly saying he isn't and doesn't need to be. Have you tried that pickled jalapeno relish they sell in Tesco's? It's bloody amazing. I haven't actually.
Everyone's J-Oasis, I'm hungry now. We're just
I
talking
know.
about food.
I know. I tell Ben must be loaded then, shopping in Tesco's.
Oh, it's posh.
I tell you what, Ben. What's wrong with Aldi and Lidl's like the rest of us Welsh peasants? Yeah, we always used to shop in Tesco's, and we've halved our shopping bill by moving it to Lidl's. It's insane, it is. Absolutely insane. But now I really want to try that. Maybe a trip to Tesco's is on the cards. Pickle and jalapeno relish. Well, is it on the World Foods aisle? But are we talking like Llansamlet Tesco's or a different Tesco's? Or Forest Fach guys Tesco's?
Yeah, which Tesco's?
I need a bit more information, Ben. I don't go there too, don't worry.
I go there too.
Oh yeah, I go there. So you're stealing somebody's Tesco? I bet it's your mother, innit? I bet your mother still spends the extra pennies to have nice stuff from Tesco's, and then you go and steal it, don't you?
I just think she goes through all that effort to make you and your friends nice jam sandwiches. Mrs. Patterson.
Yeah. Is there any good? Aldi will copy it sooner. Yeah, I said that just now in the house.
That's very true.
Aldi is trying to be Lidl because we binned off Tesco's and transferred our grocery buying activities to Aldi's, and we've just recently switched to Lidl's. It's riveting stuff. Pay attention, you won't hear this again. And I've now realized that Aldi's is just trying to be Lidl, and somebody just questioned why I said Lidl's. Well, I'm Welsh, and there's more.
Lidl's, Asda's, Aldi's.
Yeah, there's an S on the end of every Welsh word. How big is Lidl? Not as big as you think.
Yeah.
It's quite little. I'm Welsh as well in Pembroke. I'm not exactly God's favourite, but when I died, I was in a coma and I saw the other side. I was a junkie and didn't believe anything until... Oh, no, that's a conversation I would love to have.
I haven't been watching many lately, but I've been down a bit of a rabbit hole in recent months of like, I can't remember the name of the channel, but near-death experience.
Yeah.
Because that's what, and it's people's memory of, for example, they were in a coma or had a car accident, or some of them talk about dying during surgery and like raising above their body and watching the room, and that is something I am fascinated by.
Very interesting.
Fascinated, because whereas I don't necessarily think it's supernatural, it is
super interesting.
For all intents and purposes, it is real because there's a lot of consistency in these stories.
Right.
But what is it?
Yeah. While we think about that, Padge, you can't say things like that to me, even in side chat, and then not tell me the rest of the story because of an incident in Lidl's.
Did you get banned from a Lidl?
we were getting frisky with a frozen chicken. Did you start a fight over the last pint of milk?
I'm pretty sure you could take a dump in the middle of Lidl and still not get banned.
What incident could? Well, you didn't say you're banned. You're boycotting Lidl. I'm desperate to know why. You can WhatsApp me if you want. You got my number.
Of course, yeah. People. So it's strange when you talk about Aldi and Lidl because both are so core German. Yeah. Obviously, they're both German companies.
Yeah.
The German. This is the thing, right? There's two things the Germans are really good at. 3 if you include invading Poland, but we're not including that.
Cow.
So
I've bet. The kimchi's really good too.
No, so if you want a car, German. If you want a supermarket, German. I don't know what it is. The Germans are just class.
Oh, dear me. Anyway, do you know Robbo Rouser, fair play to him, still sends me about 6 jokes every day. Every single day. And I don't think I've ever once replied to it. No, I think I have once. And he clearly hasn't noticed that I've cut the dad jokes like
sorry.
a month ago.
Of course, sausages. That's
sausage. The Germans know their way around the big sausage.
Yeah, of course. And beer.
Why the German sausages, why are they so expensive though?
Well,
because every
they're
time
not in Germany, are they?
Christmas rolls around, but I don't live in Germany, so I don't care. And I go to Cardiff Market, and this is my year. I'm having a Wiener Schnitzel hot dog thingy. And then I stand there and I look and I think, 9 quid, you taking a mick?
Yeah.
I'll go to Lidl's. That's German enough for me.
Yeah.
I got my whole pack of them for 3 quid there.
Do you know, what I'm learning from this, people going, which is a good point, lager, sausages. Germany needs some good PR because they're class at a lot of things.
Yeah. Callum, as a semi-professional hat wearer, does your hat ever give you a headache? That's what I've had to take. It's giving me a headache.
Not a headache. Sometimes it'll make my head feel like, you won't get this issue. It's more my hair. It makes my hair feel like, I don't know, like flat and like frictiony.
My hair's always flat.
Yeah.
Emma Wheeler was going to ask what happened to the dad jokes at the end. Why have they stopped? They've stopped because I'm trying to increase my retention overall, and it's working. So basically, and I know a lot of you have noticed because a lot of you have pointed it out, but my videos end fairly abruptively now because I don't want you to know when I'm going to finish, because one of the metrics that helps YouTube decide whether or not your video is worth sharing to a wider audience is the audience satisfaction metric, and they measure that by the overall retention at the last second of your video. And mine was always around like 25-30%, but by removing the dad jokes, it's over 50% on every upload now. So that basically means if 100 people watch my video, 50 of them watch every second of it. But when I was doing the dad jokes, not everybody wanted to listen to them. So I was losing like the last minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes of my videos, and it was killing my overall retention. So that's why I stopped them. I did think about slotting them into the middle somewhere, but I don't know. I've been trying to do it, and it just doesn't seem.
Yeah, because I think it was Sick that said, like,
yeah, it would be like a cutaway in Family Guy almost.
Yeah, no, but what Sick said was you should just when you hear a joke that you like, that usually you would just put at the end.
Yeah.
Try and find a way to put
to
it in the
weave
video.
it in. I've done a couple, but only one guy. I've had one comment.
Yeah.
From a guy saying, "Oh, you did the dad joke in the middle of the video today."
Oh,
yes,
so,
I did, mate, and thanks for being the only person who's noticed.
Yeah.
But because nobody noticed, I started. I know I still get a comment on every video saying bring back the dad jokes, but
well, you've had a couple
of
comments in the chat in this saying about the dad jokes.
So that's where when two vegans get into an argument, is it still called a beef? or do they engage in a tofu? Wouldn't be so two vegan rappers. Yeah, we're deep in a tofu about turf.
In a quorn.
Yeah, we're in a quorn.
Yeah, we're in a turf quorn.
Yeah. Oh dear me. PJC Net. Not really live then, I assume it's on repeat. No, it's live. Hello. PJC Net, it's live.
It's not live. This is a playback, and the walls are talking to you.
Yeah. Oh, it is live. What, for over 6 hours? Really?
Oh
yeah, none taken. I'm not that old. I did a 12-hour stream a couple of weeks ago. And by I mean we.
Yeah.
But Callum's young, I'm old, so I'm stealing the credit. Yeah, we've been live for 6 hours, 13 minutes and 15 seconds. 16 now, 17, now 18, 19, but you get the idea. Tofu.
Yeah.
I like it. Are Birkenstocks German? I don't know. I bought a pair of them once, but they were knockoff ones, and they started smelling like ass really quickly. Sweaty feet and cork is not a good combination. You know, when they get like sticky and... Have you seen how much real Birkenstocks are?
I would imagine.
They're like 170 quid
that's insane,
for a pair of sliders with a cork sole. That's like $3.99 in Primark.
Yeah.
Primani, my favourite fashion house. PJC Net is Surrender Monkey's favourite silly Billy. PJC Net, I feel like, is one of those people who's been around my channel as long as I have. Been here for a very long time, yeah. It's a name I've never interacted with, but I'm very familiar with.
Yeah.
Simply Secular Dave's another one. A very familiar name. And it's weird. I get fake Crocs for about 6. I will say...
You got real Crocs as well, haven't you?
These are my indoor Crocs.
Yeah.
Right? The only reason they're in the studio today, my indoor Crocs, is because it's not raining, so I'm allowed to walk outside in my inside Crocs when it's not raining. But if it was raining, these would be my black Crocs. Fresh as a daisy. And a lovely shade of grey. Yeah, I'm a Crocs guy. I wear Crocs more than anything else. Tell you who else loves Crocs? Constantine. You know that, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's always got them on, though. Like, I've seen him on a red carpet event, and he had red Crocs on. He looked
it's
right
weird.
too.
In the last few... Well, probably the last 5-6 years, Crocs have become, like, fashionable.
Why is this making me so happy?
Yeah.
You're right, Taltacit. They're not in sports mode. No, mine rarely go into sports mode. Now, in the summer, I'll go on a full-on day out to Cardiff and wear my Crocs. I do put them in sports mode then, because, you know, if you need to run away, or you know, if I was to encounter a Flatearther in the wild and needed to make a quick escape, my Crocs would need to be in sports mode. So thank you for noticing.
Yeah,
they're in comfort. They're in cruise control comfort mode at the moment.
Oh, you got traction control off.
yeah. Yes, I'm a Crocs guy. Thanks for outing me on stream. Have you seen the Lego Crocs? They come with a minifig and its own tiny Crocs. I haven't. Somebody, me Julie, which means nothing to anybody. You know who me Julie is from up the road. She's really into her Crocs add-ons. You know, bit of Croc tuning, spoiler. You know, lower it, put wide wheels, that sort of thing.
Spinners.
Yeah. But no, I was going to say I'm an adult, so I probably shouldn't have those. But the same argument could be made for the wearing of Crocs in the first place.
What do you mean? Like she puts buttons and stuff on them?
Yeah.
Loads of people do it.
And Spurs. She's got the Spurs.
Really?
Yeah.
On Crocs?
Yeah, you can buy cowboy boot Crocs. Haven't you seen that?
No.
Anyway, welcome to episode 1 of the CGI Calling Show, where today's topic of note is Crocs. How do you wear yours? Tree Fairer, how are you? I love the dad jokes. I just don't comment on YouTube videos in general. Yeah, that's another thing that I find really interesting. See, the names that pop up in live streams that have clearly been around for a long time by the things they say, and I got no idea who they are.
Yeah, well, I've said this before, is you're not a particularly active commenter on YouTube.
I probably have left less than 5 comments this year so far.
I'm not an active commenter, but like I've used this example before, Jackmate. I've been watching him for 10 plus years.
Yeah.
I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I've ever interacted with his channel other than watching.
Yeah.
But I'm such a fan that I went to his live show.
Yeah.
But I'm not a commenter.
Do you know what I think it is? I'm not a massive commenter either, but I think I'm worse at it now because I think it's like I struggle to stay on top of the comments on my channel and what my videos average between, I don't know, 20 and 50K. So if I watch a video that's got like 15 million subscribers, 50 million views, and then you look and the channel's got like, I don't know, 800,000 subscribers, I'm like, yeah, you're not going to see my comment. You uploaded this video last week. You've moved on now, and this video's a distant memory. So I think that's why I don't do it. But, well, the phone lines are still open. So if anybody would like to join in this conversation that I'm attempting to have with myself, that would be fab. Because I'm really enjoying this, and I'm hoping that we are kind of shaping this into what it is going to be, can be. Oh, no. I mean, I get it, but you're wrong. Do you want to come on? We'll have a debate about Crocs.
Yeah.
It'll be my first online debate, whether Crocs are cool or not. I think they're as cool as you. Oh. Flipping out. Yeah, I hope the sound didn't carry then. Shall I give you a bell? As long as it's not an end, absolutely, Benjamin. Give us a bell and we can show these people how two Welsh boys speak to each other. It'll be mega. The Dow, come on.
No, I agree though. I do agree. They're not cool.
I will say though, I didn't say they were cool. I just said they were Crocs.
They are comfy, and I will steal yours to like nip out you or whatever. But I think it's a sign of sundowning.
I join, but I have nothing interesting to say unless you want to talk about aviation. I could do that all day. Are you a pilot, Dan, or are you just an aviation enthusiast? That's a word I don't use enough.
Enthusiast.
But it's probably because I'm never really enthusiastic about anything. Will this bit be known as a Welsh off? Yeah, it will. So when I was speaking to somebody earlier, I think it was when you'd gone to make a cup of tea or whatever it was. And the guy who was from, his natural American accent was Southern, but he's got the IT guy, Andy. And was it Andy?
What are you?
No, Steve, American Steve.
Oh, right, the one from Reading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Do you know American Steve in my mind now is...
American Dad?
Ginger with glasses. And
Steve.
So every time I see that name, now that's the image that's going to be in my mind. Anyway, what was I saying, Carl?
I don't know, American Steve?
Yeah, no.
Accent?
Yeah, and he was saying he's kind of removed his heavy Southern accent, but he'll slip back into it when he goes to visit home.
Yeah.
And I was saying that, it's like if I'm on holiday in Benidorm and I've been speaking to English people all week, you German, it's nice wearing you, all that, and then I meet another Welsh guy, all right, Marsh, how's it going, bud? You just get way more Welsh.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. He said it's the same. He said, when I go home, to Georgia, I think he said he was from, didn't he? I think it was.
Yeah.
He said his southern accent comes back really quickly.
Yeah. It's definitely because I think for people with accents that can sometimes be harder to understand, I think you get excited a little bit. You're like, oh, I don't have to filter myself at all.
Yeah, yeah. Excuse me, there's bones in this vape. I'm joking. Somebody pat my back. Crocs are very new.
He's dying, Ben.
Oof. Crocs are very neutral to me. Ugly but handy to have. You my people. Why is there feedback?
Ben's on.
Is he?
I just said, yeah. Can you hear us, Ben?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have you got the stream muted?
Of course he haven't. He's from Neath.
Oh.
And usually means no. And now that I just heard myself say that back to me. Oh, and now it's getting worse. Oh, no.
These things work, man.
Of course they work. Just,
Well, I don't know how they work, do I?
just hang out your kitchen window on one leg and stick your phone out, get better signal.
I got Wi-Fi, man. and
Wi-Fi? It's all gone to cock, yeah. I can hear me more than I can hear you.
How's it going on, then?
I don't know.
It's just the echo thing, and I can't switch it on. I'm trying to switch it on.
Yeah, you've got to switch it on before you dial in, Ben. Go and do it, go on. No, Bob.
Brain dead like me now.
Aye, come on, now sort that out.
Hang on, I'll have to hang up now, won't I?
I'll speak to you now in a minute.
In a minute now.
Right, tidy. Are you boys from Swansea? Whatever give you that impression, nice but them. I bet you it was the use of the word mush.
Yeah, was it? You said you were from Pembroke way, was it?
I think it was
a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Pembroke's lovely.
It is nice.
It
was absolutely hammering it down the whole time.
Yeah, it's not so great then.
No,
because we went down to Milkwood. Dylan Thomas, very famous poem under Milkwood.
Yeah.
And he used to write, there's a little boathouse and it's still there and you can walk up the steps to visit it. I got up about the first 17, got out of breath and turned around and went back down. Hang on, somebody laughed at me then.
Did you hear the giggle?
Oh, that was freaky then. But somebody needs to put a bell around your neck, pal.
I know.
I was going to hang in then, Mush.
Aye, all right. I got that thing to work now, look.
Yeah, it's weird, it is. I don't know if this is going to be the system we'll keep using because there's, I know there's only a couple of steps, but they're easily missed as well because I only noticed when I showed it on screen earlier that there's an echo cancellation button and the another button, I forgot what it does. But yeah, it's I don't know, but you hear now, aren't you?
Yeah. What you've got to remember with me, whenever you're dealing with me, right, is the height of technology for me, it reached its peak at CB radio.
Oh, were you a CB guy, were you?
I still am.
I wanted a BC, but my parents couldn't afford it. But one of my mates, when I was a kid, I grew up in Forest Fach. I don't know how well you know the area, but near the Joiners Arms. Little cul-de-sac. Yeah, down there. And one of my mates had a CB radio, and it was just the coolest thing in the world. It was. Just used to go around his house and speak it. And thinking back on it, I must have been, I don't know, about 10, 11 years old. I could have been speaking to Fred West.
Yeah.
But there was
not from where you were with the CB, but yeah, I get the point.
Yeah, do you know what? You don't know who you were speaking to. I didn't even know. We were still, so it's like an enthusiast hobby now. Then is it? Because it's not like it was in the 80s, is it?
Oh no! I mean, I had CB in the 90s in Neath, and Neath was pretty busy then.
Yeah.
And it kind of died off with mobile phones, except for the diehards.
Yeah.
And then it kind of picked back up again in COVID. People sort of had a bit of interest in it with COVID.
Yeah.
And it is there's people on now more over Swansea way. If I want to talk to like the regular boys that are on, most of them are in Swansea, and I got to drive somewhere in my van and use the CB in my van.
Is there?
Yeah, but it's funny actually because CB is kind of sort of how I know Leighton.
Oh, is it?
Because Leighton's buddy Kev, who's from Birch Grove, I got to know him through the CB.
Yeah,
and then I got Kev hooked on motorbike trials, And then Kev obviously had known Leighton for years and years and years, and now Leighton's riding trials again and his boy. So I saw Leighton the weekend with Harley, like.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of funny that sort of in a disjointed way how I know Leighton is because of CB radio.
Yeah, but I know it was massive when I know you were younger than, well, looking at your profile picture, you're younger than me, but like when I was a kid, you know, in the late 70s or early 80s, CB really came about, didn't there? You were only cool if you had like a CB handle and that you had your own little rig in your bedroom but you know, people were using it. It's sort of like we use the internet now in a sense, as far as communicating goes.
Yeah. It's kind of like it was kind of like Facebook before Facebook, WhatsApp before WhatsApp, texting before texting. There was just a bit more. There was a bit more work involved in it, and you know, you had to have a good aerial, and you had to be in the right, you had to be in the right place, and all.
Yeah,
it's kind of that's how it all.
Because I know the boy I used to go on the CB when he was older than me. He lived next door to my mother and father. He did, and he had this aerial in the back garden, right? It looked like it belonged on Kilvale. It was massive. I don't know who he was trying to reach, but I was only a small kid. I was like 8, 9 years old, 10, whatever it was. But this aerial was enormous. But he was speaking to people from all over the shop. It wasn't just like people around Swansea. So is it just now? It's just. The technology's moved on, it hasn't got the range, or it's always had the same range, it just seemed better then?
No, well, it was, so there's a whole thing about it, really. I mean, America was massive, CB was massive in America.
Yeah.
And they had it all on AM out there. And people sort of started using it sort of when they shouldn't really have been using it on AM over here. And then eventually, our government said, all right, you can have a CB, but then just to be a pain in the ass, they made it so that everyone in the UK was on FM.
Right.
And you only had 4 watts, which is, really sort of low powered.
Yeah.
But the rules did change. It was just before COVID where you could have a bit more power and you could have AM and I think you can use sideband and stuff now as well. So it's different. Yeah. So you got a bit more, you with 4 watts, if you're up on top of a hill and you've got a really efficient aerial, you can get a lot further than you think you could get, to be honest.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it like it's not necessarily line of sight, but you've got to be, you've got to be higher. The aerial's got to be high enough to be able to kind of talk to another aerial 3 miles away. That's kind of the gist of it, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. But then you've got, this plays into like where the flat earthers have got it wrong, because it can be line of sight.
Yeah.
But then you can also bounce off the ionosphere. When the ionosphere is energized by the sun, you see your sort of signal takes off, and I'm looking across at the mountain now, so the mountain opposite me would block my signal from going over to Seven Sisters or Banwin or the Swansea Valley or whatever.
I was up there on Saturday.
Oh, where, Seven Sisters?
Yeah, I went through Banwin and Seven Sisters. We went for a run up the Senny Bridge and came back through the mountains. Nice. It was lovely. It was bit cold though. There was snow everywhere up there.
Yeah, well, I bet it was. Yeah.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, but it's but I mean, what'll happen then is my signal now that isn't blocked by the mountain opposite me, where it's going off over the skyline. That's where it takes off then up towards space, and it's honestly a bounce back down and that. But it's all conditions dependent.
Yeah, so it would be more accurate. I was thinking of it in terms of like the way a mobile phone works. It's not one aerial sending you a signal to another. You were sending your signal out and hoping that a particular aerial will catch that signal, and then you can speak to that person then that or whatever.
Yeah, so you go into normally with a CB, you go direct person to person. Now, next to my phone here on my windowsill, I've got a walkie-talkie, which uses UHF and VHF signals.
Yeah.
Now, with that, you've got a network of basically what's like mobile phone masts, but they're called repeaters.
Yeah.
And you talk into the repeater, which there's one. My mate Kev is one of the repeater keepers. Actually, it's on top of. It's kind of like up above Neath and up above Port Talbot.
Yeah.
You get it from Carmarthen.
Yeah.
So that's a UHF, VHF repeater. So you can speak into that.
Yeah.
And then that will throw your signal back out.
Right, I got it. Yeah. So it's like a range extender to all intents and purposes, and it gets the signal spread in a wider area, is it?
That's it, yeah. And then the latest thing is then, which some of like the old die-hard amateur radio people are really sort of really fussy about things, and like anything to do with the internet is like black magic to some of them.
Yeah.
But they've got digital radio now, where so if you've got a fusion radio, you can use the repeater that I was just on about. But instead of it just throwing your signal back out as a radio wave, it'll put your signal through the internet and put it back out of a mast in Australia or America or whatever. So there's a few different systems. There's like DMR, Fusion, D-Star. It's a shame really they didn't standardize it all. Some of like the radio makers have their own version of it type of thing.
Yeah, so I know what you mean. Because wasn't there a thing, I might be misremembering it, but wasn't there a thing where if you were lucky, you could pick up like police channels and all that kind of thing? Because I remember hearing about people getting in trouble because they'd been listening into like restricted channels and all that kind of thing. Was that CB or was that like a different thing?
Well, it was. I mean, it's all comes under radio.
Yeah.
You used to be able to get it with a scanner.
Yeah.
But it's all digitized and encrypted now. See.
Yeah.
So it's all gone way past that. But yeah, years ago you could buy a scanner and you could listen to anything before encryption came around. Well, you can. Well, I think you can probably still hear the digital signals now, like with a scanner and stuff, but when you pick them up it just sounds like something you would think coming out of a flying saucer or something.
Is that?
It's just this kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like it's not the same, but remember the old dial-up internet where you used to get that funny noise when you were dialing in? You get like this funny like data stream noise because it's just being sent as tones.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. That's the sort of the noise that our routers used to make when the internet was still steam powered.
Yeah, I should imagine something along them lines.
And you'd spend 19 hours downloading an album off LimeWire, and then your nan would ring the house and cancel the connection, and you'd have to start again.
Yeah, that's it.
I tell you what, these young whippersnappers don't know how good they got it, Ben.
Oh, they haven't got a clue.
I'm telling you.
But this walkie-talkie radio I got next to me here now, I think it costs about 25 quid.
Yeah.
And you can speak to the space station with that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So if you went to like the radio club in Llansamlet there, and you could do your foundation license, which is what I've got my foundation amateur license.
Yeah.
And once you got that, you got to get the space station obviously when it's in the right path.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because again, you're talking to him line of sight then, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you can, when they are doing radio operations, you can speak to them and put your call sign out, and if they hear you, they'll come back.
Oh, is it? That's cool.
Yeah, the ISS has got a funny call sign. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, that's really cool. That is.
But you probably find that quite interesting, especially like from the flat Earth perspective.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it is interesting.
You probably benefit from going down there and like having a chat with my mate Kev, because I'm rubbish on it really. I've only got my foundation, but Kev now, who's mine and Leighton's mutual mate, he's a full whack ham and he really understands it all.
Yeah.
I'm just stippling in.
You're not the first person to say that. You're not the first person to say that to me as well. I got this guy, I wish I could remember his name, but he's a ham radio enthusiast and he's in my comments all the time. And he says quite frequently, learn about ham radio. There is no way it could work if the Earth wasn't a globe.
Yeah, I think I commented it a couple of times.
You could well be one of the people who's commented it, but
Well, as I say, obviously I know local people that you sort of would know, sort of, what I mean, who could point you in the right direction with all.
I know what you mean.
I still get it. I couldn't get my mate who's been to the South Pole to have a chat with him.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't keen, was he?
No, he's really fresh out of the Navy.
Yeah.
And I think he's working now he does like comms for the Coast Guard, I think it is.
Right.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's got this job now, so he goes around like all Coast Guard stations, does all the comms. So I think he's a little bit, although he's like out of the forces, he's still in a bit of a government job where he could still have his backside handed to him if he said something that would cause a problem.
Yeah.
Like, not that I think.
I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. But I could have accidentally said something that he wasn't meant to be taught. Yeah, I get it. I got it at the time when you came back to me. It's and not everybody's comfortable talking about things, are they? You know, it's like there's a creator on YouTube. We would all know who the creator is. And they were raised in a very conspiratorial household. And I asked them if they would come on and have a chat about it. And no, because now that they debunk conspiracy theories, and they weren't comfortable talking about that part of their life yet. But
it's not, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's wild. I love all the conspiracy stuff and everything.
It's just interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I probably give a lot of stuff more mileage than a lot of people, but I'm I sort of got this belief in my head that I sort of, like, as I've grown up, and I've got a bit of a funny take on things, and a lot of it's, like, I didn't know until last year, but I found out I'm autistic.
Right.
And so, like, I used to take things really literally. So, like, talking about the atheism thing and everything else. Like, I believed in God as a kid.
Yeah.
Because my teacher told me it was right.
Exactly.
And I loved my teacher. At the end of every shift, we'd say a prayer, right?
Yeah.
And like I went to church a little bit with my parents. My parents aren't like mega religious, but it was kind of like Welsh village, and that's sort of what you did. You went to church or chapel and stuff, and you know, like trying to bring your kids up right and all that. And it took me a long time to realize that not everything that a person in authority said to me was actually true or right, or that they knew it for 100% and stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And sort of, you know, once I got into my 20s and stuff, I started to question some of these things. I've been caught out over the years, and kind of learned the hard way with a lot of things.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then my kind of atheism started from there. But then, so my eldest boy's mum was on the executive committee of the British Humanist Association.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and her dad was heavily involved in it as well. And we used to go away with the British Humanist. Is it British Humanist Association? I think it is. They got a big office up in London, and my ex used to go up there for meetings and all that kind of thing. And we used to go away. We used to do like family weekends and stuff in the summer, you know. And we go away with them to York and Nottingham and stuff, and they were really lovely people, you know. Really, really good. But it started to kind of, it all kind of started to open me up to question things then, you know. And now I'm sort of at the stage where, like, as far as I'm concerned, the world is run by psychopaths. Everything's a grift. Everything's pro wrestling. And I just sort of, like, I got so much doubt in everything. That was unbelievable.
Right. But the thing is, though, it's what you do with that doubt. That's where the difference is between, like, somebody who thinks the way you do and somebody who thinks the earth is flat. It's like night and day. You know, there's nothing wrong with being, you know, because people have said to me, oh, look at you sucking up to the guy. Do you honestly think the government has got our best interests at heart? And they're always, no, of course I don't. I'm not an idiot.
No.
I just don't feel the need to be overly vocal about it, because I just don't. I talk about what I talk about, and I do, you know, it's just, it is what it is. But it's like that leap, isn't it? From, you know, you can be suspicious of anything, but if that leads you to then think the earth is flat, then that's when it becomes a problem. It's a different animal then, isn't it?
Yeah. I think, you know, I mean, I got great faith in science, and I think
I know what you're saying.
Scientific.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But the thing is, you know, without getting into politics, if they want people to stop thinking like that, stop giving people reasons to think like that. You know, bit of transparency goes a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they really need to clamp down on liars and grifters involved in politics and psychopath testing. I heard it said on a documentary years ago, you know, about testing. If you went into like big business and stuff,
yeah,
the number of psychopaths involved at high level businesses. And you can tell from a brain scan, so they reckon in this documentary, which is, you know, really, really, really interesting. Yeah. There's like they can pick it up on a brain scan apparently.
Yeah.
And as far as I was like, as soon as I heard that, I was like, right, get into Parliament, wheel the the brain scanners in there, weed them out.
Apparently, not apparently, I'm pretty sure this is true. I don't think it's come into effect yet. Wales is in the process of being the first country that politicians can lose their job if they get caught lying.
They try and they put it through the Senate if they are.
I think, see, politicians should be under oath. If they're acting in a public...
like a judge or something in court, you know,
it's perjury. I think lying as a politician should be considered perjury.
Absolutely it should. I mean, I've seen it all over my social media recently, you know, and I hope it comes into effect. But more than that, if it comes into effect, I hope it's acted on, because that's the main thing.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And the trouble is, though, you know, this is a double-edged sword, because if it does come in, then everybody's just going to go, oh, so you've been lying to us all along then. So it's kind of, do you know what I mean, Ben? It's like, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, in that sort of thing. But it always makes me laugh when people say, oh, look at you, you trust the government 100%. No, I've never voted.
No.
I don't care. I'm not interested. And I know people are, oh, you should vote. It's because of people like you that whatever. But it's just, no.
Well, the trouble is voting for governments is just I think there's a book that's called it, The Illusion of Choice or something along them lines. And you know, you look, you know, I mean, without, you know, with Trump and everything else, you know, I mean, Trump was offering alternative thinking to things. Oh, we're not going to have any more wars, and we're not going to do this, and we're not going to do that, and we're not going to do the next thing, you know. And to me, everything that's happened recently with Venezuela and everything else is just showing that he's owned. You know, and all the other and it's not a left and right and Democrats and Republicans or Conservatives and Labour and all that. It's just through everything. And to me, the biggest thing that put the tin hat on politics for me, especially from being from the UK, is the absolute monumental effort they pulled to get it so that Corbyn couldn't be Prime Minister. Because he has been proved over, what is it, 30 or 40 years he's been in Parliament. He's always been on the right side of debates. He's always been honest about stuff.
And consistent.
And there was no way they were going to have him because he couldn't be bought.
You know? It's a scary game.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Like sorry, man. I've been to like a polling station and everything, and you know, and looked at the ballot paper, and it's basically, it's like, I don't like any of these guys. I don't vote for any of them. So it's like I didn't, and okay, I'm just not going to, because they're not giving you. It's almost like the magician's choice, you know, like heads you win, tails I lose. It's that kind of, you know. That sort of the magician's choice, they call it, where you present in what appears to be an option, but it isn't. And what they do, and they're giving us a list of people who are all equally as shit as the last one, and asking us to choose the least shit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
And it's like, I don't want to get involved in that. You know, I'll take a chance.
But I've always voted. You know, since I've been old enough to vote, I've always voted. And the last time, I think it was the last election, is the first time that I didn't vote for Labour. And I stood there with the pencil above the sheet, and it absolutely hurt my heart not to be able to put that cross in that Labour box. And I thought to myself, no, you've exposed your own business. You've shown everyone what a bunch of cutthroat scumbags you are. And I cannot, as much as it, and it really did hurt me. And I thought to myself, I just can't vote through. I feel like I got to vote, and I cannot vote through, because you've shown your true colours and you've shown what scumbags you are. And it's horrible. It's an horrible feeling, you know.
I'm with you on that. I've since I turned 18, I voted Labour up until the last election. I just couldn't do it, and especially, I know we've ended up in like a political chat, but especially with You can't have, right? You can't have Sir Keir Starmer, Sir running the Labour Party. You just can't.
Yeah, exactly. That's
You can't be a man. You can't be a man of the people and a knighted whatever he is.
Yeah.
Like there's the Labour Party was created to separate that bullshit. Like it was for us.
You
know. Anyway,
but it's not like that anymore, and that's why I don't vote either, because I don't think I should have to choose the best of a bad bunch.
No, it's right. No, you shouldn't have to.
It's a
I
shit.
tell you what was very interesting actually was there was a documentary on was it last year or the year before, and they did a big interview with John Major, who, for anyone who doesn't know, was a Conservative Prime Minister after Margaret Thatcher. And I couldn't believe how much I agreed with what he said. And the biggest thing that he said was they asked him about the Labour Party, and he said the problem with the Labour Party now is you've got far too many career politicians and not enough people that have had a gutsful, normal people that have had a gutsful and stood up and have gone to Parliament to try and do something about things. And he's right.
And the trouble is as well, and again, I got very limited knowledge of politics, but I think I'm right in saying a lot of these sort of higher tier politicians are all from privileged backgrounds anyway.
Most of them are
Eton and Oxford educated. So they've never. I remember, right? You know what FRF is, don't you, Ben?
I do indeed.
Right. I worked for FRF, right, for the Radcliffe family. They've lost complete grasp of reality. So I was in work one day, right? I worked in Mazda, I worked in Seat. So I was working in Seat at the time. It was when the dealership was new. I was the parts manager, and my mate Andy South was the sales manager. And Andy was trying to sell a car to people, a young couple, say like, I don't know, like Callum and his other half, right? And they failed the credit check, couldn't get finance. So Mark was saying to Andy, but why aren't they buying a car, Andrew? They were buying a car. They promised. They said they were buying a car. Now they're not. And Andy said, they couldn't get finance, Mark. Why? Well, maybe their credit history isn't the best. Why? They both have jobs. This is ridiculous. They both work. How can they not afford £120 a month for it? He couldn't. And Andy said to him, and it happened the same day, he said, can I ask you a question, Mark? Yeah, of course you can. How much is a pint of milk? He didn't have a clue, Ben. He didn't have a clue. He was handed the dealer principal position by his dad, who was the owner of the group. Well, one of the owners of the group. You know the setup, Francis Radcliffe and Francis. And it just blew my mind that this guy, who was about the same age as me, maybe a couple of years younger, didn't even know how much money he would have to take with him to buy a pint of milk in the shop down the road. It was insane, but he couldn't understand why these people couldn't get the finance to buy a car. And he reminds me of what the average politician is like. They've got no concept. They've never failed a credit check.
They've never had to live in the real world.
Yeah, they've never had to go digging down the back of the sofa to find a couple of quid, because they've run out of a loaf of bread or something. And
there we are. They've never had to save up the £2 coins all year round to do Christmas dinner.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we used to do. We used to say we used to have a £2 coin jar, and every year the £2 coin jar would pay for all the nice Christmas food. I don't know. It's just it just makes me mad.
Be in charge. My take on it is to be in charge of people's lives. You've got to have had a period of time, and a proper period of time in your life where you've had bugger all and you've been scraping. Because you've got no idea. Otherwise, you can't grasp it.
No, exactly. I agree 100%.
It's hard, I had a period of time, 2018, 2019, when I was still with my ex-partner, and I was having to go to food banks. And it was horrendous. It was horrendous, and I know that my mother really because my parents, don't get me wrong, my parents have been amazing. They've always helped and everything else, but there's only so much you can go begging your parents for, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly.
And I knew that there was people. I remember there we are. I had to go to food bank in Gleneath one day. I got directed up there. We had no grub, and we went up there, and I got talking to a guy who my parents knew, and my mother was absolutely mortified the fact that this person had seen her child having to go to a food bank, and probably from the point of view of, well, they must think I'm not helping him. You know what I mean? But have those sorts of feelings, you know, and to go through that sort of thing, and that's the trouble. And I think that's sort of like Oxford and Eton and that high stakes political sort of education that the likes of that scab Boris Johnson have had and people like that, you know.
But it's
it's not even allowed to enter their heads. It's well, you know, we are up here and we got to protect the people that are up here, and everyone that's underneath is just meat, like.
Yeah, because I had an instance a few years back when I still had the sign shop. The manager of the Lidl in Gosainen came over. They needed some banners printed. I said, I was chuffed. I thought, oh, brilliant. If I can get in here now with Lidl's, I'd be sorted. It'd be cushy. So I made these things. I take them over and I give him the invoice. I forget what it was, like 350 quid, whatever it was. And he said, oh no, we don't pay at the branch. I said, what do you mean you don't pay at the branch? I said, they're my terms, full payment on completion. And he said, oh, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not authorized to pay you. And I said, well, that's really stupid, isn't it? And anyway, there was a whole back and forth. And he was just a college boy. It was like his first month in the job. He was way younger than me. I could see he was getting really nervous and awkward. And it probably didn't help that I forced him to go around every till in Lidl's and take money out until he had my 350 quid. And he did it. But he really didn't like it. And I had a letter from Lidl's head office in the UK saying that I was very unprofessional and they will never use my services again. And I just replied and said, I'm glad, because if you're not going to pay when I do the work, they wanted me to send them an invoice and then accept they a 90-day turnaround time on payment. It's like, no. In the UK, it's the vendor that sets the payment terms, not the customer. But college boy didn't have a clue. It's like when you worked in Asda after you left college. Like all the managers, they'd never worked in a supermarket, Ben. They were just college boys who came in and didn't know their ass from their elbow. But yet they somehow feel that they're qualified to tell, say, Callum how to put cases of baked beans on the shelf, where they probably too posh to have ever even eaten baked beans.
Yeah, you're right. And it's the whole thing's all sideways, and it's just, you know, as I say, my faith in humanity, and a lot of humanity, is terrible. But you know, that's why I love living down here. Like, my brother's gone off and he lives in Leeds. He's very successful. He's got a very, very good business, and I'm super proud of him. But I couldn't live the way that he lives.
No.
And I like being around here. You know, I don't really leave Neath very often.
Yeah.
And I like that there's people around here that have got you back, and not necessarily people you know, people who just got good morals. Like.
Yeah, I know what it mean. Yeah, I know what it mean. Because if you think about it, you know, documentaries. I was watching a documentary a few months back, and it was about the Gurnos.
Oh yeah.
Everyone who lives there loves it.
Yeah.
But would you go and live in the Gurnos? I probably wouldn't.
It's one of those things where you think to yourself, oh God, no, I'm not going to live up there. But then actually, if you really sort of stopped and thought about it, you'd think to yourself, maybe it wouldn't be as bad as it might possibly, you know, crack up to be. I mean, I've lived in a few council houses. I bought an ex-council house originally when I first moved from home. I'm living in I just moved to a council house now, and I lived in one prior to COVID.
Yeah.
And I've also lived in bigger private rental properties that weren't on council estates.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I didn't like living on those. The places I've liked living has been in council estates, because you kind of, you know, you got some people are doing better than others, but kind of everyone's still kind of in the same boat. You know what I mean?
Council estates seem to be one of the only places, at least around here, that still have community.
There's no community, so
not around here.
Well, I I know you'll understand, Ben, but I live in a persimmon estate.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a lovely house. The people are nice enough around you, but I couldn't tell you any of my neighbours' names. Couldn't tell you what any of them do for a living. I'm sure they don't know my name. Our immediate next door neighbour sort of will say hello. But I don't know anyone here. Like, I'm I've lived in this estate for 15 years, and I'm a stranger, because when we moved, we literally moved like 200 feet.
Yeah.
From one house to another, because it's a nice, quiet estate. but I don't know. There's no community around you. You know, during COVID, you know, one of the neighbours was trying to open his door and play, but nobody cared. Nobody wanted nobody was interested.
Yeah.
You know, there's no sense of community where I live at all.
No.
At all.
No.
I could collapse and die on the floor of my living room, and it would be, you know, if I was here on my own, I'd be skeletal before anybody found me, because I don't go out looking for people, and people don't come. Did you know what I mean?
Yeah. You grew up like with that sort of like, I know you didn't grow up on, no, that wasn't a council estate, was it?
No, that was Nanny and Grandpa's first house that wasn't a council house.
Yeah, but you know, you hung around in like Town Hill and Penlan and all that stuff, and
Blind of Mice.
So you grew up with that community. So you've seen
all my friends growing up were from Blind of Mice, Penlan, Gendros, Portmead, Bonny Mine. Because I went to Bishop Vaughan School, see, the Catholic school.
I know.
So, all my mates were from all the council estates, and that's what I used to spend 95% of my time. It was the best time ever. Best time ever, when people actually wanted to get to know each other. And, you know, and I know I'm probably the worst culprit in the world, because I don't socialize well at all. You know, I'm just perfectly happy to just stay in the house all the time. And I know that makes me antisocial, and my wife is, come on, try, you know, he seems like a nice guy. No, I don't like his face. I don't want to speak to him. I don't know.
Well,
I'm just weird.
Things like that are either in you or they're not.
Exactly. I'm not. People always jump to the conclusion, since I've been a YouTuber, that I must be this really outgoing But, you know, if you ever get the opportunity, ask Simon Dan what I'm like in real life. I was awkward. I was uncomfortable. I didn't know what to say. Somebody recognized me, and I got embarrassed, and I could feel I must have looked like a fucking Swan Vesta. My head went bright. I must have looked like a match. You know, I don't do well in social situations. But 15, 20 years ago, when I was out in the pub every Friday, Saturday, we could go to any pub we wanted to in our area, and we never used to make arrangements to meet anybody. We just knew somebody we knew would be there, and we'd have a good night. But now, you know, if my wife suggests going somewhere new, oh my word, I can feel the wanting the ground to open up and swallow me. I can't think of anything I'd like to do less.
Well, I think that's, I understand where you're coming from totally with that. I think that's part of why, like, I love the area that I live in, and, you know, it's because there's no like 3 degrees of separation. It's like, you know, obviously I started talking to you, you know, on your live streams, and it's like, all of a sudden we started talking about SAS motocross, and then we mutually know Nathan.
Exactly.
Nathan, sorry.
Exactly.
I mean, I moved into this house. Well, before I'd even actually moved in, I was coming here back and forth, sorting things out. And I'm 3 doors up. I could hear somebody start a motocross bike. So I thought, I'm gonna have to go and have a nose now. And I'm being a nosy Welsh git. So I walked around the corner now, gets talking to this boy Dale. Well, it turns out that Dale's cousin. Well, Dale's auntie used to work for SAS Motocross. Sean, she's gone now, poor bugger, but she was, you know, she used to work there. And then when Stewart was too ill to drive his staff back and forth, I was doing a bit of driving. So I was driving Sean from Linneath over to Winchwen. You know, and then we know, like, every time I talk to him now, there's like 4 or 5 people we mutually know. You know, and then, like I haven't met my one next door neighbour, but the one the other side, we mutually know people. And it's kind of like you start talking to somebody that you sort of don't know, but still locally. And it more or less straight away it's, I'm into so-and-so. Oh, you're into so-and-so. Do you know so-and-so? Oh, yeah, I know him. And then you like kind of instantly at ease and disarm. And it like makes that, because like social interaction, you know, especially like with my autism stuff, it is kind of hard. Like, I can talk, but it is hard going. And but to be around somebody, oh yeah, I know so-and-so. It's kind of like, oh, he knows so-and-so, I must be all right then. It's irrational really, but it just flicks that switch in your head, and it's like, well, he knows so-and-so, he must be all right.
Well, exactly. That's probably why we hit it off, because like I say, you know Leighton, I know Leighton. I knew all about SAS. SAS isn't there anymore, is there?
No, oh, don't get me started. You'll have me in tears. It's not,
there?
no, it's not there. There's a carpet shop there now. I went up there a couple of months ago, and I looked at that and I thought, how could that building possibly be a carpet shop? Everything mad that went on in there over all those years, and all the headers that used to go in and out there, like, and now it's full of carpet. I was so depressed. I was nearly in tears driving out of Winchwen.
I know. I know.
Awful.
Is Mark Bunce still up in Skewin? Because you remember Bunce, don't you, from SAS? He went off and done his own thing, didn't he? The guy who built my
Oh my god!
SAS motocross, right? Let me help Callum fill in the blanks. Remember the story about I was going to buy? Somebody was selling a YZ125 motocross bike, and I wanted to buy it.
Yeah.
And Mammy came and met me from work when I was in FRF, and I went over there, and I fell off the bike test riding it, and I had a suit on. I was riding a motocross bike with a suit on. I had taken the jacket off.
The perfect trousers for a motocross bike.
But I went round as I got it, and I'd been saving for months and months. The bike was £750, right? That shows how long ago it was. And I came off the bike right outside SAS motocross. I pulled the front brake, I did. Wasn't used to it, didn't know how sharp, and the front wheels was in gravel and slid away, and I just went down, skinned my bloody knees and my palms and everything. But I bought the bike, but that was around the time you were about there, wasn't it?
Yeah,
like
I got a feeling. I don't think you were the only person to do that, but I think,
probably not.
No, I can think. I know there was one boy who used to come back before he used to drive a taxi, and he went down the end, and on that industrial estate there was just like funny little walls that were there for no reason.
Yeah,
and he rode a YZ into one of them and demolished it.
Oh, did he? Jesus.
Yeah.
But I broke the bike, but I did buy it broken.
Yeah.
And I fixed it. I snapped the clutch lever, I did, but I fixed that myself. You know, I wasn't bothered.
I'm almost certain that I was working there, but it was my day off.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, I'm sure, because I didn't used to work. It was shut on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And I think I used to have a Friday off.
Because I do remember that when I came across your profile on Facebook and I saw, oh, shit, I do remember him. Yeah, he used to work in that motocross place.
Yeah.
So I knew your face. Like I got this weird ability to remember people's faces, but it takes me forever to remember people's names.
So that's the garage where you did the Subaru swap as well, wasn't it?
No, right.
No?
So Mark Bunce used to work in SAS Motocross.
But that's the same guy, isn't it?
Same guy, yeah. Yeah. So
Right.
Mark would have worked with you, Ben, wouldn't he?
Yeah, Mark worked with me. He didn't own it. It was Colin and Stuart that owned it.
Call it. I couldn't call it. I remember it was Stuart. Was Stuart the skinny guy, quite tall, bit dweeby looking? Or maybe that's just my assessment of
probably
him.
Colin. It was probably Colin was a bit taller than Stuart.
It must have been Colin then, yeah.
Yeah, they both got a really sort of distinctive accent, which isn't sort of like quite West Country. It's really, it's when sometimes you hear people who've got an accent, you're like, oh, that's a bit odd. And
Yeah,
you
can't quite place it. Yeah, I remember them. Yeah, I remember them both. Yeah. So Mark Bunce left SAS to go and do his own version of SAS in Skewin. And
that's right.
Around that time, road legal quad bikes were a thing, and I'm a big child. Right. I love a toy. I'm all over that. So I bought a brand new Ram 170, and it was slow as anything, yellow and blue. And I had it like 6 weeks, and I cooked the engine on the Trostra bypass. So I rang Mark Bunce, and he said, "Yeah, I'll come and recover it for you." And we took it up to his unit, and he tried to get an engine, and he said, "Look," he said, "if you get it's just you're gonna blow it again." He said, "Why didn't you buy the 250?" And I couldn't afford it, blah blah blah. And anyway, so I left the quad there. And the following week, then Bunce rings me out of the blue, and he says, "You're not going to believe what's happened." And I was like, "You're not going to tell me my quad's been robbed out of the unit." He said, "Somebody I know has just written off a CCM 660 super motard."
Oh, yeah.
And he's selling the engine. And I was like, "Oh, yeah, baby.
This is ringing bells now."
So Bunce, and I can't remember the guy's name, who was a welder there. He used to work for Dave Coe. He used to be in the, Daiko and Gosain and the Mitsubishi specialist. He used to work for him. But anyway, he was a really good welder. So they basically cut the frame in half of this bike, stuffed this 660cc 4-stroke engine in it, didn't upgrade the brakes. It had drum brakes on the front and back. And I used to go... belting around the Gower on a 660cc. Like it was so fast. You couldn't not wheelie it. Just changing the gear, lifted the front end, and I had so much fun with that. And I sold it for like way more than I had in it. And then a couple of years later, then it popped up on eBay for sale, and I was so tempted to buy it back because the guy who bought it obviously was into that sort of thing, and he had put an extended swinging arm on it so that it wouldn't wheelie as. But oh, what a laugh! I used to have so much fun back in them younger bike days. Absolutely brilliant.
There was two around that time. There was two Yamaha Raptors that had R1 engines put in them. I think Kerry Morgan from Penlan had one. And Gavin Davis Ampadu from Neath had the other one.
Oh, I've heard that name, Gavin Davis.
Yeah, I shared a thing on Facebook with him this morning. He spends a lot of time out in like Dubai and Morocco and places like that. And he looks like he's starting off like a Morocco off-roading experience type of venture.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's a boy and a half, Gavin. He's a quick boy on a bike and always had off-road bikes and quads and a Lambo for a while. And he's got a house up the Kimler that looks like it should be in like the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah.
He had it built. It's a lovely place.
Yeah.
He's a nice boy. As I've known him since before, he was kind of not like he's become sort of quite famous now.
Yeah,
sort of in our area, but sort of before he was quite so famous. You know what I mean? And he's always been lovely to me.
Yeah,
he's a hell of a boy.
Yeah. Do you know, talking about this, the bike says just reminded me. Do you know this is my bike regret, Ben, right? And this will mean something to you. When we still lived in our first house, Carl, the one you were born in, I came across in the yellow paper, free ads, a 1978 RM125 twin shock.
Yeah.
And I bought it and I had it for ages. I rebuilt the engine, put new clutches in and everything. I loved it.
Yeah.
I used to take you down the fields behind the globe and everything. And I sold it. I got fed up with it and I sold it. And about 10 years later then, I was looking in a bike. I used to buy motocross magazines and I was looking in a motocross magazine and there was this guy there and he had exactly the same model RM125 twin shock I had, but he had done a nut and bolt restoration on it and he had sold it for like 20 grand.
Oh. Yeah.
And I sold mine. I tell who I sold it to. Do you know Matthew from DJ Motors in Gosainan?
I'm not sure.
John Baldy. It's just I know Leighton knows him. Has Leighton ever mentioned Matthew from DJ? Or well, it's him. It is. I sold it to him for like 300 quid.
Yeah, that's all they were worth back then.
I know, but then like 10 years later, maybe I don't know. 1997, 98. You know, the Callum was very little. They were going for like 20k, and I had sold it for 300 quid.
Born in 96.
Oh yeah, so, it would have been early 2000s. That's
what happened with all the 500 motocross bikes. Like I had a couple of KX 500s and they were amazing, but they had no value. They were worth nothing.
I know. You could pick them up 10 a penny. I tell you what, my Uncle Andrew, he's dead now, but I was at my grand's house one day and I could hear this motocross bike come in, and it was my Uncle Andrew, and he had bought an RM465.
Oh, wow.
Twin shock. Oh my god, you should have seen it, Ben. It was like a proper machine. And again, now if you can find an RM465, they're like 30-40 grand.
You also had a Mark II Escort at one point.
I had multiple Mark II Escorts,
and they go for like 15-20 grand.
Yeah, and I was buying them. I think I bought one for like 70 quid.
Yeah.
Go over the pickup.
They were sheds and they were worth nothing, weren't they? And,
pick up spares, then go over and see Kelvin, buy a couple of second-hand Mark II Escort gearboxes, be down the Kingsway. Oh no, the gears are going. I would drive home to Forest Park, straight up onto my ramps, which were always on the garage, and this is by myself. Dad, let me your toolbox. He'd chuck the toolbox out. I would change the gearbox in our Mark II. It was a 1300. Change the gearbox in our Mark II Escort and be back down the Kingsway within 2 hours.
That's why they're so expensive now, because the majority of the owners were idiots like you, ripping through 3 gearboxes in a night.
Yeah.
Oh, they were the days.
I know, good times. Good times.
All these people now on this stream come on here for Flat Earth.
I know.
Talking about motocross.
I know.
Like,
What the hell are these two on about? I know, it's like they've forgotten their life.
Yeah, what's this going to do with the existence of God?
Simply Secular Dave says he has a CBR 600 RR, but don't ride it enough. I can't really fit my work. It's the same as me. I got a Street Glide and a Sportster, and the Street Glide MOT ran out 2 years ago, and I only bought it 3 years ago. And the Sportster is just this buried. It's there, but it's buried. I just never get the time to go out and ride.
It's like my brother with his vintage Harleys. I mean, he built some beautiful vintage Harleys, and he got invited out to Born Free in California. And the one he made it made the top 6 in the world in the what do they call it? The People's Choice Award.
Yeah.
There's a boy from Cardiff actually called Chris Hatton, who's a tattooist, and he's building a bike at the moment to go out there. He's a lovely bloke.
Yeah.
And he's building one at the moment to try and get out there with People's Choice.
Yeah. There was a pair of brothers down in Trimsaran that used to build hardtail Harleys. They would buy a Sportster. Like, Carl, bring me another Pepsi.
Yeah.
They'll buy like a 1200 Sportster and chop it down. Oh, you should see him, Ben. But so I said to him one day, because I have the Sports, that's why I rang him up, and I said, look, if I sent you my Sports, I said, how does this work? He said, well, you buy the bike for say you can pick a Sportster up for like $5,000, can't you? I know I've already got one, but he said, so you buy the Sportster for $5,000 and then you give it to me for a year and wait. And then once that year is finished, you'll know how much your bike's going to cost. But you should see him.
Was that Paul Bowes?
Yeah, Paul Bowes.
Yeah,
Barber Brothers. I had a feeling you'd know what I was talking about, because my lid that I wear when I ride, I bought it off him because it was the lowest profile helmet I had ever seen. You know his Facebook profile picture where he's on a chopped Harley?
To be honest, I kind of lost touch with him.
Oh, did you?
Paul Bowes worked in Llanelli Halfords. And my best mate from by me, he worked in Neath Halfords, the high street one, then the out of town one. Then he went to the big Halfords in Llansamlet.
Yeah.
And then he went to be assistant manager in Llanelli, and Paul worked with him in Llanelli.
Oh, did he? I didn't know he worked in Halfords.
Yeah, and that's because like back then he was into his cars because he had I tell you what he had, which I didn't even know it was such a thing. He had a Mark II Toyota MR2 convertible.
Oh, did he?
Which there was like none of them in this country. There was, and it went on the cover of Max Power.
I had a car in Max Power. I worked in Avonway filling station. You know, Carnosaur. Remember that cartoon? Well, I was the manager of Carnosaur in Port Talbot, and I ended up managing the filling station as well. And
I know. Don't like where McDonald's is.
That's it. Yeah, it's not there now. It's just an empty site now. It wasn't my fault, honestly. It was starting to fall apart before I left. But while I was there, we wanted to do a promotion for Carnosaur because it was it was going to be the biggest. It was going to make Halfords look like bloody nothing.
Yeah.
No, it didn't work out anyway. It was a franchise thing. But we had there was a guy up in Merthyr who was hand making body kits. So I had a body kit made. It was a Fiat Punto. The sport one. I had one of them. It was the first one in Wales to have 18-inch wheels on it. It was a handmade body kit. It was painted with flip paint, so it looked purple when you looked at it from one angle, but then it looked green from another angle. Then if you moved back a bit, it was orange. It was a beautiful car, and I had it in Max Power. But it was a lovely car, but I still had it when I left there and went back to work in FRF, and the brake pads started grinding. So one of the boys in the works, just pull it in, we'll change them. They couldn't get a jack under it, couldn't get it on the ramp.
Yeah.
He had to change the front brake pads through the spokes on the wheels.
Jesus Christ.
That's how low it was. And he said, I don't know how anyone's ever going to be able to do any maintenance on this car because you can't even get it. And because it was a main dealer, they had all different types of jacks for different applications, but they couldn't get this car off the ground at all. But I don't know what happened to it. I've never seen it like on eBay or Facebook Marketplace or nothing like that. But
it sounds a familiar car.
Yeah.
But if you were down there, did you know Hugh Jones? from at Cumaway. He had a really tricked up Peugeot 306.
Yes,
like
yes, I did. There was a big thing with him because he owed Carnosaur a lot of money, and they sent me to go and try and get the money, but I got on well with him, and I was like, look, I get it, you know, you don't want to pay, but you're going to have to pay. And didn't he, if I'm thinking of the right guy, didn't he also have a Vauxhall Calibra that he was...
He had a Vectra, an Ermshire 200 Vectra.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it was another boy who used to come there that he had a Calibra, you know, proper 17-inch wheels, all like, you know, back in the day.
Sounds like you, because he did a lot with Vauxhalls.
Yeah.
He went on to be he's the same age as me, and he went on to be very, very, very high up in BT, and he's had like Porsches and Ferraris and all sorts of stuff since. Yeah.
I had a Porsche once, absolute shite. I had it about 4 months, and I was like, "This is so stupid," and I sold it. But it was back in those days. You could work a new car yourself, and you know, like I got an electric car now. There's nothing to work on. You know, it's that's not my finest moment either. That could be a whole live stream in and of itself. Buy an electric car because they're cheap to run and you haven't got to go to... But now the government have decided that from 2028, there's 3 pence for every mile you drive. I already have to pay tax, which was free when I bought the car a year ago. I already now... And this one, I tell you what, Ben, this... If what I say now makes no sense to you, then I don't know what will. But I went to London a couple of weeks ago and I had to pay the congestion charge. Okay, congestion charge, I can see that. You're still a car, you're still causing congestion, whether you're electric or fuel. But I had to pay the ULEZ charge as well. The ultra low emissions zone charge. What the hell could be lower emissions than a fully electric car?
And then old 40-year-old tax and MOT exempt stuff that runs rich and you can smell what it's burning and everything. That doesn't qualify for that, does it?
No, I know. Absolutely bonkers. But there we are.
Listen, pal, I'm going to have to shoot off. I got a 14-year-old girl leaning on my shoulder and he's got to go and meet his buddy and he needs his dad to start his old van up and take him over.
So he's probably been rolling his eyes and going, oh, come on, Dad, man, you can speak to him again.
Well, that's the way it works, isn't it?
Exactly.
That's the joys of being a dad, that is.
Exactly. Hey, it was awesome to chat to you again, pal. We'll do it again, definitely. Speak soon,
definitely.
right?
If you ever fancy hooking up and having a brew or something, I'd be right up for that. Then we won't bore everyone on the internet to death about SAS and
I know.
And all that nonsense.
I know. We can talk about it face to face. Definitely, Ben. I'll catch you soon, right?
Mate.
Awesome.
Yeah, take care.
And you too.
Callum as well.
Yeah, I think he's gone for a Scooby-Doo, he has. There he is. Ben's going.
Bye, Ben.
See you, buddy. All the best.
Take care, man. Speak soon, right?
Ta-ra, buddy.
All the best. Oh, dear me. Yeah, somebody just said in the chat, that was it, like 1 call per show.
Yeah.
No, I told you that because Ben and I, we've never met in real life, but he's very close to me, you know, in locality, and we know a lot of the same people, well, as you've all just listened, so... What was that? That was about an hour of conversation. Was
he on for that long?
I think so. Well, now he's gone.
Yeah, no, I know. But I don't know what time he came on.
Yeah, I don't know. It had to be an hour, didn't it?
I have no idea.
Oh, you.
Oh, you did it again. Yuck. Cup of tea.
Nice.
I put a second cup because I didn't want to come back in just to grab my cup again.
Pee makes me want to wee. No, it doesn't.
Makes you want to wee?
Tea makes me want to wee more than like drinking water or Pepsi or... Yeah, I'm getting that.
No, I didn't bring the second cup to pee in. I mean, I left my tea in, so I just made a different one in a different cup.
Yeah, exactly. Burning Tash scent in the studio, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
That's why you're shorter in the middle, I'm sure of it. Anyway.
Like the reverse Adolf.
Yeah. Remember, this is a call-in show. I know it just seemed like I rang one of my mates and talked to him for an hour while we were on stream, but yeah, I'd love to speak to somebody else as well. Oh, dear me. How long have we been going? 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Funny enough, we were just talking in there now, and what time do you reckon just just keep going, is it?
Yeah, as long as you're happy too. I'm happy to keep going until the end of the day.
I was asking what time we're finishing. I was like, I have no idea.
Yeah, like I'd say if we finish at 5.
Yeah, do another hour and a half.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, that's
easy. Padjo says it was a super interesting chat, though. Yeah, it's weird, though. And I wonder how many of you that are listening to this now or watching it noticed that I got a little bit Welsher when I was speaking to Ben, because he lives like 10 miles from me.
I didn't realize how many people you knew in common, though.
Yeah,
like well, the fact he knew Mark
Bunson,
yeah. I know, obviously, I was really young, but like I've got memories of going and being bored, sat waiting up there for.
Yeah, because I used to go up there from work and I'd go in there, and because as good as he was and as good as it took, I don't know if you remember, but it took like 6 months to do
the quad.
Yeah, because he'd be like, "Oh, I need another 500. Oh God, I haven't got the right dollar.
Yeah.
All right, I'll sort it out." But it would take me then like,
so you'd have to like save
like
up for the
6
next
weeks, and then I'd say, right, there's another 500 quid, and I'd go back and like 1, 2 would have been moved.
Yeah.
But it definitely wasn't, because every single time I went up there, he'd pull a bag out and go, I got some banging weed. Should you have a sesh while we weld the quad? It's like, I got to drive home. No, you crack on. You go full Snoop Dogg. Just get my quad finished.
I never thought about that, to be fair. Mechanics probably have a blast after hours, don't they?
Yeah, Mark used to say most of his best work was done after he closed.
Yeah.
And after he started smoking, basically. It was, so Tef, somebody with a really hard to say name, more Welshness was fun. I understood most of it. I did get more Welsh, didn't I? It's not just my imagination, is it? I definitely got more Welsh when I was speaking to Ben.
Yeah, someone else said it a little, maybe like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Saying that your accent was getting stronger as the conversation was going on, I think they said.
I grow a banging cabbage. I do like cabbage. I love cabbage, actually. Boiled cabbage with vinegar on it, and then parsley sauce on top of it, obviously with boiled potatoes, ham. Oh, what's for tea tonight? We haven't got any plans, have we?
No plans tonight, I don't think.
Creaky was a shaker downer. What's a shaker downer? I don't know what a shaker downer is.
A shaker or downer, huh?
Yeah, I know what a shakedown is. Well, I think I do. I watch a lot of Mafia content. I've reached out to Salvatore the Bull Gravano and Michael Francis to see if they would come on and have a chat. However, and this is another really interesting aspect of religion, right? So, and this is based on extensive research and watching lots of Mafia videos. They're always religious.
Oh, yeah.
And it's usually Catholic.
Yeah.
And Michael Francis wasn't, and neither was Sammy the Bull.
Yeah.
Sammy the Bull was born again last year. So now I kind of already don't want him to reply. He's not going to anyway, is he?
Oh, it means he's about to have some horrendous allegations come out.
Yeah, and Michael Francis is like, he's just gone full God Squad.
Also, Michael Francis is a massive Trump supporter.
And I give thanks to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for that. Don't be a tit.
Yeah,
you're lucky you're still alive. You were in the Mafia for 30 years.
Yeah.
That's where your gratitude should be, that nobody smoked your ass.
Yeah.
Did I go all American then? Did I sound cool? Is that what the cool kids say? Yeah, because I found out when I was in America that when I was saying to people, I'm just going to pop outside and smoke a fag, they thought I was doing something very different than going for a cigarette. You liberated people of their own mind. Oh, right, yeah. They used to send me, because I didn't have any hair, and apparently that makes you scary and makes people want to pay, but I don't see it myself. I just used to go and say, look, yeah. So is that what a shakedown is? Is that what a shakedown is? Well, I never. I thought it was debt collection. Well, the Mafia in Italy is predominantly Catholic country, being where the Vatican is. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That I love mafia stuff. Do you like mafia stuff?
Yeah, I don't watch it as much as you do, but yeah, I do.
I could do one of these just about the mafia because it's like I watched the original Gotti movie the other night, and you've seen American Me, haven't you? The Mexican Mafia, La M.A. The guy with what's his name? Oh, he played the lead role. He played Santana in American Me. He's got like a 3-part name.
Edward James Olmos.
Edward James Olmos, yeah. Brilliant in it. Absolutely brilliant. But he's like Danny. I was going to say Danny DeVito, then he's nothing like Danny DeVito. Like Danny Trejo. He's always a Mexican gangster in every film. But he was in...
he was in Dexter.
Yeah, and not Sons of Anarchy, the other one, the spin-off, the Mayans. He was the dad of the Jax Teller of the Mayans.
Yeah.
But he was the Mexican former gangster.
Yeah.
I just find it all really, really interesting.
Yeah, someone said, Mafia was interesting in the 80s, not so much anymore. But it's the heyday of the mob, which is the interesting bit.
Yeah, well,
when they basically ran the US.
1950s to the 1990s, according to the mafioso, the Cosa Nostra people I watch. One of them was an underboss, Sammy Gravano, and Michael Francis was a street captain, a capo regime. So yeah, I even know the terms. I'll be making you an offer you can't refuse before you know it. But it was interesting what you saying about the heyday of the mafia being, and it was from the 1950s to the 1990s, and when the RICO Act was brought in, they spoiled all the fun.
Yeah,
because that's what finished. The mafia still exists.
Yeah, well, RICO was invented.
To bring down the mafia. It was Rudy Giuliano and somebody else.
He was one of them.
I think he prosecuted the first RICO case, but there was another guy who designed the legislation.
I can't remember, and I only know that Rudy Giuliani was involved because obviously he was in Borat 2.
Oh dear me, what do I smell like? Well, according to my darling wife, I smell like Johnny Depp, and her only assumption for that is because my favorite scent is Dior Sauvage, and it's one that I'll only buy something expensive if I can get a lot of mileage out of it and make it last. So I do like Sauvage Elixir, which is like 200 quid a bottle. And yeah. But it lasts me about 2 years.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So I just add another bottle of it for Christmas. So that should see me good now because I only use the Elixir if I'm going out on the pull with Mammy.
Yeah.
I use the Eau de Toilette is my daily spray.
That's your nice restaurant spray.
Yeah. So apparently I smell like Johnny Depp. And I know he looks like he smells of cigarettes and regret.
Yeah.
And he probably does. But I'll take that, yeah. Me official, Mr. Sensible, there's a name I haven't heard in a while. He just poofed. He didn't poof. Well, he kind of did. He did try to make a comeback fairly recently, and I spoke to Mr. Sensible a couple of months ago. We sort of stay in contact, but it's one of those things now. We always had a lot to talk. I nearly said his name then. I don't know who knows it and who doesn't, but Mr. Sensible and Mrs. Sensible met my wife and I in and he came back to the house and we had the best night I've had in years.
Yeah,
he's
remember.
Such a proper nice guy.
Didn't you go up there for food?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
remember.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's a shame that he isn't making videos at the minute, but I don't know what his plans are now, but the last time I spoke to him a few months ago, he had some ideas he was formulating and hoping to make a comeback. But it's weird. It's YouTube is hard, and it's getting harder. I said the other day to you, didn't I? It feels like every video I publish now is like when I published my first video.
Yeah,
it's like a crapshoot now. It'll either do like 50,000 views in the first 24 hours or 7 people will watch it. There doesn't seem to be any in between anymore. YouTube are really making you work for the views now, which is fine. I don't mind working for the views. So the fact that nobody's calling in now, does that mean we've exhausted the calls that wanted to call?
This is the thing, is I kind of wish you hadn't have said a time to finish, because like I'm happy to stay for another hour and a half.
Yeah, I am as well. I got nothing else to do.
I do feel like the topic has run its course for today.
Yeah, and I do.
So I don't know what we do in this scenario.
Yeah.
I mean, for today, should we just chill and
just chill for a bit, see how we go, have a cup of tea, and.
But I would probably say, for future reference, it would right now would be like, right, should we wrap it up?
Yeah.
It feels like a natural stopping point now.
Yeah. Flipping heck, Ben, you didn't take him far then, did you? Or did you just put him in the van, take the handbrake off, and roll him down the hill? He had to go and take his son somewhere, that's why he...
Oh, right.
I did offer to call and talk. Oh, did you? Sorry, Padge. Get on it, son. The thingy, the doohickey doodah is pinned at the top of the 6A P3SL, all uppercase. Yeah, sorry, mate, I didn't see you said that. I tell you what, Ben, he was too soft. You should have told him to walk down the road. No, I'm the world's worst.
I was going to say you.
Yeah, Jordan works
take
about
Jordan to work.
Jordan works about 87 feet from the house, and I give him a lift every morning. No, this isn't Discord, Padge. This is it's very special. You can do it off your phone. Just remember, please, Padge, turn on echo cancellation before you press the connect button.
But it's
haven't been able to sleep. You're too entertaining.
Oh, have you been up all night?
Talking about entertaining, where's the rest of the... He finished shaving his beard off. Whoa. Oh, no, that's Peck. Being Peck. Oh.
Is it gone?
Mr. Booby, can I show it and then make fun of you for something? Do you mind if I show the final image?
I still want to see. I want to see. Well, that explains what he said earlier.
Yeah.
No, he said, I don't think you were in the room. He said something about that he called you. I think he said something about mini.
Yeah, he's happy for me to.
Yeah.
He's happy for me to cite. So
that's funny. I understand what you meant earlier.
Right, there it is. So if I. He's gone full tilt Creaky. He's copying my swag, make me feel like a fashionista. That's a shaved, hairy head, isn't it? As opposed to a shaved, bald head. I don't know why that's relevant or important to anyone other than me, but it looks like you're bald by choice, not by accident like me. Initially, I was bald by choice, but now I'm bald by accident because I got to a point I was like, I don't want to be bald anymore. I'm going to grow my hair back now because I had luscious locks. I had given CC a run for his money. However, my follicles just refuse to. It says we're busy. Do you want to generate a new code specially for Padge because he's special?
Yeah, you'll have to change it on there when I get it now, though.
Yeah. Right, let me remove that. There we are. So, Padge, I'm just about to put...
I'll type it in now and then.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? That's the wrong thingy.
Oh, no, it's not.
What? No, I'm on the wrong screen.
Oh, you're talking to yourself. I
I'm talking to myself. Then. No, I'm talking to myself. Right,
that's the code. So pen.
All uppercase?
No, I've done it.
Yeah, but can you tell me so I can type it? I can't see that screen.
Yeah, CN double L double G.
All capitals.
All capitals.
So CN double L double G.
Yeah.
Okay. That is the new code. Padge. So if you would like to... Oh, hang on, I'm losing the will to live now. I'm losing the right screen. Ah, there we are. There everyone is. Hi. Right, so. Doop. Oh, hang on.
Oh, it's got this. It's not working for him.
No?
No. I said, just got the same. It's not meant to be. Where is it? There. Yeah, so I don't know.
Right. Jump in the Discord, Padge. I got the controls. I can rendezvous with you in, if you go into the server and jump into the What's it called, Carl? I've forgotten. Hang on. The
Discord server.
Yeah, so there's a live call-in tab on the left. Go into the green room, and I will drag you into live call 1. So I'm in live call 1 now. So I'm already in there, Padge, and so are you. Right, I hope this works. Good day, sir.
Why are you coming out with the computer, not the headphones?
Right, hang on. Stay there, Padge.
I'm here.
Okay, cool. Hang on a second. Oh, no, that's Windows. Right, that should have fixed
that fixed it.
Imagine now if Discord works perfectly.
Yeah, it probably will.
Let's see if that works.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Are you there, Pad? Can you hear me?
Is that all good, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. There's no echo, no feedback. I knew this would be the case. Oh, I'm definitely not using Discord. It's terrible and it won't work.
Right, where the hell have you put everything now? Everything's all on.
Oh, right. You know, on.
That.
There we are. You back there now? Right. Sorry, Padge. Can you hear me, pal?
I can do, yeah.
There we are. And I can hear you perfectly. I can hear your dulcet Irish tones crystal clear. Go on, pal. Let's have you ghost stories then.
Yeah, so like it's one of those things, like, you know, we're always talking about them. And it's funny because I'm always sitting in the background going, Jesus, if I could tell people some of the shit we've been through.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just closing the door here.
Yeah, that's all right, man.
One of the so when we were talking before, we talked about my brother.
Yeah.
Who, for anyone in the chat, sadly he did take his own life a few years ago.
Yeah, I remember.
But when he was very, very young, it was kind of the biggest thing we ever kind of saw. There was lots of stuff, but when he was very young, there was two things with him. He woke up one night, which could have just been a nightmare, but he woke up one night and he was screaming. And at the time, we were in the same bedroom. Mum was a lone parent, all that kind of thing. So we lived in a small house. And I was in the top bunk, he was in the bottom bunk. And wakes up screaming his head off.
Yeah.
And my mother comes running in, jumps into the bed beside him. She said, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And at this stage, I had kind of leaned over the edge of the bed, was looking down, was like, what the hell is going on? And he looked my mother straight in the face and he said, "I want my mammy."
Yeah.
And she went, I'm here.
Oh, that just gave me goose pimples right through my body.
Yeah. Oh, it gets better. Like he already staring her straight in the face, and he went really quiet for a second, and then he just went, "Not you. I want my first mammy, my real mammy." And it was a really, like, it was just so creepy the way he said it. It wasn't like, it didn't feel like he came out of a dream. But I think the reason it hit us so badly at the time, he had been going through this thing. He was only 3 or 4 years old. Sorry, excuse me, maybe 5.
Yeah.
And he had taken to how would you say it, like zoning out.
Yeah.
He'd be sitting eating his dinner or his breakfast or lunch, whatever it may be, and he'd be about to put a spoon or a fork in his mouth and he'd completely zone out.
Right.
I am Irish, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I had to put that. I was trying not to laugh because I didn't want you to think I was laughing at your story, but whatever, give it away. Yes, Padge is Irish, Mr. Weed Wacky.
And this is me speaking with my nice.
Yeah, and he's very, very tall. Just thought I'd put that out there. Compared to me, anyway.
I think only like is it Dan is 6'6", is it? Or
6'4", I think. Yes.
6'4". Yeah. I'm actually an inch taller than him. Damn. Okay.
Yeah. You were a large unit.
Yes. Sorry, I'm watching the stream and it's slightly delayed, so it's quite
right.
funny. So I see the reaction after.
Yeah, and again,
yeah, no,
sorry, Padge, and again, just for the Padge and I have met in real life. We met up when I went over to my auntie and uncle's in Ireland last time, and well, Kilkenny we met, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
In a pub that my uncle accidentally stumbled into while my auntie and my wife went shopping. And my wife hates shopping, but we just didn't have the heart to tell my auntie. So my uncle and I went and sat in a pub and met up with Padge and his good lady.
Indeed. It was a good day too, actually.
It was.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Good crack. But yeah, so he started taking these weird, like, zone outs where, you know, I would have been a teenager and, you know, no filter, Irish. I'd get up in his face and I'd scream in his face, like, David, what are you doing? Really roaring. And he would not flinch. He was not pretending. Like, you're an inch from his face and he's not moving. So we thought first there was a medical thing, maybe. Went to the doctors, nothing there. You know, there was a load of bits done. But he started coming out of them and he was talking about his friend that was in the army.
Right.
And he used to be in the army in this particular barracks in Kilkenny that does not exist.
Right.
And this went on and on for about a year and a half until we were up in a friend of my grandmother's. And he started talking about this. And the woman asked, she was like, what's he talking about? My mother was like, ignore him, you know, child. He's being, you know, his imaginary friend and all this thing. And she said, well, the name he keeps saying, I recognize the name.
Right.
And she said, give me a minute. And she goes off and she gets this big, you know, those old, we have them in Ireland, Duke. I don't know if the US folks have these big bloody books of photographs with the sticky pages.
Yeah.
Goes out and she gets one of those and she's flicking through, and she puts it down in front of David. And she says, does anyone there look familiar or whatever? And he straight away went straight to a photo and went, him. That's my friend. That's whatever the name was. And my mother kind of laughs and whatever. And the woman, she took out the picture, turned it over. Here's the names of everyone all in uniform.
Yeah.
And there was a barracks years and years and years before.
Really?
Back in like the 30s or 40s.
Yeah.
Something like that. In the place he was talking about. It was behind a nightclub called Itchiku in Kilkenny. But it existed.
Yeah.
So, you know, that went on, and it was after that, and they had a big talk about him and the whole lot, and he never spoke about him again. Never brought it up again.
See, that what you've just explained to everybody listening is so familiar to me, because I've seen, I'll say it's a YouTube video, it may not be, but it was a documentary, and it was a young boy, and this boy was about 7 or 8 years old, and he was describing things to his parents that, like you were saying about your brother now, like, my friend was my friend Dave was my co-pilot when I used to fly aeroplanes. And the parents were like, what? That's nice. Like, you know, like you would say, because kids can say some really out there things, and they didn't think much of it. But again, similarly to what you were just explaining, it was a reoccurring thing. And then they did the same thing. They took him to the doctor. Was it some sort of mental health issue? Was he unwell in some other way? Then there was something called. But anyway, he started giving information. And they went looking through historical records, and he said, I can't remember the name, but I was a pilot in World War II, and I was John Jones, we'll say. And they did the same thing. They went looking through and there was a World War II pilot that got killed in action. His name was John Jones, and the co-pilot was exactly who this little 8 or 9-year-old boy had said it was. It was on the news and everything. And but to me, that is such an interesting thought to have. What is that? Because it's not like, have you seen the film? It's an old film from the 80s called Heaven Can't Wait.
Yeah, long time ago.
And so the guy dies and he's at the pearly gates and, oh, you haven't had your injection to make you forget your past life. Is what you've just explained like, I don't know, like, because I know there's certain religions that, I know Buddhism is big on, reincarnation. And I'm not saying I believe in reincarnation or anything like that, but it certainly, on the surface, sounds like your brother and this other child that I was describing, that I'd seen a video on, was recalling a memory from
a previous life.
A previous life, maybe. But I don't know.
And that's because, we mentioned religions and Buddhism and stuff. Like, I'm an atheistic pagan.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm pagan. I follow mostly Irish pagan traditions, things like that. But to me, the gods weren't literal gods. Like, come on. Stories. Help us be good. Help us,
Yeah.
So I don't have, like, what's it to say? I don't have a horse in that race.
Yeah.
But with the paranormal stuff, like, there's no way to prove, but I do feel like there has to be something. Like some of the stuff, even me as a kid, there was a specific house we lived in. So I mentioned my mother was a lone parent, and we were quite poor growing up. Not that I'm rich now, but we were very poor growing up. And we lived in a council house, and it was actually a condemned house.
Yeah,
it was not fit for living in. But there was a lot of things happened there, and there was even stories after we left. There was a ball that bounced up the stairs there. We saw that. There was the TV that used to change channels. One of those old 14-inch CRT grey with the push buttons, and all the buttons were broken.
Yeah.
But they would work when this happened. We'd be sitting watching RTE or whatever, and next thing the buttons are all clicking. There was stories about now it's where the religion comes in, where I'm a bit skeptical, but there was stories about a cross after we'd left the house, bunch of guys working on the house. This cross that was fired in a skip and was apparently in the house next day, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there was also the little girl I used to give out to my mother about, a little girl. She'd come down and find me 4 or 5 years of age, sitting in the freezing cold in the middle of winter, because there's no heat in your at that stage. Your fireplace was your only heating. And I'd be sitting there in my underwear, playing away.
Yeah.
I give out to her for scaring away the little girl.
Yeah.
This little girl, and then found out that a girl had died and been buried in the house.
Yeah.
So
it's so interesting. But this kind of thing is, to me at least, is really interesting, because this is kind of the ultimate in unexplained things.
Yeah.
It's...
This is it, and I'd never give anyone, like, loads of people don't believe in ghosts, loads of people do. I don't care either way.
Yeah.
It's only, well, these weird things happen to me. Maybe there's a way to explain them, and I'd love to find out what it is. Kind of like Beardo,
exactly. Beardo's really, really into the paranormal, and he's not looking. I don't think he's looking to disprove it. I think he's looking more to understand what's going on in these. Many examples. Megan has just put in the side chat the kid I was talking about. The pilot's name was Huston Jr. I don't know what happened then. Huston Jr. And the child's name was James Leiniger.
And I recognise that name, actually.
Yeah, but look it up, afterwards. It's a very similar sort of story to the one you just shared with us. It's eerily similar.
And this would have been, when was this happened? This was, I can't even find the date. But yeah, I'd be talking now. That was in 2005, yeah. So this would have been back. David was born in 2000. No, he wasn't. He was born in 1990. My son was born in 2001. He was born in 1990. So we're talking back 94, 95, that kind of.
Right. Apparently, though, this one, the one I referenced, did get debunked. None of the stories were recorded when they supposedly happened. But again, that still leaves questions, doesn't it? Because, okay, so the stories didn't happen when he claimed they did. He was I can't remember how old he was, but 7, 8, 9 years old. Is it possibly just misremembered the date? So, and I'm not saying, oh, you're wrong, Meg. This is definitely a real story, but you know, I don't suppose it's outside the realms of possibility that he just said, oh yeah, it happened in 1942. And it was actually 1940, you know. It's, you know, Callum has got this uncanny ability to be able to say, yeah, on November the 17th, 1999, I walked down to the local park and I tripped and cut my knee. He remembers the weirdest things. And like somebody asked me a question the other day in the comment, what was your favorite type of music from the 90s? I don't know. I can't remember much about the 90s, to be honest, let alone what music I liked. But yeah, so it's, you know, it's possible he just told the story, but he got the years wrong. I don't know. I just find it really, really fascinating.
So I'm looking into this, James. I don't know how you even pronounce that. Was it?
I'm something like that.
Terrified to try and pronounce that word. Anyway. So it's not so much debunked as it is, and I guess this would also be the case for you, Padges. The only evidence is the parents' testimony. Whereas, well, why would there be any other evidence? So
exactly.
So like what I'm saying is they took this story to people as a fully formed story. So people are basically going, well, they could have just made it up.
Yeah.
So I guess
we've actually gotten that, because the only people really who were involved in the whole thing would have been like me, my mum, my uncle to a degree, and my grandmother and her 2 friends. And like my grandmother now, well, she's been in hospital for 2 months now. Like she dementia and everything and anything.
Oh, right.
But outside of that, like it's really only myself, my word, and my mother's word.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
But it is like it's super because my family has a history with this stuff. Like there's an awful lot of stories within the family.
Yeah.
And we've kind of traced some stuff back. Part of my family is Romani Gypsy and stuff like that. So we kind of wonder, is there? But I'd always be open to someone making some kind of proof.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, Coco.
Yeah. Say something, Coco. Your public awaits.
My chihuahua is not in the room currently. She has run away.
Come on, Coco, put a bit of effort into it.
She's looking at both your screens at the same time.
I know. How's she doing that? she's like a broken action man. She can look left and right at the same time.
It's hard to believe that she is a 6-year-old dog.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Dumbass, I know. Oh, dear me.
I was 14 this year, I was on it.
Oh, don't say that, Padge. So does that mean I've got her for about another 8 years then?
At least.
Well, we're hoping that, like, given our one just got, is it spayed or neutered? Which is it for girls? I can never remember. She just got that last year.
Yeah.
And she went through it, no problem. She is active, healthy. Like, this girl runs. She will walk for a day solid and not a bother on her. She'll sleep in the car for 6 hours after.
Coco is a bit of a princess. She
sleeps with me.
She sleeps with Callum. She's got her own little stairway to heaven at the foot of his bed. She just, I don't know, she's just weird. I knew Coco.
5 to 12 hours in.
I'm guilty of that.
And it has to be me. I've only known this dog 5 years, as long as I've been with my missus, but it has to be me who tucks her in. It's not good enough if Lucy does it.
Yeah,
she's not
the same. Yeah.
She's had her since she was 3 weeks old or 6 weeks old or something.
Yeah. Coco's a bit of a tart as well. So if my wife and I are sitting down this evening watching TV, she'll sit with us. She's quite happy. But when Callum's other half is here and she's staying over, then she's not my dog anymore. She instantly becomes Callum and his other half's dog. She's a proper tart, she is. She's got favourites. And I know
that's like Lucy's father, Mino. Yeah. When he turns up, I get forgotten about. It's the only time I get forgotten about.
Is it? But yeah, Coco, she's only ever been on a lead about twice. She just freezes when you put a lead on her. She's weird, she is. She's weird. But the guy that lives behind us used to be my next door neighbor, and he still is, but he's behind me now instead of next to me. He's got a massive German Shepherd called Ron, and Coco hates him. As soon as she hears Ron, she's straight out at the fence. She just wants to fight him, and he'd swallow her whole. He'd swallow her whole.
They are so big.
Oh, she thinks she's terrifying.
We had an Australian cattle dog down in Kilkenny. We actually had two of them in Kilkenny, but one passed, we got another one, and unfortunately funnily enough, he ended up with the same bone disorder I have, the ankylosing spondylitis.
Right.
And it got too much and he had to be put down. But he would not leave Zoe alone when we had her down in Kilkenny.
Yeah, dogs have definitely got...
She had no problem.
Yeah, dogs...
she told him...
They've definitely got this sixth sense, haven't they? You know, it's kind of... They know when you need them to sort of cuddle into you, and... They seem to just know if you're not.
They just go off vibes.
Yeah. They seem to be in tune with how we kind of feel on any given day.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I'm actually kind of shocked with Chihuahuas. Like, Chihuahuas have a bad rep.
Yeah.
But they're actually bloody sweet. That little fella there is the sweetest thing.
Yeah. Coco's good as gold, but like I say, she bites. And she does not discriminate. She doesn't care how big you are, how small you are, whether you're male, female, or any other gender. If she wants to bite you, she's going to bite.
But she has no teeth now, so it's fine.
Yeah, we haven't had most of her teeth removed.
Not because she bites
most of her teeth have been removed now because we had an instance where she had like a baby canine tooth never dropped out, so the adult one grew in at the side of it. And she had a bit of black cotton. She must have been chewing something, and it wrapped around both teeth, and it was like almost like a number 8. And they took that out, and they were like, well, half her other teeth are rotten. That's why her breath smells worse than her ass. So we yanked them out while she was here. So now when she barks, she's just got like a little snaggle tooth at the front and a few at the back. So we've had to swap her food and everything.
She's still got the bottom set at the front.
Yeah. But not at the top. But she hasn't got any canines at the top, only on one side.
I think she's got one canine on the top. She's still got a bottom one.
Yeah.
And then there's like, was it 7 in total? He took
something like that. Yeah, something like that. Must have been buy one have one free.
Zoe had one that like went off at a weird angle for no apparent reason, and they took it when she was getting spayed.
Ah, right, yeah. The only thing with Coco, see, she needs her nails clipped at the moment, but it's going to cost me like 200 quid.
Yeah, she has to be sedated.
Because she has to be sedated, because she'll bite everyone. And people, even though she's tiny, people just... The first time I took her to the vet, right, Padge, I said to the vet, she bites. I'm not saying she may bite you. There's a chance she will bite you. And the vet just went, to be silly. Oh, shit, yeah, she bites. I'm going to have to sedate her, I'm afraid. Right, okay, how much is that going to be? But yeah, 150...
Zoe won't let anyone do her nails but me.
Yeah, Coco won't let anyone do anything to her.
I might try her nails.
Yeah, she likes you.
I think maybe I might get away with it, because she rubs her head round in the carpet, so she gets like dreads in her ears.
Yeah.
So, and she hates them being cut off, but if I catch her in the right mood, she lets me do it.
They definitely have their little, what would you call it?
Quirks.
Intricacies.
Yeah. She's a very special dog.
What were Chihuahuas bred to hunt? I don't think they were bred to hunt anything. I think they were bred as companion dogs because they descend from a I forgot the name of the breed now, but they descended from another. They're the result of basically interbreeding, and they were created deliberately tiny just to be. People used to use them for warmth, believe it or not. And that's why they're so small, and that's why they like. But I don't know if yours does it, Padge, but Coco thinks she's a bunny rabbit. If there's a blanket anywhere, she'll build like a den in there. Yeah. She'll burrow her way deep into it, and stay in there for hours.
One
and
of
apparently,
the first things she does when she gets into bed, she finds a spot and makes like a little
Mr. Hakuna
Zoe
Matata.
does that now, but she used to hate blankets.
Yeah. Oh, Coco loves them. Absolutely
Yeah,
loves
she
them.
loves them now. She
Yeah.
has, I mean, there's 2 beds behind me with blankets on. That's just in my office. There's one in the living room. There's one in the kitchen. There's one in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Actually, there's 2 in the bedroom. And one in the car.
Yeah. Coco's bed is basically a 2-seater sofa that nobody goes near except Coco. It's got her blankets on it, and she's definitely got a comfortable bed. But they were bred to hunt lipsticks and chewing gum in Paris Hilton's handbag. Yeah, they probably were. But yeah, they were deliberately bred small so that they could sit on your lap and keep you warm, apparently, according to what I've read anyway. But
I have to admit, Zoe has gotten me into small. I've never been into small dogs. I was a big dog guy.
Yeah.
Even living in Russia, a friend of mine over there had a Kavkas, what did they call him? Bear dog.
Oh, really?
One of our neighbours has got one of those.
No, that's I forgot what they're called now.
It looks like a bear.
Yeah, Dr. Mike's got a couple of them. I don't know if anybody watching this watches Dr. Mike, but his dog bear, Newfoundland.
Oh, right.
Newfies, yeah.
Yeah, Newfoundland. He's got 2 of them now. I don't think they do well in this house. So my wife's got a real thing for hair, like loose hair. Like if she finds like a hair in a sink, it'll like make her throw up. And heaven forbid she finds it in food, so she wouldn't do well with a Newfoundland.
We had to buy a little. It's a pet Hoover, a pet vacuum for Zoe. You actually vacuum the dog.
Coco loves that. Yeah. Well, she used to.
Yeah, she's not so keen now, but Coco used to enjoy being hoovered.
Yeah, she used to love it until one day she got excited and jumped nose first into the front of the Hoover, and I think the suction scared her, so now she barks.
Yeah. Oh dear me. So have you got a quiet spell in work, Padge, or are you just
I'm currently on lunch, and a bit of a quiet day.
Right, because you're on and off the phone all day, aren't you?
I mostly emails today.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, mostly emails today. It's I have new staff coming to me, so I have to prep for them arriving, prep their training and all that.
Yeah, because you work in the medical profession, don't you? As your role is linked to hospitals and things, isn't it? It's like an insurance thing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I do. I manage prior authorization for a hospital. I can't say which hospital.
No, of course.
But for a hospital over in the US, I do. I manage a team of about 20 for prior authorizations.
Right.
So we try and make sure that the insurance company don't pull their staff with us, basically.
Right.
All that stuff that came out about UHC and Cigna and all them, like we've dealt with all that. So.
Yeah, so are you kind of one of the decision makers as to whether or not the insurance is paid, or are you kind of the intermediary that's trying to make sure that the insurance company doesn't stiff the patient?
Yeah, that's basically my job.
Yeah.
Make sure that the company aren't messing around, and if there is any issues, like escalate them up so that they can be taken care of by kind of higher management and that kind of thing. So
because have you seen that clip I was talking about, Padge, where the guy from an insurance company, from a hospital, I can't remember where the hospital was. It was American, obviously, and the insurance company refused to cover the cost of the asthma inhaler, and then the patient died.
Yeah,
all for the sake of it. I'm sure it was it was a shade under $300. It was, but it was. Yeah. I know you can't put a monetary value on anybody's life, apart from Kent Ovin's. This is probably worth about 17p. But it's kind of, it just seems a little bit archaic for a country like America to decline a $300 inhaler, which costs one of their citizens their life.
It broke my heart because I'm asthmatic. I'm a brittle asthmatic and heart of the young spond. And I have right now Ventolin inhalers. I probably have about 15 of them in the house.
Yeah.
Spare. I have other inhalers there. I have Singulair. I'm on a high-tech medication. I actually looked up. I'm on a thing called Fasenra.
Right.
And in the US, without insurance, it's $6,000 a shot if you have no insurance, and you have to get the shot every 8 weeks.
Bloody hell. Because I said earlier on, you know, even with things like, I forget how it works in Southern Ireland, but do you get free prescriptions there?
We have, it depends. So you have if you have your medical card, you pay, is it $150 per item?
Right.
Or it might be €2 now, I can't remember.
Yeah.
I have the drug payment scheme, so mine doesn't go over €80 a month.
Right. Because, you know, it's like, you know, we've all got, oh yeah, I think I'd love to go and live in America. It's great out there. And then when I think, you know, just my prescription, you know, I'm on, most of mine are like just old man tablets, like statins and that, you know, the thing that every 50-year-old bloke has to take. But I don't think I'd even be able to afford to fill my prescriptions if I moved to America.
I'll be honest, like I found it funny in Russia, like I mentioned, and I lived there and stuff. Lived there for 3 years, and my medication, my health insurance, the whole lot over there, like I didn't even need a script for any of my medication, and I'm on like antidepressants and stuff.
Yeah,
but I would just go into the chemist and it'd be a couple of €100. It worked out about 20 quid for all my meds.
Yeah.
Come back, you know, even going into the hospital, I paid €4, the equivalent of about €4 for my full year medical insurance.
Yeah, because I know when I was, like, we'll stay on the topic of Ventolin inhalers, because, you know, I use one as well occasionally. But it's when I was out in Spain last year, I forgot to take one and I wasn't feeling great, so I needed an inhaler, and I was able to just go into a pharmacy and buy one. It was €10.
Yeah.
They just, you can buy it. But interestingly enough, that was in November last year. And when I went in January, no, it was November 24. When I went back in January 25, I thought, oh, I'll be slick. I'll buy like 5 of them. So I got a bit of stock in the house. They've changed the rules out there now. You can't buy them without a prescription now. But until last year, you could just go into a pharmacy and just buy a Ventolin inhaler if you needed it. But she said now, the pharmacist, she spoke perfect English. And she said, we can still sell you a Ventolin inhaler without a prescription. But she said, honestly, you'd have to have crawled through the door on your hands and knees because you couldn't breathe. Then we would be allowed to sell you one. But apart from that, you've got to go to the you know, the GP or the hospital, whatever it may be, and get the prescription and then come back. But
I lost an inhaler in Paris 4 years ago, I think it was. Out for the day, and you know yourself, you're walking everywhere, and lost my inhaler. And I literally went into a chemist, explained the situation, and they said to me, we'd need to speak to your doctor. I called my doctors on the spot. They confirmed I have a script, and they just gave me a free inhaler.
Right. Yeah. It's that's another thing that baffles me about America is, number one, the fact that they don't have, what did you say the correct term is, Carl? Universal healthcare, i.e. they can't phone an ambulance and it's free. They can't go to the hospital and it's free, that kind of thing. And what they charge for the medications as well is just, I can buy it for £10 in Spain, or I could, €10 rather, up until last year. But somehow that exact same inhaler is $300 in America. Why?
Insanity.
Yeah, it just seems like excessive greed. I know all businesses want to be profitable. I get that. I'm not stupid. I understand that. But when your profit becomes more important than the people you were supposed to be hating, there may be a flaw in that system.
When I think, like, I'm obviously I couldn't go into details, but I have one work queue. My team obviously works from work queues and all this kind of thing within the hospital system, and I've one work queue where we have to monitor the value.
Yeah,
and currently the value is sitting at 44 million.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Insane,
last year from that we cleared over $1 billion.
Bloody hell.
crazy.
I know. And I know, even the NHS in the UK isn't a perfect system, but there's a lot to be said for having the peace of mind that tells me that if I trip over the step on my way out of the studio today and break my leg, I don't need to worry because I can phone an ambulance if it's needed. I haven't got to worry about what that'll cost. I know somebody lives in California, right? He's actually, he'd be famous to some people. I haven't spoken to him for years, but I used to speak to him quite regularly. And he was a motocross racer. And he had an accident on his own property. It was a bike accident, and he broke his leg. He knew he'd broken his leg because it wasn't leg-shaped anymore. And he said, I just pretty much had to walk it off. He said, I haven't got insurance because I can't afford it. And the ambulance journey was like $2,000. So he said, I couldn't even afford to phone an ambulance to get me to the hospital, let alone pay for whatever they needed to do to fix my leg. And what he ended up doing was knocking the head off a kitchen mop and splinting his leg and hoping it recovered. And it kind of did, but you know what I'm talking about, Karen. If you see him walk, he's got a limp.
Yeah.
I noticed the other day on one of his social media posts, and that's probably why. Yeah. Because he was too skint, he couldn't afford the medical treatment, so he had to walk off a broken leg.
Mental,
it's insanity. It's a Californian hospital I work for.
Oh, really? Yeah, and it's California. This guy is. It's Colin Morrison. It is Scummy from the Metal Militia. I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but in his day, he was. It was Twitch and Scummy. They were kind of
they were a big deal 25 years ago.
Yeah. But he just couldn't afford it. So broken leg. Oh well, it'll fix itself eventually, possibly. Hopefully, and that was it.
I have to admit, like California in general kind of blew me away. Cost, let alone the cost of medical care. Just going for lunch, I was over for work, and myself and the account manager went for lunch. We got 2 pizzas, 2 drinks, and I think some fries, and it was like $90 before we even gave a tip.
The thing that I'm glad you said, that's what got to me in America was the tipping culture.
Tipping is nuts.
Imagine what it's like in California.
And what Chris and I were doing, so Monday night we went out, it was Chris's turn to pick up the tip. And Tuesday night then I would cover the tip and so on and so forth. We were alternating it. And we'd go out some nights and it would only be me, my wife and Chris. And let's say that, I don't know, the restaurant bill was like $100. But it's like the tip then is like, it was like another, what would it be, 20% of,
well, it would be 20 quid,
like a $20 tip.
Yeah, 20.
And to me, sometimes I can go to, my wife and I like to go out for breakfast on a Saturday morning, and where we go, it's about 20 quid for breakfast for the 2 of us. Which to some people may seem a bit excessive, but we enjoy it. It's what we like to do, go out and eat. But we go out and eat over here for the tip in America.
Yeah.
It's crazy, it is. It's crazy.
Same.
And, I said this on stream a couple of weeks ago. We went down to Atlantic City and we stayed in one of the casino resorts down there. And, of course, they got all these young dolly birds with their ass cheeks hanging out of the bottom of a mini skirt going around the casino floor. Would you like a drink, sir? Would you like a drink, Matt? They are earning way more money than 75-year-old Doris, who works in the local diner. She's not earning the same in tips as they are. Because I was speaking to that. Remember I said that guy, and it was like speaking to like somebody from the mafia. Austin, I can remember his name. His name was Austin. Proper New York accent. It was like talking to a mafia guy. It was cool as anything. And he'd always wait the tables. He said, I earn good money. I'm happy. I enjoy doing it. It's easy. He said, as long as I'm nice to people, they are nice to me. And that's as complicated as this job gets. But he said and I mentioned, we were down in Atlantic City. We stayed in the Ocean Casino Resort. I know a friend of my girlfriend is, I think they call them hostesses. She can clear $5,000 in a night. on the weekend.
Crazy.
I said, what, in tips?
But but that's Atlantic City.
Yeah. He said, think about it like this. Somebody's just won $50,000 on the roulette wheel. If they bung her $500, they don't care. It's nothing.
Yeah, you lose all concept of money.
Yeah. And there's me going on the fruit machine, the bandits, as we call them, the one-armed bandits. Put $10 in, press the button, bloop.
You're just gone.
What? $10? That was it. $10 to push a button.
I think it was threads I saw on the other day. There was someone had shared up a receipt from some US restaurant.
Yeah.
And the tip options were 200%, 100%, 50%, and 25%.
Jeez.
And there was like a little bit, someone else may have seen it. There was like a little bit beside saying, like, 200, fantastic, come back to us again. We'd love to have you again.
Yeah.
Right down to 25% being like, don't come back.
Yeah. Only once when we were in America, I refused to pay a tip, and I refused in the coward's way, which means it was terrible, right? It was in the Ocean Casino Resort. It was a Chinese restaurant. The food was rancid. The guy was a massive dick, and I wanted to fight with him as soon as we sat down at the table. He was an arsehole. And I said I'm not giving this knob a tip. He can suck a fat one, not a chance. So I very bravely waited until he was down in the far corner. I said, right, quick, let's go. And we just trotted out of there. Because I noticed this with Chris, and I'm sure Chris wouldn't mind me sharing this, he is brutal with tipping.
Yeah, you say. Yeah.
So we were at this restaurant, Padge, right? And we'd been there lots of times. The people were even starting to say hello to me and my wife as if we were regular locals, right? So this young waitress, she was our server, but she was also the server on a table 3 tables away from us, which was filled with handsome, strapping young American men. And she was just floating around their table. If they called her, she was there, almost like the Roadrunner used to turn up and she was instantly there. But when we called her, she was so slow coming to us, 2 old men and a woman. She just didn't care. And Chris was going, well, that's her tip down to 20%. Oh, right. Yeah. Bloody hell. Why is that then, Chris? Well, I've called her and it's been like 12 seconds and she still isn't here. And he called her again. She didn't come again. And he said, there we are. Her tip's now $5. And if she doesn't come this time, it'll be $0.
Yeah.
But I called her and she did come. But I thought, if the consumer is that brutal with tipping, then surely it's in, like, every server in America should have their nose wedged so far between your butt cheeks, trying to be nice to you. And most of them are.
Yeah, most of them are. But then I haven't experienced it in America.
Yeah.
But that doesn't appeal to me at all.
It's cringy and fake.
Yeah, and that's how you...
Hi, sir. How are you today? Oh, I hope you have an awesome time.
Yeah.
Just get my food, will you?
Yeah, it's definitely a cultural
It's
difference.
a bit much, it is. And it feels fake to me as a non-American. You don't like me or care whether I'm going to enjoy my food.
Yeah,
you just want to make sure I give you a tasty tip.
It reminds me of the Jack Whitehall clip, where it's his father. He said,
I love
how
Jack
is your
Whitehall's
day,
father.
sir? And my day has got absolutely nothing to do with you.
I used to do that in Tesco's and Asda until Mammy shouted at me so much I stopped doing it. Because wasn't that the thing in... I think it was definitely you were meant to ask how people's day was going.
In Asda, yeah.
And what I would do, and I would always make sure that the person looked like they would be easily embarrassed. And when they said, I said, it's got nothing to do with you, is it? Just to see them squirm, just to be cruel. Yeah. But it's very... And like Doris, the 75-year-old waitress, is a real person. Her name wasn't Doris. I can't remember what it was. But she didn't give a crap whether you were leaving her a tip or not. And heaven forbid you ask for a second cup of coffee because the pot's all the way over on the other side of the restaurant. And Doris doesn't want to move. She said once, you could have said that when I came over the first time,
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was still drinking that cup then. Sorry, Doris. Yeah, it's
bonkers
out there.
I think it has become like a thing over there where it's the entitlement now at this point. But then, who are they learning it from? Like their bosses. I'm actually just looking at a picture right now. Servers make $2.13. Please tip generously. It's like, well, that's not my problem. That's the business's problem.
What is it you like to say, Carl? That the employer is put in.
It puts the burden on the consumer rather on the customer. Like it's not my responsibility to pay your staff, and or like if that's the case, your food better be damn near free because what if it's the so like food's roughly the same price, isn't it? Yeah, and over there. Ish.
Yeah,
it's not too
So where's all that extra money going if not towards the staff?
Yeah. But it's like
I was a waiter as well, so like I don't feel bad saying it. Like I worked as a waiter in a fairly high end restaurant.
Yeah,
and I used to make good tips. And Creaky, you know what I look like, but I actually had the dreads you had there for a while. I had the dreads at the time.
Yeah, I remember you saying
just tied them up and shirt and tie.
Yeah,
but I used to make great tips, and that was here in Ireland. That was in Kilkenny.
I was going to ask you because, like, I will say I never tip. I never tip. The service is, I shouldn't say never. I occasionally tip, but the service has got to be so spectacular that I would look like a dick if I didn't leave a tip. But then if I'm
a little bit shy of that. I tip if I know, like I'm a coffee snob, so if I know the coffee is really good and the guys are putting in time into making it properly, like you know, they're not burning the coffee, that it actually tastes good and it's fresh beans and all that jazz. Like, especially if they have the little tap where it's automatically €1 and you just tap your phone. I'm like, cool. There's a place in Kilkenny, I know the owner, I'll always tip in there. If service is particularly good, but if it's just like,
if it's just they brought you your food, then I don't think that deserves a tip.
No, absolutely not.
You know, especially for us, because you know, I don't know how long ago you were waiting tables, but you would have been getting paid minimum wage, wouldn't you?
I was slightly above minimum wage because it was kind of a higher end place.
But that's what I mean.
Middle high end.
But I will only tip if the service is exceptional. But in America, you have to, because otherwise you're an arsehole. They embarrass. And they try doing that in some places over here. And I've got no problem with saying, no, I don't want to leave a tip. You know, because we all blip our phones now. Oh, that'll be 72. Oh, here we are. Boom. There we are. Paid. Somehow it's paid. But they'll hand you the machine and it'll say choose your tip.
I just click no.
Yeah, I just click no as well. You know,
if
but
it's
then
put in my face, there's a no. It's like an automatic no.
I'd love
I have to admit, I did forget one tip in the US, and I got given out at the counter.
Because I asked Chris, because we were eating in the same sorts of places, and I said, so this tipping thing, I said, so what if I didn't tip? What would happen then? He said, well, if you want, we said, when we go for breakfast tomorrow, don't give Doris a tip. And then when we go the next day, you tell me what happens if you don't tip. He said they just deliberately, purposefully give you shit service. They'll go slow. They'll bring you the wrong thing. He said they will make you understand that you should have left them a tip.
But it's like the what are they called, like Just Eat and Uber Eats and all over here now.
That winds me right up.
Oh my! I won't touch them. I will not touch them. You have your service charge. You have your app charge. They still want to say the driver isn't being paid.
I tell you what, I shouldn't order off Uber Eats or Just Eat, but I do. I'm lazy. I'm greedy. We're all the same, right? We're a victim of technology. But it's. I really fancy a McDonald's. I haven't had a McDonald's. I'm going to McDonald's. McDonald's. Oh, we all have McDonald's. McDonald's for 4 people is, I don't know, it's usually about 25 quid. On Uber Eats, it was like £52. And when they came, all he brought was my frigging drinks. The fat, greasy slut had eaten my burgers in the car. I'm sure of it. But I rang the restaurant and they went, oh, it's nothing to do with us. It's Uber Eats. But what?
Yeah.
So what am I going to do? Oh, just buy it again and ask for a refund, which I did. So I paid basically like nearly £100 that night for a McDonald's. I did get the money back, and I got it back the next day.
Which is shocking from Uber Eats, to be honest.
But exactly that. If I had driven the 3 miles to McDonald's, it would have been like 25 quid tops. And the rest of it is just, and they still, you know, there's a service charge, and it's still, do you want to tip your driver 25%, 50%? Do you want to just sign your house over to him? You get there really quick then.
Oh, and don't hit no on the tip because you have cash at home and you want to use cash to tip them. Don't do that either.
Yeah, no.
Because you'd be lucky if your food gets you in one piece. Yeah, we've had that before.
Yeah, and
I think I've used Just Eat, like, is it Just Eat? I think it is. I think I've used them like 3 times. Never again.
Domino's I like ordering off, because when they come to the door, they are standing there non-verbally asking you for a tip. And the only tip they get off me is the tip of my door handle hitting them in the forehead when I slam the door shut. It's like, mate, you're late. The food's probably going to need to be microwaved. Why am I going to tip you? The restaurant's 5 minutes away. I ordered this 40 minutes ago. No tip. No tip in this house.
I live in a town so small now that I can't even use any of them if I wanted to.
Yeah.
It's nothing close enough.
Yeah, I'm going to end up on some sort of blacklist for takeaway services. I am. Yeah, don't deliver to this guy. He never tips. He's an arsehole.
See, there's so many things like that I have to admit, I do miss from Russia. Like, as bad as that place can be because of the government, because of Putin.
Yeah.
It's like
Russia
being able to get up 3 o'clock in the morning and go down and get myself sushi.
Yeah.
And it was like a 3-minute walk away.
Yeah.
And they didn't care if you gave a tip or not. Like,
I'm weird.
Brilliant. They love you, but
I'm weird with sushi. I am. I go through phases where I'm a sushi guy now, but I don't like fish, so I only have like vegetable sushi or, what's the sushi? Yo Sushi. They do like a chicken California roll and all this kind of stuff, and then I don't eat it for 4 years because it's stupid and pointless.
I like sushi.
Yeah, I'm weird with it. Weird with it.
They have a big connection with Russia and Japan and stuff. There was the city I lived in there, Krasnodar. They had a big display of a thing that was done specifically for some delegates that came over, and then there was an even bigger one was in like Moscow or somewhere. So the sushi over there is absolutely top notch.
Yeah. And
it was like within 3-4 minutes walk of my apartment, there was 3 sushi places that were 24-hour.
Yeah.
It's just like fantastic. You just wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You're like,
I know it may sound like a weird thing to say, but Russia looks like it would be a nice place to go and check out. It looks like there's a lot of
ex-wife so many times.
Yeah, it just I know it's Russia and Putin and all that good stuff, but I don't know. I just see certain things and it's this is Russia, and it's like that's bloody beautiful.
Yeah, Russia's.
I was meant to move out of Krasnodar. Krasnodar is down the south. It's very close. Actually, it's very close to a place called Gelendzhik, where Putin supposedly has like a private mansion estate thing.
Yeah.
I only live about maybe an hour from where that is. But we were meant to move to Lake Baikal. And Lake Baikal in the winter, it freezes so solid you can drive cars onto it.
Oh, really?
And it's one of the most gorgeous areas you've ever seen. We went to Sochi at one point for a holiday. Went up Krasnopolyana, and Krasnopolyana is like this massive mountain in Sochi.
Yeah.
And I remember standing at the top. You're like, God, you're thousands of meters in the air, and all you can see is mountains and mountains and mountains.
Yeah.
We went to another place where you could pet freaking wolves.
Oh, really?
The wolves had just gotten used to people and become domesticated.
Yeah.
So they actually had kennels that during the day the wolves would come in themselves. They go into the kennels, they close up the kennels, they feed them the whole lot, and at night time they just let them out again. But you'd literally, these are wild wolves, and you just go up and stick their hand in and give them a pet. They were lovely. Such a weird place to live.
Because a wolf is a big animal as well, isn't it? I've never seen a wolf in real life, but from what I can gather by seeing, videos of people who have, they look enormous.
Have you ever been up to the monkey
These
sanctuary?
are gigantic. Like, they're kind of up to my stomach, up, maybe up to the lower of my ribs. Like, they're huge things.
Yeah.
And I'm just seeing there, the Ben's speed channel. He said, "I'd love to go to Russia. Convince most of what we hear about Russia in the West is BS." It is an awful lot. Like, I had very little trouble. Now, I did get attacked. It is on YouTube. There is actually a video of me getting attacked.
Oh, really?
Getting my head split open. Yeah. I was out playing. I was busking, and this little old guy wanted my spot, and he hit me in the head with an iron bar. And he's ex-military, so he knew exactly how to hit me.
Oh, Christ!
My head just explodes with blood. There's a big scar on my head from it. But apart from that, and like one or two other small instances, I had very little trouble over there. I used to get followed a lot, being tall and covered in tattoos and beard and the whole. Used to get a lot of random photographs taken of me.
Right.
But because I was on the news a couple of times, they done a news piece on me. I was the only Irishman registered and married in the city, and it's like the third biggest city, I think, or fourth biggest city in Russia. So like they done a whole news piece on me playing music and all over there. That is no longer available on YouTube because, talking about a foreigner and a Westerner,
I don't know. It just appeals to me. I just think it would be a cool place to go and see, but I saw something a few weeks ago, and it was there's a part of Russia. It's the coldest city in the world.
Yakutsk. I was meant to move there. I was actually offered a job, and it's minus 50 degrees.
Yeah, that's it. And is this where the Russian people that live there, they look more Asian than Russian?
Yeah.
Coldest place in the world. And I went so far down a rabbit hole. They had a family, and it's kind of a vlog, but it's how they survive the winters in the coldest city on earth. It was amazing. The son, like 6-7-year-old child, was getting himself up in the morning, and of course because of the time of year when it's the coldest, it's also dark for pretty much. It's not 24 hours, but it's not. They get a few hours of sunlight a day, and this child was just getting himself up, and they got no running water because water can't run because it's always frozen solid. Their water they've got ice sheds in their gardens, and they'll go out, they'll grab a big block of ice, bring it in, drop it in a barrel in the kitchen, ice pick, so it starts melting, and that's how they bathe and they cook and make tea and coffee and boil spuds, that kind of thing. But it was so interesting. And this little boy, he was like a miniature Bear Grylls. He was pulling his sleigh behind him on the way to school, and he would go then and pick his baby sister up from nursery, pulling like a baby stroller, a baby buggy that was like a sleigh. So he would go and pick his, and he was like 6 or 7, and it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And we complained that, I'm sure you've said it as well, Pat. Oh, life is why is life so tough? Why is this happening to me? Why do I feel this shit?
I won't even walk to co-op if it's raining.
Yeah, exactly. And co-op, right? I'm
not a 5-minute walk.
I could spit now, and it would probably hit the front door of co-op. It's that close, but we don't walk to co-op. But this little 7-year-old boy is walking 3 miles in the snow, and like proper snow with the temperature to match, to pick his baby sister up while his parents are getting things organized at home. Absolutely amazing.
Even in like the major cities, some of the stuff the kid, like I taught from my youngest student was 4. My oldest was my oldest student was in their 70s.
Really? Bloody hell.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, but like some of the 4 or 5-year-old students I was teaching, I was an English teacher, and they they were learning English, Japanese, Chinese.
Yeah.
They're already fluent, obviously, in Russian. And then, you know, and you'd be kind of talking to these kids and saying, like, what do you do after school? And they're like, well, first I have you, then I have Japanese, then I have music, then I have, and you're kind of going, like, when do these kids do anything else?
Yeah. When do they play? When do they just be a child?
Yeah. It was absolutely. But then my sister-in-law, she's actually Jewish. Like coming home from school on a Friday, and they'd have what's that bread called? Shabbat, is it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's what it is. It's like I don't know the whole thing. I'm not Jewish, but it's like the customary thing for the Sabbath or whatever it is, and that was a big part of what they were doing in. It would have been kindergarten equivalent at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they learned a lot of practical, useful things. But then I'd be walking around the city and I tried to talk to people and none of them freaking speak English.
Okay.
But I had 10, 15 private students. I worked for 4 different schools.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of English speakers until you actually went out there, and then all of a sudden no one spoke English.
Yeah.
But they are very still much into their, like, there's farmers markets everywhere in the city. There was, I mean, within a 15, 20-minute walk of me, there was probably 5 or 6 farmers markets.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people would go out to the countryside to get farm eggs and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Was this farm? No, it's not farm eggs. They're village eggs, they
Right.
call them. So you go out into the villages with the dashes and all that. And,
yeah.
But it was an incredibly interesting place to live. I learned a good bit of Russian, still have a little bit.
Yeah.
Got some of my favorite foods are Russian foods.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that in front of my missus. My missus is Slovak, but I have a thing for Eastern Europe, I think. But no, it was super interesting. But it was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, it was
Yeah.
3 years of my life.
Yeah.
Even with how it turned out, I wouldn't change it.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. It would just be one of those places. But yeah, I've been to Russia. It was a beautiful country, you know. And I know it's got its flaws, but you find me a country that hasn't, that would be more of a challenge than anything else, wouldn't it?
But places in Ireland, like the cost of living crisis here, and all that.
Exactly. It's the same all over the world. I think, you know, everybody's struggling in the same way, and we're all just trying to make it out the other side. And we, you know, what else can we do?
Yeah. And honestly, like, you know, Russian people are decent. Well, I used to find an awful lot when you'd meet someone in the street, and you know, if you bumped into someone, they'd nearly attack you.
Yeah.
But as soon as they knew you, like when I got attacked by that busker, I had all the other musicians in the area getting together, kind of going,
yeah,
we'll take care of this. Like, you know,
yeah,
you're losing money. Because it turns out he broke my arm. I didn't find that out for a week, but he broke my arm as well.
Oh, Jesus.
So I couldn't busk. I couldn't play guitar.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And actually, I can tell you one really, really funny story, and then I should run away.
Right.
But about a year or two after I moved back to Ireland, I was in work when we were still in office, and just happened to pull the news up on my phone, and there was this thing about a cannibal couple who were caught, Bakshivi.
Right.
Dmitry, I think his name was. Dmitry Bakshivi. And I was like, that's in Krasnodar. That's kind of messed up, you know?
Yeah.
Opened up the article and I went, he looks really familiar. Scrolled through a few photographs. This guy used to come down to me regularly when I was busking and invite me up. He lived about 10-minute walk from where I busked.
No way.
Just up like a back road in a military base.
Yeah.
And he was constantly inviting me up for coffee. Big thing up there, invite you in for coffee, for green tea or coffee.
Right.
And he was constantly inviting me.
Yeah.
And one day I finally said yes. And I was like, oh, because I'm like you, you know, not super social.
Yeah.
But finally went, yeah, bugger it. And I, right as I was about to head away, I got a call from one of the schools I was working. One of the teachers were sick. They really needed someone to cover. And I went, yeah, cool, nice one. I'll be down there in 20 minutes. Like.
Yeah, he was probably sizing you up. You're a big boy, and you probably thought, well, we'll eat well for the next couple of days anyway if we can get this guy to the house.
Yeah, and like to see this guy then, like, you know, when I came home and saw like this guy was doing that, and people are mentioning Ukraine, I should mention my ex-wife. The reason I was in Russia, my ex-wife was actually half Ukrainian. Her dad is from Donetsk, and I have quite a few Ukrainian friends, and it's one of those. I am 100% on the side of Ukraine. I'm just going to throw that out there, but there is an awful lot more to it than a lot of us know. One of my staff, actually, her husband is Ukrainian. They lost contact with their family, you know, when the war hit. I lost contact with students that I had kept in contact with.
Yeah.
Male who would be about of age.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they are in the world. I don't know if they're alive or dead.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot to it. It is it's a hard one.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? You know, with Ukraine as the example, there's lots of opinions, but how much of what's actually happening are we all aware of
and understand? And
the
fact is with it, like, you know, when you look at I know at the very start of it, there was a plane sent out and they were told they were being sent over to Crimea,
right,
for training, and they were just dropped on the Ukrainian front lines. For all I know, some of my students were in there. There's an awful lot of like cousins fighting cousins. There's you know, family fighting family. So my ex-wife, her dad, her grandmother, they're from Donetsk. Her mum is from Krasnodar.
Right.
You know, it goes farther than that. Her mum used to live in Israel, so you know, really, you know. But you know, I did stay talking to my ex-wife for a while, and I reached out to check in with her because I remember being on the phone with her mum in Donetsk back before the war started, when Donetsk was being bombed separately, and hearing bombs going off in the background was an absolutely terrifying. You know, her streets hit with missiles.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You know, they ended up moving her to Krasnodar, actually.
Yeah.
It's like it's a horrible situation, and like try and get into all the ins and outs of it. I will say, you know, someone said they're Slava Ukraine, but yeah, absolutely, 100%. Agreed.
Yeah.
You know, but it doesn't change it doesn't change the beauty. That's also
no, exactly. But
gorgeous country, you know, just get the oligarchs out, and you know.
Very cool.
There you go now. So you can learn something new every day.
Absolutely. Anyway, I think we'll call it there, Carl, as far as calls go. I think Padge is a nice way to finish the day off. Speaking to somebody I know is always easier. No problem, pal. And you've demonstrated that Discord is definitely an option as well. So, like the guy this morning who just couldn't get on through Call Me, maybe, you know, we can direct people to the Discord server. It was easy for Padge because he was already a member, but there's this thing in there.
That's what I was about to say. That's the only issue is
if
somebody has to join, the server makes them sort of wait a little bit, and then then they can start doing things. So if somebody just, I want to join the Discord now so I can get on stream, it's not going to work for that. But I don't know what'll happen. But I've had fun anyway and spoken to some really interesting people today. So
completely off the point before you run, I will be sending you a photo this weekend.
Yeah.
Frames finally arrived. I finally got frames.
Is it?
I measured and checked. They're 20 by 30.
Yeah, I gotta fix mine. Mine has slipped in the frame, and I've never fixed it, but nobody's noticed, and I can't be asked. So I'll add it to my to-do list, which is growing by the day. So yeah, definitely send me a photo once you've framed them, because you bought 2, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you did.
The one you have behind you, actually, and the red, it's okay not to be okay.
Yeah, I remember you sending me pictures, but they were wrapped up, and you didn't want to unwrap them and risk damaging them. So I'm excited to see them framed, pal. Send me the photos on WhatsApp.
Dude, absolutely.
Right, take care, man. Speak soon, right? Take care, dude. Bye. Yeah, so Discord is definitely...
Yeah, it works.
Discord works as well. There was no feedback, no echo, no nothing. So who knows? Maybe Discord will be the way to... Do you know what's that? All of a sudden now I've gone like, oh, I'm tired now. I'm done. I'm aching. I'm uncomfortable.
It was 4:30 hit. I don't know what it was about 4:30.
Yeah.
But I looked down and I was like, I'm tired now.
Yeah. Dave Slaz, I was going to call Beyond for 1 minute. Sorry, Dave, next time.
We will be live every Thursday now.
We're going to do this every Thursday. How do you think it's gone?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, I have. I think it's been an interesting day. We've spoken to some interesting people, and I've had fun. But I'm wondering, did we need to start at 8 a.m.? I think no.
9?
I think if we had started at 9 or even 10,
is it?
Yeah, it wouldn't have made But if we go from 8 till 5, which is what we've done today, that's 9 hours. That's a lot of streaming in one day.
It is.
And don't forget, these have all been pleasant calls. I'm sure there will be some unpleasant ones as well.
Well, it's like we said, like this has kind of been like a pilot episode, if you will.
Let me, sorry, Carl, so I don't forget to do it. The Discord link is underneath every video on my channel. If you want to go and have a look, it isn't in the description of this one. I don't think, or is it? I don't know. It's in the description under all my videos. And if you join the server, then next week, if you can't get on using the Call Me system, we can do it through Discord, and it'll have the same effect. But that takes out the whole UK working day. Yeah, I know, but it's one of those things. Is kind of, I was hoping that by it was Callum's idea to start at 8. Because what we hoped is it would catch... Yeah, you said 8, didn't you? Because we thought, it'll catch New Zealand, Australia, all that kind of thing. But it hasn't worked out that way. So I'm wondering next week if we go 9 to 5. Go full Dolly Parton on it and just make it a 9 to 5 thing. Because I can go from 8 to 5, but the call, I'm sure more people know about it. Hopefully people will become more interested and want to join and call in.
Yeah.
But I noticed we stayed consistently above 100 from about 9 o'clock until about 3.
Yeah.
And from 3 onwards, so that would have been at about 7.5 hours, it started dropping off.
But also, like we said, realistically, we should have wrapped it up there, but we just like the conversation had come, we had kind of rinsed the topic.
Yeah.
So I think...
Exactly.
I think we need a definite starting time. Let's say 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
But like, I think it's hard out at 5. But if it comes to a natural end at like 3, I don't think we should force the extra 2 hours.
No, I agree.
Especially if not all the conversations are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Ben, there was like 120 people when
we were talking, that was actually at its highest point, Ben.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because you can't see it, but on our screens we've got the number of people watching at any given time. See, like right now there's 78 people watching, which means we've bored the other 40 odd into submission and they've left. But live streams are a bit like that, especially when they're during a weekday, because
and long streams
like I've never watched a 7 or 8 hour long live stream ever in my life.
Not me either.
Yeah, because
I've listened to or watched like 6 hour podcasts.
Yeah, no, I've never even done that. The longest podcast I've ever listened to was a couple of weeks ago when I was driving back from London, and it was John Gotti Jr. being interviewed about his dad. That was really interesting as well. Anyway, thank you to everybody who was super chatted. Thank you to everybody who's gifted or become a channel member. Yeah, I hope everybody's enjoyed it, because I'm fully intending this to be the new Thursday. Yeah, that's it. Thanks to everybody for watching, and we will see you. Well, I'll see you in Friday's video, but Callum and I will see you again next Thursday, probably at 9 a.m. UK time. Yeah. See you next week. Love you.
Thank you all for watching Creaky Live. Don't forget to follow me on all of your social media platforms. Have a good day and have a creaky week.